Hello, hello. Good morning, good evening. Wake up or go to bed, wherever you are. Let's get it. I hope everybody's doing well today. Hippie Shake 29, Sandy, Joku, Jen Tugon, my Madison County mate there. They know that everybody's doing well. I did have this scheduled for 5 o'clock, and then I seen that London Man was going to be a little further, or he made his closer to mine. So I went back to change it to 6. Well, my Wi-Fi was messing up and it didn't change. And then Bex called me or messaged me and said, "Hey, are you going live?" And I'm like, "No, I changed it." She goes, "Well, it didn't change." So yeah, then there's that. Here we are. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Damn technology. It sucks. Let's come out in the country. Mr. Christos. How are you, my man? Christos, I appreciate you the last few days, man. You stepping up, speaking up. I'm about it. That's what we're supposed to do for each other. And that conversation you give the what for in, you were exactly right. This isn't about Phil. This has nothing to do with Phil. This has to do with the divine mother spirit. It's to return. And I'm not more important than the spirit to give it to me. So don't praise me, praise that spirit. And that's what that person was doing. We got to listen to Phil. This is Phil. No, I learned a long time. Puppy dogs and old ladies will send you straight to hell. Straight to hell. Now I want to, I want to show how, like this little pedo movie that's out there, how Christmas is probably the best example to give. Now, we can't say that, yeah, of course, there's a lot of people out there that don't have family and depressed, but the majority of the people are happy. The children are happy. Everybody's doing their thing. But here's the deal: there's 3 of the darkest days of the year. Those are the days that more sacrifices are done than any other time of the year. So if good intentions and good spirited people can't affect good times or bad spirit, or their energy won't go to bad spirits, then why in the hell is Christmas? It's a joyful time now, quote unquote. Why are those the days of the year that they sacrifice the most children? That's something. It's deep. It's so deep because here's what I was thinking. The person I had fallen out with, definitely bad spirit. Definitely bad spirit. I have receipts for that too, but I'm just waiting to use them. Well, I've already used them, but they're not producing theirs, which makes them void. But anyway, enough of that bullshit. The false spirit will come at you in such a big dog Philly OG. Come to you in such a beautiful, wonderful way. What's that saying? All roads. Let's see how to say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. There you go. That's the way to say it. But they sell themselves as good. But they don't. They can't. They can only be who they're not for so long. They're pushy. They want to be right there in the middle of everything. They want to see. If you have an idea, if you have an idea, they want to be part of it because they want to distort it. They want to distort your message. They want to be right there beside you, and they want to show everybody, Phil did this, Phil did that, this, that. No, Phil didn't do shit. Phil's just a, Phil's just a fucking one of 200 million other people, spirits that are here to do what we're supposed to do. It's that simple. So when somebody says that, Phil's doing this, or Phil says that, or Phil said you must, fuck that person. Phil didn't say that. And Phil would never, listen to me talking to myself like I'm the third person. This man would never force anybody to do anything against their will. So that's all I can say about that. And the ones that turned against me this week, bless their heart, and they'll get what they got. Here's the great thing about this round. Everybody gets what they deserve. So there you go. The metaphysician. I haven't met you, or do I know you? Not sure, but yes, the vibe is good here because that's all we operate under. Good vibes, good times, and hard work sometimes. But we'll get out of here. We'll get them. We're not going anywhere. We'll get them out of here. How about that? There's where the language thing is so. It's so hard to break. People calling their children kids, baby goats, and even I sometimes do the same thing. You know, and then if anybody's heard me on a live stream, I do get aggressive back. And you're not, the ones who know, they know why I'm doing it because they know what I'm seeing. They know what I'm going against. They know what is their intention. They know what is my intention. We're not bringing these people back. There's no saving them. I'm not trying, anybody comes up there and they got the wrong spirit, I'm not trying to save them. I don't give two fucks to save them. I'm just trying to let somebody, a brother and a sister out in the chat, or just sitting there watching it. And it's not saving them. It's just bringing them to where they need to be, which is at home. So, with all that said, I see many agree, many can see it. Sorry to the ones that don't, but, we all agreed to be here. Let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever thought that you were so stupid to want to come and do this? I'm like, damn, man, I signed a contract for this, or I agreed, or I volunteered for this. Whew. Wow, how smart can we be, man? I'm just joking. I know that everything. I know. Don't even go there with me. If anybody wants to, don't, because I'm about it. Here we are. Oh shit. Yeah. It's like people saying, "Oh, you were so lucky to survive your wreck." I'm thinking, man, how lucky was I? Was I really lucky? So maybe. Yeah. I'm just happy to be here, actually, and finding y'all. So okay, then now let's go to the spirit, false spirit versus the true mother, divine spirit, fam. So I'm gonna go. Y'all know I'm not religious, but I'm going to use the Bible as the content because that's where a lot of our family are, in those fucking stupid ass 501c3s. So we got a Jesus Christ on a cross, the cross of Saturn, 6-sided cube unfolded as a cross. So you got 666, easy to see, very easy to see. So why would they create a false Jesus? Because our Jesus, quote unquote Jesus, is a is spiritual. It's a way to live. And plus our message is in there. That's how I started, and that's how many of us started. And much love to those that did that, but you can get it from the music. You can get you can get everything from that book. You can get it in the music or in symbolism. Period. That's a fact. Okay, so why would they create a false one? Well, because they say if it's your intention. Well, if you believe evil is good and good and evil, and you have good intentions, but you're thinking falsely, your good intentions don't matter because you're thinking the evil is good. So that would go to the evil one. That energy goes to the evil one. And I just proved that alone in Christmas that that's the way it is. So these people that are trying to push this pedo movie, oh, let's save the children, save the children. I agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against saving children, but I want to make sure the energy goes to the proper place. And it's not going to the proper place. These people that go to see these actors with the one eye symbolism, and we know who runs the Hollywood, and they killed Chester Bennington, Chris Cornell, uh, what was the other one's name? Something Mac Miller, Anthony Bourdain. There was another one, a DJ from California, I believe. Well, why didn't they let that go out? Why didn't they back that movie up and then give it for free? Because the truth is free. It don't cost $13.75 at a fucking ticket booth, people. Michigan Nerve, you can't have one without the other. Why are we trying to dissolve the one if we need them both? We don't need them both. They need them both. People need to. It says the tree of knowledge of both good and evil. It doesn't say the tree of knowledge of both of just evil or just good. It's both good and evil. So we don't need the people. We need the knowledge of the tree, good and evil. Now that knowledge makes them evil or good, but the spirit, the soul that's in them, and the divine mother spirit did not make them evil. They made themselves evil by their choices. I'm trying to think what else I was going to talk about. I was kind of running a little quick on time here. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover before I open up the panel. The senses can lead you to the evil one. Only Divine Mother gives it to you in our spirit. The senses will lead you to evil. The spirit leads you to where the spirit leads you. It might lead you to evil places, but it don't make you evil. Yeah, Jupiter Zeus. There you go, Jesus. Yeah, right. Okay, I'm gonna put the link out there. See what we get going here. Um, there we go. Now I don't want to talk about what happened this week because I don't give two shits about it. I'm not gonna give it any more of my energy. So that's not where we can talk about the scenario, but I don't want to mention no names because I don't give two shits. A lot of people let me down this week, and I don't even want to think about that bullshit. I just want if you want to talk about the scenario and what happened, that's okay. For the same reason. There you go. Exactly. 100. Right there it is. Right there it is. So I don't have to change this message. We just have to beat the ones if they try to steal it. And I got something for them if that's the way it's going to be. They think they can pull that little fast, false spirit, expel all evil, expose all truths. Wait till you see what I got for that. There it is. There's the link. There to be the link. Mr. Obvious, I appreciate you saying that earlier. Very much I appreciate that. It means a lot to me. It means a lot. Hey, Kimba. Which part were you talking about that was interesting, Kim? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go. I see. Hey, McCoy. So, when you hit the link, McCoy, come on and talk to me. Tell me why you back Paul up. Fuck it, let's do it. I don't care. Unless Christians want to come up and we'll talk about metaphysical. Other than that, I don't. You know what I said about this week? I got enough energy to give. I'll fucking give it where it needs to be given. I don't care. I'm good with it. But I ain't gonna have no drama. I'll drop a motherfucker out if they ain't talking like a man or a woman. I don't do that clown show bullshit. And I don't do that aboriginal, everybody screaming and hollering at each other bullshit. That's no pretty good for me. They don't operate in that. Let's see, the Windsor family owns the patent on the most popular spell book on the face of this earth. Well, I thought the most popular and most powerful grimoire book on the face of the earth was the 6th and 7th books of the Old Testament, which would be the first and I'm not sure where they are in the Talmud because that's where the 6th and 7th books or the Talmud starts is in the 6th and 7th books. They're grimoire. But I'd love to hear what you have to say about it. That'd be an interesting conversation. But if you have any more information, I'll look it over. I'm always up to learn. Always up to learning. Plus, I want to talk about getting this message out there more. And I'm not gonna, unless I know you're my people, or I've just dealt with you recently. I'm gonna start cutting motherfuckers off. And there will be no making up. Your first reaction is your last reaction. So here we go. We got somebody. Here we got the Michigander. My man. Maybe we'll talk about press.
Expel all evil, expose all truths.
Expel all evil, expose all truths. 100.
No, I was just saying you can't have one without the other. I wasn't going into anything other than stating that you can't have one without the other. Because, well, listen, if we didn't have evil, how would we know what good is? If we didn't have good, how would we know what evil is?
Right, but we're getting past that, and we're about ready to go back to having good. And what is evil? What is evil, or what is immoral? That's when the ones who are raping little boys and girls and tell you not to perform witchcraft, but perform witchcraft on you. They're the ones who establish what moral is.
Oh, yeah. I feel you there. Listen, you know what? Now that I'm out here and I see what's happening right now, as a whole, it shocks me to know how much of that I seen and didn't even know what it was.
Right.
Yeah, I wrote it with some hardcore motherfuckers. I mean, I'm serious. My best friend, I didn't even know it until I was 36, 37 years old. I was sitting in a hotel room in Moundsville, West Virginia. And my best friend was my work crew leader. And my other best friend that grew up with us was my right-hand guy. I'd never left state without this dude. And he comes walking into the hotel room and he throws a red book at me. and I look at the cover of the book, and it says historical outlaw book. And I open it up. He opens it to the third page and then hands it back. And right there's my best friend's dad. And I'm like, what the fuck? I grew up with this dude, didn't even know he was a fucking outlaw. 30 years of my life, I never even knew this dude was a fucking outlaw. Now I know why my dad didn't want me down there. No bullshit. Third page of the fucking book. That's the kind of life that I lived and didn't know it because I don't live that evil aspect. I don't live that brainwashed aspect that they teach you in school. You know what I mean?
Isn't it funny how we both grew up in that environment and come out unscathed? Lucky. We're lucky.
No, I didn't come out unscathed.
I did.
I got scars all over me from that shit.
Well, okay, unalive. How about that?
Yeah, I'm alive and I'm okay. But what I'm also another one of the biggest things that I'm proud of the situation is I didn't let them stain my soul with the trap.
Exactly.
Yeah. No matter what or who it was, if it was wrong, I told them. I didn't give a fuck if it was the president. I didn't give a shit if it was the national. It didn't matter who it was, the president of another club or my club. I didn't give a fuck. I just said it. I mean, I said it, but I said it. If I had to say it with respect, I still said it. You know what I mean?
Right. Of course.
But, yeah, and I mean, I'm talking all the way down to where I had dudes telling me to lie to other dudes that you just don't fucking lie to. You know what I mean? And over dumb shit. Yeah, over dumb shit like fuel. And I looked at him and I told him, I said, look, dude, I'm not going to tell him, but if he asks me, I ain't fucking lying to him. Not over no fucking fuel. You know? That's crazy.
Yeah, talk about the setup. That could be the setup, too.
No, it wasn't a setup.
No, I mean, it could be. You never know what people are.
Yeah,
you know how that.
It was the whole crew. It wasn't just me. It was the whole crew.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. If somebody says, don't tell nobody, then they tell them and say, see if he tells you.
Yeah. No, I get all that. Yeah, no, I'm above all that, but no.
I know you are. Just saying, we've had to deal with it.
What the fuck is in my house, dude? I have a fucking possum on the floor of my house, bro.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the cat. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Dude, I thought it was a possum. I thought I had a possum in my house. I was gonna flip out. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Possums ain't all that bad. My buddy down in New Zealand, he was telling us how much the pelts were worth. They're worth quite a bit down there. So.
You know what's funny? There isn't anybody to sell the pelts to around here until you get to the other side of the bridge in the UP. So a lot of the guys have quit doing it here because it's just too difficult to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the thing to do would be to ship them to New Zealand.
Unfortunately, that was part of the brainwashing. They taught everybody to go slaughter out these animals for pelts, and they did it on purpose because it was part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, listen, I do my hunting here, and I'll go buy 6 tags. I'll pay for 6 deer tags, and I'll take my third deer, and I'll be doing my thing in the woods, walking around because I do wood every day or every other day. It's part of my exercise. Yeah, and I'll be out there and just watching the deer and watching the movement on the land per 70 acres. You know what I mean, or the surrounding acreage. I could tell what's going on with the deer. And if I don't see enough movement, I stop hunting. I stop right then.
There you go. That's what's up. I used to hunt all the time. I was the kind of hunter, if there was a jumping out of a tree stand with a knife in your mouth season, I would have been there.
I'm to that point. Listen, I'm to that point.
I was there. I'm just saying that I haven't hunted a deer since 2009, 2010.
Well, I'm getting bored of it. And the thing is, hunting for sport is no bueno.
Yeah, it's right. Okay. Exactly.
It's okay to hunt for survival, but it's no good to hunt for sport. You're supposed to be hunting strictly for survival. Otherwise than that, you're not supposed to bother the animals.
And I don't even want to use a. Excuse me, I'm eating.
You're all right.
I don't even want to use a gun or a shotgun or a rifle. I'd rather use a crossbow or a longbow.
See, my only problem with that is if the deer gets away. I'm getting better with that. I'm getting better with the aspect of that. And also I found that just wait till it's snowing for the crossbow stuff. You know?
Right.
I don't worry about it no more, to be honest. I'm not trying to be overconfident or anything, but it's highly unusual a deer gets away from me.
Yeah. Like I said, let's see, I was 14 when I killed my first deer.
Me too.
My dad made me kill one with a recurve before he would buy me a compound bow. So
I did it with a single shot, um, Springfield break in half shotgun.
well, I killed my first deer with a rifle in Pennsylvania, but I killed my first deer with a bow here in Indiana with a 30. It was a 35-pound recurve with bear. It was a bear. So
To be honest, if you're good with a bow and you place your arrow, right, you're good. It's the same thing as a gun. You're just trying to puncture.
right, right.
Yeah, I use a super small caliber, dude. You'd laugh if you seen what I used.
I don't know. I've seen a 222 take down some pretty good sized deer.
You got it, buddy.
It's shot placement. It's
My whole
shot
life.
placement.
My whole life, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Well, I'm sorry. I take that back. I used a 30-06 for 2 years before the police took
Yeah. Bastard.
it. Yeah, imagine
But
that.
if, but
Taking
if we,
shit from people because you think you got the right to take from people. Just you know what? I was trying to figure out how people could think like that, and it came to me like a ton of bricks. You can't think like people like that because they're fucked up.
Faye, I'm seeing fishing. I love to fish. Actually, but I haven't been fishing for a long time either. I just because of my hip and stuff. Who's V Chris? Is that you, Christos? V Chris? Let's see here.
See, I don't know how bad you are from your accident, and I didn't want to be disrespectful and ask. I could tell when you were on the panel the first time I met you, but I didn't want to ask. And the very next day, you said what happened.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is Christos.
it was a sign to me. Just go with the flow. Keep your mouth shut.
Right, I got you. I feel you. Hey, just watch that trailer jiu-jitsu. You'll see how messed up I am, man.
I seen it. I went as soon as you told me.
I know it's a joke. I was joking around, man.
I actually don't even recollect it. I went and watched it. I get it, but I remember it's about an alien, and if you don't fight the alien, it kills everybody.
Yeah. I got you. And he says you can't kill crazy. I like that part.
I get the thing, and the thing is, that's the same storyline they pump out of quite a few movies.
I'm yeah, it is absolutely. I'm reading the chat here. I'm reading Simba's. You've had.
Who came up?
Yeah, I mean, there's treasures in darkness. It's Christos. That's who it is. Are you delivering? What up, Christos? You all right, buddy?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm actually really good. I'm doing great. I've been in a pretty consistent flow for the past couple days, so it was interesting, dude, because like 2 hours ago when I was driving, it just kind of hit me that I felt like I hadn't really had like a definitive break in my flow of thinking and doing things and just living. And I feel at times I can have trouble getting the ball rolling with certain things. So I've been able to maintain a flow somehow the past couple of days pretty consistently. So I'm just working on keeping that going. And it's kind of surprising because I've been getting less sleep than usual the past few nights. Not too bad, but to be honest, now that I'm saying all this, the other week I did have some really good sex, so I think maybe I'm just walking on the clouds since then to a certain degree.
Yeah, thanks for rubbing that in, Christos.
Hey, listen, you know what? Hey, I feel the same way, and I live a offbeat situation to where I could pretty much do what I want when I want. And I've been putting the boots to the ground the last few days. I mean, hardcore to the ground, and it pays off to just handle business. I was going to talk to Phil about that on this stream. A lot of us are going to have to do. Yeah, we just got to do. We got to. Yeah, we just got to do what we do, man. It'll be all good.
Yeah, and we started talking about that a month and a half ago, and you're like, I don't know, I just like it here. I want to just stay here. I'm like, well, I hope you can, man. I hope that's your job and that's your position to just stay there.
Me?
Yeah, remember I said you got to get out, and you're like, I'm right here. I got everything I need. I don't need to go see nobody. It sounds like you're getting out a lot more. That's
Well,
awesome.
I like doing my road trips. I'm talking travel the continent. I like to go to Florida and to Arizona and Colorado, shit like that. I want to go to Colorado. I want to go to one of the highest points of Colorado and then come back.
Right on. I lived in Pueblo for a year. It's nice out there.
I live 3 blocks down from the stadium in Denver.
Yeah, see, that's way. Colorado Springs is nice. You know.
Man, it got crazy when they had their events and shit. It was crazy.
Yeah, I live south of there in a city called
Noisy.
Pueblo.
Yeah, it was fucking noisy.
Yeah.
Mexicans dropping their cars on the ground and shit, scraping them, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, there's some craziness all around this.
This was
world.
back in the 80s, though, dude.
This world ran.
Yeah, they had just come out with them drifter boards that the guys were going down the highways at like 80, 90 miles an hour, and people were getting pissed off because the skateboarders could speed and the cars couldn't.
Okay, guys, you guys mind yourself. Bex is coming up. Chris, let's drop down.
I got a long list of do's and don'ts. A long list. Everybody listen to me.
Everybody listen to Bex. She knows what's going on. We gotta listen to Bex.
I am the boss.
Hey, you want to see what I found today?
What you got?
It's fucking cool, dude. It's solid brass.
Solid brass? You found it in the woods?
No, I was working today.
No, not the Christ on the cross. Not the evil one.
Brass, dude.
That's him.
It's solid brass.
Hey, good recovery there, Chris. Hey, I don't know if you saved that one, but it's a good afterthought, bro. He's like, I'm not a 2-pump chump, man. Just for the record.
I try not to be. No.
In case there's any ladies listening, that's what's up. Good one, Chris. Way to cover your bases, buddy. Way to cover your bases. I like
That's gnarly, dude. I like that. That's funny.
it.
That's as bad as me chasing cock around the yard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I do that, dude. I'll go on panels and chase that cock around the yard, and people be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see here. Let's take a vote. What do we do here? Do we deal with it, or we just do what we want to do with it and get rid of it? Bex?
What do we? Well, I don't have any wants. I was joking about being the boss. Come on.
I don't know. You're not you're not smelling what I'm stepping in here, Dara.
I like getting to the bottom of things. You know, I like resolution. You know, I like to see resolution among people. I don't. You know,
there needs to be understood that there's really no resolution to it. It's already done. The actions have been made. You know, this is one. It's getting to those. You don't get 3 strikes you're out bullshit. Plus, the pendulum says, "Fuck no, not right. Not even the same peeps. Not my peeps. You feel me?" So there's that. Let me just say it more plain so everybody understands what I'm, instead of talking in code, but I know everybody's probably getting what I'm saying. I mean, really, there's nothing to talk about. The actions they already made their conversation, their speech. But the one of them, I'll deal with. That one is gone. I guess you are. I guess you are. The shit you said yesterday, you showed who you are, girl. You showed who you are. Did I say all that stuff about you? No. I just said what other people showed you what you should have already known. So your heart can't handle liars, and stop fucking lying to yourself and bye. Get going. Okay? Okay, so there's that. Didn't go on? Here's what happened. Have you heard me talk about expel all evil and expose all truths? You might have seen me say it, and then we do it at 8 a.m., 12 a.m., and 4 p.m. I thought I said something to you about it. Exactly. I'm not going to, you didn't walk into nothing, Kismet. You didn't walk into nothing. This is what we got. There. I just blocked that person. So they won't, you didn't walk into nothing, hon. There ain't going to be none of that clown show bullshit here on my live stream. Now, I will talk to McCoy, because I think once McCoy puts it together, I believe that he'll get an opportunity to see things, because, there's that. So, McCoy, hit the link. Let's talk about it. Because I know you're not one of those who want to scream and holler. You'll see what's up. And you'll do it like a man. So, it ain't going to be no hollering shit. It'll be a man, 3 men and a lady speaking and letting people know where their errors of their ways are. So, yeah, I got a lot of new people here, and I hate for this to be the live stream they see, but they'll see how I handle shit, I guess. So that's all right. I can deal with that.
Who's John?
Gigi, Abby Lynn, dualistic personalities. Oh, Paula and you are sensing dualistic personalities? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Paula's opinion. If you want to listen to Paula, Gigi, Abby Lynn, let's just go over there and not worry about me and my dualistic personality, okay? If that's what you're saying, so bye-bye. Bye-bye. Who's John? John is Phil. I don't know who John is.
I'm over here trying to start a food fire laughing. This is
it's nuts, man. So Gigi, everything gone, man.
It's your domain.
I'm not gonna do this.
Yeah, if it's your domain. If I don't like it, I'll leave, or you'll kick me on down the road. I just listen.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna let that other spirit come in and mess with my family here. I'm very protective of my family. I'm not going to give people the opportunity to come in here and disrupt things. I'm not going to have a platform for evil. It says the tree of knowledge is both good and evil. And I'm not going to have the good and evil. I'm just going to have the divine. So,
hey, Phil.
What's up, buddy?
Can you hear me all right now?
I can hear you fine, man. You're good.
Okay. Here. Yeah, I'm about to hop on my computer still.
Okay, bro. You're good.
Back on in a second.
You're good. No worries, buddy. If you drop off.
I wanted to ask you, where did the expose all lies, expel all evil,
where did it come from?
I thought I heard it from you first a while back.
Yeah, see, it come from the spirit. It come from the mother, the divine spirit. Just like my biblical knowledge, that's not mine. You guys, I am smart, but I'm not that smart to get the Bible in 7 years. This is divine. This is no butterfly bullshit. Go see my video. This shit's real, and people know the truth when they hear it. But I didn't know what I was going to actually make it. That's why I made the live stream about doing it, Christos. It come to me right while we were doing the stream. That's the thing. Everything's accidentally on purpose. I don't know what I'm doing till it's done. And then I trip and fall and step in it.
Channeling.
No, it's not channeling. It's just living your life. Our lives are living, walking, talking magic spells. We're
That flow
right
state
now
I was
just
talking
being
about
here.
earlier. I'm
Yeah, we're
saying
just.
being in a channel, not channeling, I guess. Like
Oh,
the
okay.
way
Yeah,
spirit
yes. Being in a
works.
channel. You mean
Yeah,
like
being on
Chuck
a
stuck in a
flow.
rut in his
Yeah, just
truck?
following a thread.
I got you. I got you now. Okay. I thought you said channeling. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yep.
did, but I didn't necessarily mean it in like the conventional sense of what channeling is, as in like channeling spirits. That's not how I was really
Right, right.
referring to it.
That's another
That's
thing
why I said
here.
flow state after.
Yeah. Another thing here. We're trying to use words that are evil and and trying to explain our experience and our wisdom and knowledge to people with their words. It makes it very difficult.
Oral
Makes it
landmine field.
right. It makes a lot of room for screwing up. It doesn't give you much wiggle room. That's for sure. For sure. But yeah, I'm not about the drama. If anybody knows me, you'll learn really quick that I'm not. I don't do the drama. And at this point in the game, if you come at one of mine like they did or she did, not they, she did, I would support you just like I do for myself. So yeah, there you go. That's the only way to sum it up. So,
Salute.
feel free to message me in my channel or contact him. I give consent for you to reach out anytime, but I don't like the energy in here right now. That's why I got rid of it. There she is. There you go. See? Where are? Okay, she stayed. All right, she stayed. She knows. She knows it. She knows what I did was right, and I knew what I did was right. So there you go. No, you're good, girl. No. I'm not gonna do that. Fuck all that. Yeah, I won't. I won't do that. Here's the realist McCoy.
He had said he was waiting on your word to come up. Are you wanting to
I
talk to
did.
him?
He's here. He's right here.
Oh,
Hey,
he is.
realist
Okay, good,
McCoy.
good, good,
Yeah,
good.
he's here. What's up, bub?
Hey, what's going on, Phil and the panel?
Not much,
McCoy,
man. Not
Hey.
much. I got the feeling that once we talked, that you would. I mean, just hearing my conviction and the sincerity of my word takes your fire out. I know that once we discuss this, that you would get a little bit more of an understanding. I know you ain't no dummy. You're good. Plus, it's about your children anyway. That's what you want to do. Is do this do it for the babies. And you got a lot of them. You got a damn basketball team, bro.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a football team, but this pandemic kind of had me and I
Man,
mean
you had.
I wanted offense and defense. Nobody playing both sides, so and special teams. So I wanted I want that,
beautiful.
you know what I mean? But
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it in this world. That's for sure.
yeah, that's the thing, it's so yeah, man. What's up, Phil?
Well, um, we are right now.
What's going on, man? You asked me, I was
Well,
shocked
here's the
by you.
deal. Here's the
Yo,
deal.
wait, hold on. What first you said, why am I backing up Paula? Is that still part of your questioning? Is
Oh
that
well, I already know. I already know why you're backing up Paula because you don't know the true spirit from the false spirit and the true spirit. You haven't discerned it. You don't know its traits. And
oh
if you
wow, you know that about me already, huh?
then you went
So
with the false spirit, okay?
how did I make it
You
this
can't
far?
discern. Hold on. If that's the case, if you know that you do know the false spirit and the true spirit, why would you go with somebody that is a liar and she lies a whole hell of a lot? I don't come up and do the things she does. I don't scream. You don't hear me cuss at people like that. You don't hear me do the things she do. So if that's where you stand on it, then we can be done. But I don't think that's not going to do anybody any good right now. But
Yeah, I was just shocked that you even made that a point, because I mean, we all have our own lives and our own decisions to make, you know?
No, I get that. So I made it a point because I thought we were tighter than that. I guess I would say that's the reason why I made that a point. I didn't think that you would go with somebody that said those things about me. Because
What is she? I'm not. I see. I'm in the dark.
okay, well you don't. Hello, just go back and read the shit that London man yesterday, and she wanted to call me all these things and call me a liar, and said that I hurt her feelings. Well, she never produced anything that said I hurt her feelings. She never produced anything that said I'm a liar, but yet I produced a lot, and she just sitting there. You know the type, dude. You know the type. You see him
Yeah,
everywhere in the streams.
I'm in the dark with all of this that's going on. London, you mentioned London Man's channel. I know his last live got deleted, so if that's your reference point, I can't go back to yesterday's live.
The one last night got deleted. Oh,
Yeah,
I
it got
didn't know that.
deleted. So
Well, how about this? How about this? To not ruin this stream, you and I can talk about this another time. Then,
yeah, I'm in the dark with all of what you're
all
talking
right.
about right now.
Unless Bex, unless you want to go there. If you want to go here, I'll get you to
I
do that.
don't, but I know that, you know, I don't have enough, like,
You don't
Doesn't
have
sound
enough.
like
I
you
just
want to
want
say
You
there
don't
to be
have
anything.
enough.
peace, right? Yeah, I
Okay.
just want there to be
Okay.
peace, you know, like,
Okay. Well,
I made my peace the day before. Then we woke up, we saw I saw your comment. We all got on a stream, you know, and from there, I've
no, here's
seen,
what I'm saying, Bex. I'm
yeah,
saying the way she treated you. What did she do to treat you that shows she's false spirit? Yeah, you and I've been in heated arguments, but I didn't do or say the stuff she did, and then keep going and going, and then she wouldn't let me apologize to her. Those are the traits. These traits are so minuscule and so you unless you're
Like
has a
Trey?
trained guy, you do not see them. You just think it's a person that's got issues at home because her husband beats her. Well, I fucking guarantee
but
you.
let's say I did outline traits about Paula right now that I had a list of for some reason that, you know, I was willing to say, oh, here are some traits that I feel are self-serving,
There you go. That's it.
or
That's
something.
it.
Let's just say let's just say that I had that list, right?
Okay.
For me, like in interrelationships, in the kind of interrelationships we're having here online, you know, like I'm not classifying people as against, like, I think I do feel like, am I questioning a word, although and then her questioning my word, right? So I questioned need and must, and she questioned reverence, you know, and from there we had sort of a blowout. And so I can't help but feel like there's part of, you know, definitely part of me saying this need must, you know, her need must, me reverence, you know, has us in this situation where some kind of miscommunication blew out. Now, interpersonally, like, I'm beating around the bush here because there's nothing I would want to say here that I wouldn't say to Paula, and I've displayed to Paula exactly and how I want us, you know, like how I want to start that foundation, you know, like how, like, you know, I mean it. So what I'm trying to say is, like, I would prefer, like, I would definitely, and part of the reason why I wouldn't want to, you know, point out those things here or directly to Paula, if I had them, it would be because I come from a family full of that, of that amplified.
Okay. Okay.
And no, but I'm not trying to cope out on trauma. I'm saying that I couldn't present my best self for discussion,
Okay.
and I feel that part of what has me sitting, if I had those things, part of what would have me concerned about Paula's response would be her own trauma, right? Because
Okay.
we're basically, you know, two children, right, as grown-ups who are like, hey, I don't like it when you do this, you know, and for
Okay.
whatever
So what
communicative
you're saying is
reason.
you wish to
Yeah,
yield right
so for
now.
whatever, so I'm just saying, for whatever communicative reasons, we could end up like me being like, oh, you're like this, and she'd be like, well, you're like this, you know, instead of us really understanding, which is why, like, when Christos came onto the stream that day and tried to tell Paula, hey, you weren't very humble. And, and I had told her I wasn't willing to address the second part of the conversation because I try not to continue dialogues like when you've already had conflict. And
hey,
just let me finish this one thing. When you've already had conflict with someone and suddenly they're like, oh, but I want to talk about this other conflict. It was bothering me. And it's like, oh, but maybe that's why we blew out, right? Because you already had this other conflict. So we just resolved this conflict. Let's resolve it at a different point if we need to, So I just want to say that, so I don't classify people that way, but I do feel like there were certain instances shown to me lately. Let me just finish, I promise. There's little things shown to me lately that I wouldn't put myself in a super interpersonal dialogue. We don't communicate well together that way, and I don't feel like she's willing to dig deep when problems happen, to actually look at where the conflict was part of her as well, So I hope I said that with the utmost respect, I hope that came out right.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I had a question for you, Phil. Phil, I had a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Not No wrote a comment saying, are you upset? That comment right there that says, are you upset they weren't at your live yesterday? That comment, if you can read that question.
No, I'm not upset. I'm not upset about nothing. I'm just trying to keep evil away from my family. That's all I'm trying to do, and trying to fulfill our mission here, which is what we came here to do. It has nothing else to do with it. Ain't about emotions. It's not. I'm not upset. I'm good. I'm fine. So I'll share the trade so we can be done, McCoy, and I will talk to you later, 1-on-1, and not here at this, and because I don't want to make this about this, but I'm going to share the traits and the reason why there's an evil spirit that was next to me, brought in by some friends of mine. I'm going to give it. So here they are. They overpraise you. They say they want to do things with you on their YouTube channel or do this or do that. They never do. When you're on a live stream with somebody else that you just happen to say you're going over there, and then they show up, and then they try to get telephone numbers from everybody and make contact with everybody and push their way in. Okay, there's 30. I got more. I got many more. Passive aggressive, and they always come up, and as soon as they come up, they want sympathy. I got a headache. Oh, my headache. You got a headache, woman. What the fuck are you doing here? Bringing your low energy headache bullshit to this. I've seen the signs a long time ago. I just let it go, and then as soon as she had an opportunity, she pounced like a mountain lion.
Phil,
yeah,
I'm with you, bro. You can continue if you want, but
go ahead, Christo. Give us some knowledge, bro. Get it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna put her on blast, but I'm gonna just keep it real. Because kind of like you said, I feel like I've looked past these things for so long, and just you have to give people a chance ultimately, especially within the metaverse. Sometimes it can take a few interactions before you get to an understanding, and you don't want to jump to conclusions from a few interactions. So what I got from what you were saying there is like these things that you've said, that kind of like these conclusions, things that you've noticed, patterns. You're only saying this right now because you've given it the due diligence of seeing if that's actually something that is going on, whether these different traits or dynamics and social interactions. It sounds like you've given this time before you just say, because it'd be kind of
this isn't a spur of the moment, a passionate thing. This is an passionate thing. Yeah,
you've noticed this stuff over time, and I'm gonna be honest. Paula, if you're out there still listening, like I've noticed you do things that are toxic. I've noticed things that are just undeniably toxic, from writing in comments like on We Are Awake TV's comment thread, I believe it was, when there's a bunch of drama going on between Paula Enslaved and like Ian's channel and Zetetic Warrior, and there was all this like feuding going on between different communities and people. months and months ago. She had written in a post somewhere, it might be out there in the comment thread still. There's probably a screenshot by someone. I think I took a screenshot just because it was so outrageous. But she was telling on one of Ian's last streams around that time, she was commenting that the stress of all the fighting is hurting her so much. She's afraid that it's going to give her a heart attack. And she was basically saying, if I forgot how she phrased it, but if I don't make it, I love you guys, blah, blah, something like that, where it's like, that's so disingenuous and wrong to throw this burden on people that
Drama.
we're in the wrong, and we are doing something wrong by just having these authentic, dynamic YouTube interactions. If you're gonna, that's like holding something over people's heads and saying, because y'all did this, I might have a heart attack.
Right, exactly.
When you can, it's just like people saying that they're being caused harm through the internet by people typing words.
Well, she came over to Chuck's and said she did have a heart attack.
You have to step away. Like, if you have to understand your triggers, if it's gonna stress you out real bad, don't comment to the people, I might have a heart attack because y'all are stressing me out so much. And like, that's like, she typed it in a way where it seemed pretty fucking obvious that in some passive slight, she was guilting a bunch of the fucking community as if us and our problems or whatever and feuding is going to cause her harm. And there was this victimhood thing going on there, and it was just gross. Other people that saw it, it was even reviewed, I think, on Paul and Slave channel because it became something that people were talking about. This lady said she was gonna, and not to be mixed up because there was another lady out here, similar situation. But the point is, and I don't want to get drawn away on that one single thing. I see what you're saying with some of these traits, Phil, and I had to comment Paula's one of the latest videos because I saw she was making these shorts. And she's fucking sneak dissing you, insanely obvious, and she even uses your name. And it's like, I don't know if there's a community interlaced with these communities on YouTube, also on TikTok, but I can just tell that she's giving this a lot of energy and feeding fuel to the fire, and it's not good. It's like the people that I see that in some weird, twisted, subconscious way, they almost enjoy the drama and the race.
What she's gonna do? What she's gonna do with that here?
Disingenuous behavior recently, and it just kind of made me think, like.
Okay, Bex, before you get started, I want to finish my traits. Okay, I want to finish my traits, and then you can have it.
My bad, bro.
You're all right. You're all right. I got two long-winded ones up here. I gotta take control of this shit. You guys are great, and you definitely make sure people can see what you're saying. Like, I can visualize what you're saying. I get it so quick, and it's like, you guys are good though. I love you both. Much love for both of you. But okay, here's the other traits. They want to, as I was saying, they want to inject themselves right next to you, literally to the point where they follow you around, and any link that drops down, they're right there. Boom. Hey, what's up? I even told her that when Sandy and I went to London McLovin's, I did not want her there. She didn't need to be there. That's why I have Sandy for. That's why we're there. She's, I've known Sandy for many, many years. Many years. She probably knows me in the social media. Her and Dean probably know me the best. Those two people. But they definitely lie. They definitely accuse you. They definitely call it gaslighting. I mean, I don't like this narcissist gaslighting bullshit, but that's what it is. It is what it is. They definitely they project is what I call it. They project onto you. What they're doing to you. They think you're doing them. No, they think it because it's not happening. There's other traits. Let's see. I can think of a few more, but
I have like a few. Could I just say
go ahead?
Acting in bad faith. That's all I wanted to say. What you're describing gives me the vibes of what people will call acting in bad faith.
Well,
acting.
Yeah.
Acting. They're acting.
And that's where.
Go ahead, babes.
Well, yeah, I really appreciate you taking the reins there for a moment, Christos, because I know that when you came in the other day, I mean, I went back, I haven't gone back and listened to a lot, but when I do, I'm really good at scrutinizing, like what, reassessing myself, not just looking for confirmation bias. And I got to be honest and tell you, I am more proud of myself in how I faced that situation that day, just in what I know was going on in myself. I'm just saying that to
You
everybody
handled
to
it with
understand that
grace.
I used to fly off the handle. And if anything, unless I was faced with someone who I already felt like I was tolerating some toxic traits from in order to keep the peace, because I still would, I would still sit totally and tolerate those things to hang out with my friends if my friends all wanted to hang out together. So that may seem counterproductive, but that's just where I stand, you know. But I had noticed throughout that stream that there was a couple. I'd been dragged for a few days, actually, poked and prodded a tiny bit, and I had overlooked it quite a bit. And I was fed up, to be honest. I had seen a lot of contradictory behavior. I'd seen an entire Monday spent talking about what happened on Max's stream on a Saturday, and none of us even went to check it out. And when I did finally go check it out the other day, I couldn't believe what didn't happen. Okay, so I'm just saying, and what Max allowed to do and what Max decided to do, and at any point Max could have redirected to their original plan. But I actually, sat there and saw, I saw one of these characters out there, one of these Illumitomies, one of these, anyways, I'm just saying, I sat there and I witnessed and made for myself my own opinion about somebody that already, again, it's like these people get these labels on them out there. Anyways, I'm going to be clear here, okay? Because I went and tried to see what was being presented to me, and all I saw was toxic behavior over on Max's, even by the people very claiming that somebody else, they didn't even take the time to listen to someone because his reputation preceded them. I'm new to these streets, okay? But, I sat through Illumitomy long enough to actually see what value Illumitomy brought. He took me over to places where I sit sometimes at night and watch some of the most intimate interactions between men that they don't even know you're there for, and they don't fucking care. And I'm not talking gross stuff. Okay, I'm just talking men talking about themselves, right? Openly and intimately. And sure, you can have to look through some of the anger, some of the pain, some of the whatever. And some of them are drunk enough to not even remember. That's why the lives aren't left up the next day. Okay, But my point is I've learned so much about people, and I just give people a way bigger chance. And it's one of the things one of the patients that had me sit through this scenario, for so long with someone where even the day where it's actually being directed at me, I had to wait for a 25-year-old gentleman to come in and call a woman on her shit. Okay? Like, and I'm grateful for that. I'm not saying, oh, woe is me, poor program. I'm just saying I look forward to the day where I can turn and say exactly what Christo said to Paula when he came in the room.
The discernment when to step in and when to grab the reins. Respect.
Well, yeah, which
like
would be exactly. Thank you. Because I know that's part of what had me come in and play with Cynthia this morning. Okay, I'm going to play. And I should have come in and just said, oh, hey, Cynthia, you got a son, right? What would happen if I said your son fucking did that on a stream? Would you come at me? But I don't know Cage, okay? He doesn't need me, okay? That's not what I'm doing here. I was just like suddenly in this situation, like, do you even listen to this guy? He's fucking smart. Okay, you guys even listen to him? He proves his point every time he talks to you, right? Like, it's so bizarre. And he's calm. Like, he's cynical. That's it. Anyways, my point is like, people got to give people a bigger chance. And maybe sometimes we need to give each other less chance, or we need to find people that if we were going to say, hey, this characteristic about you is really toxic to me, can you go and look at that? Because, just that you were that hurt, Phil, just that you were that hurt, Phil, that you would make that kind of post would have me going to those places to look at what I said that upset my friends so much that I would be nitpicking it. Even if I knew you were wrong, I'd be coming in like pleading, like, what the hell? Like, what happened? How did this communication break down? Part of the communication breakdown has been not calling people on their toxic traits, because it might fall on deaf ears and cause a fight anyway, so.
Exactly. That's why I've just let it ride out. Trolls troll them fucking selves, man. It's that simple. Just give them enough rain. Yeah, I give them
Well,
everybody enough rope to they do two things. They pull themselves up and they're with us, or they wrap it around their necks and kick the stool out from under their feet. It's exactly what happens. It
yeah,
never is any different. It's one or the
yeah,
other. So
yeah.
there's times where I won't let it ride out. I'll handle it real quick. But there's other times where I see people like them and they want, because I don't want to be the asshole that kicks a person out. So you just let it ride out. It might be 3 days, it might be 3 months, it might be 3 years. I don't know. But when you know that they're doing that, you can start pointing out little traits. It would never be 3 years.
Well,
I would have them exposed by then. But I'm just saying, you don't know how long it's going to be. So I'm the tactician. I do it I'm very meticulous. Before I wrote that, I had all her screenshots. I had her voice stuff copied. She's dumb because she didn't erase none of that. She sees she don't think, and that's not another trait of that spirit. They're fucking dumb.
well,
They're
and
really dumb. Go
I'll
ahead.
just say one. Okay, I'll just say one more example because I know it comes back to this same name, but it's just an example of a grown woman running with the Orange Man Bad training that we've all had, right? Like, and I was over on a stream the other night. There was only 5 of us on a live stream, and in the comments it said, "Oh, hey, there's only." There's 5 people watching, but only 4 people commenting. Who's the lurker? Is that Cage? Like, I just don't even it's back to that it's that unnecessary statement amongst friends. Like, why would you even put that at 1 o'clock in the morning when nobody's watching? You're talking to the only other people in the room, and the one person watching is probably Phil. But to just run with that, like, it just to me was like I'd done too much. Anyways, my point is that I had my preconceived notions. I've already read people. Please don't think I'm just being polite, and I might not. I might have. Anyways, I still would be willing to sit with Paula at any time. I just don't know that she's the kind of person that would look past these words or look into them enough to want to sit with me. I don't know.
Well, yeah, you'll just be wasting. It'd be like spinning wheels. There is no saving that. Period. There's no saving that. Hey, you hold on. Let me say this about her. You guys really think that now you all know her, so in that personality type, you think she's one to be abused and not call the cops? Or I've heard her holler at her man. I've heard her talk down to him. I mean, how many women have you seen wear pants in the family, so to speak? Boy, they all talk and walk and speak and do actions just like that one, Paula. I yield with that, but go ahead, Christos.
Yeah, so I see things that I saw with Ian at We Are Awake TV, who I started hopping on streams when I found him. I found him through Big Dog Philly OG. I found Big Dog through Bro Sanchez. And so it was this trickle down effect of finding smaller and smaller communities. And then, I found OTW, London Man, Max Vision, Freedom Grover, you, Phil. And then it just took off from there, scattering and building this network of people that I've come to meet and interact with here on these panels and communities. And so they called it, quote unquote, camp cupcake or cupcaking. And that's just kind of like goofing around slang. But there was an energy that Ian was riding with that I started to see over time. And, like we were saying earlier, I wanted to give him the chance because he seemed chill. He was super welcoming, and there were super cool topics that were being spoken about there. And I met other cool people like OTW, AK Crawling, Pineal Power, just to name a few, Synthetic Warrior. So I started finding these people through Ian's channel and hopping on these streams. But over the time, little by little, I just started noticing things that you could call red flags. And honestly, in retrospect, further confirmation of these red flags, or actually, I don't want to sideline too much with that. The point is, there's an energy that I saw with Ian, a certain toxicity with passive aggressive energy, and someone could call somewhat you could call gaslighting as well, but just a lot of shit did not add up. She would say one thing and then the next day on another stream be switching it up. Just it's very subtle at times, but there's a disingenuous, deceptive element that I've noticed with her interactions with people. And also, I just in my opinion, there's certain people that I feel too quickly. I don't know if you were saying this earlier, Phil, but too quickly they want to be your friend and like get your number and like contact you outside of these streams and like say, oh, I love you, girlfriend, or and like some people are just warm and cool like that. But then there's others where you can see when someone is so quick to be like connected and loving. It's almost like, okay, you can feel when it's coming from a place that's not completely authentic and there's some type of dysfunction for why this person is acting this way. And it's an energetic thing, it's an intuitive thing, but also just throughout time, over time, interacting with certain people on these streams. And I'm sorry, Paula, but I've just gotten the vibe over time that you gaslight people. I've seen it actually happen, and I've seen you flip flop on things that you're saying, and it's energy I gotta stay away from. And I'll leave it at that for now. I don't want to go like I don't want to ramble on and like get too worried about like details and like because like I said earlier, I'm not really trying to bash her, but I might as well just put it all out on the table right now. There's a reason I never ended up going on her channel and doing some stream. There's a reason I never really actually wanted to back her on this butterfly effect. I was willing to listen about it, but when she started saying that it was the way, and she was like, guys, I think I figured it out. Like, this is how we get out of here. As if there's no one else in the world there's no Buddhist monk. There's no, so
Exactly right. You're
I'm
exactly
not
right.
trying to like, yeah. So it's just stuff I've observed and I've really tried to reserve judgment and just have a certain good faith in others. But there just reaches points where it kind of boils over and you're like, okay, because when I saw how she talked to Bex, and this is not me trying to white knight for her, obviously, I think Plenty saw what was going on there. It seemed that there was some type of projection and blowing up from Paula on Bex from things that are either outside of these streams, but she also even mentioned like other people. She straight up said it on Charles Waz's stream, how all people have been lying and deceptive. I don't know. Maybe she was talking about you, Phil, or whatever. But she was saying it's like it built up, and she's so sick of people, the deceivers, and like Bex was getting like thrown in here just because of a word that she used and maybe like a tone that she was taking. But like I just never saw Bex getting combative, and I saw fucking Paula, you were spiraling, and that's why I ended up saying you had no fucking humility. And you were on this strange gaslighting ego trip, and Bex was not trying to come at you at all. And I saw Bex trying to disengage and defuse, de-escalate is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, right.
And it's just
right.
I saw this. There was a spirit that rose in her. She was yelling. She was yelling about how she's come here to stop the deceivers. I forgot how she exactly put it.
Hey, didn't she say? Hey, didn't she sound like she was casting out demons? You're
yes,
right.
I told her it sounded like she was trying to exercise a demon, and like that was just like that's just wrong. Like it wasn't right. It was like almost like a Bible bumper acting self-righteous, but just on a spiritual level, even without religion. We can't do that to each other as if there's demons that we're exercising out other people on streams. Like it just was so uncalled for, and I've just noticed things over time, and it's not like something I focused on, but when you interact with people over time, just naturally you start to gain a certain understanding, and just like Phil said, due diligence. We didn't just come to this overnight. You have to read people over time. You have to have interactions with them. And I've seen what I've seen, and what's understood does not have to be explained, because I know it's more than just I and others. There's multiple that have the eyes to see the dysfunction and toxicity in these interactions. I don't hate Paula. I wish you the best. But I think, Paula, that's why I commented on your video earlier, step away from the YouTube shit. Like, I be hopping on here all the time now. I know I'm guilty of it, the YouTube fetamines or whatever they joke about. But motherfuckers be staying up all night and hopping from stream to stream. And it's like, what? Like, like, and this shit's fun, but like, yo, sometimes just take a break, disengage. If you're getting that stressed out from interacting with other people, if you feel that people are bullshitting or not being real, then, you know, be the bigger person and step away. Don't feed into it by like making videos sneak dissing and then coming on a stream and saying, I love you all, and being very like adamant about saying it and that everyone heard it. So yeah, I yield.
There you go. That's good. Hey, loving it. Who is this? Is it Kim?
Yeah, you know it's me.
Am I waiting to see porn come on or what? Because you're show yourself. Show yourself, loving light now before I let you on.
I was just doing this back in like a come in peace. Yeah.
What's up, girl?
Said, yeah.
How you doing?
Good.
I didn't get to finish all your messages because I had to go live, so I figured I'd see you
okay.
over here.
Yeah, that's okay. You know me, I'll talk forever. Yeah.
I wanted to say one more. Can I just say one thing, Kimba?
No, I'm not ready anyways. I'm still thinking.
Okay, perfect. Because I know you said some fire stuff the other day, talking about panelists and you know what it's like to be up here. And
sorry, Beth. Okay. I'll be back. I'm listening.
Okay, cool. You know what it's like to be up here and that kind of stuff. And I think that people should be mindful too that all of us have learned to multitask so well on these devices, right? That, you know, we can do multiple things at once here. And as much as we're like, you know, you can be on a panel somewhere, you can sense things from someone, you can go into other chats, you can see what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I just think that people don't realize that, it's like McCoy said the other day, you know, we're all kind of tuned into each other on a screen, especially when we're not showing our faces, to try and tune into different tones of voices, different sounds, different things to glean from each other, like, you know, to just get that depth of communication that lacks when you're sitting across the room from each other, or maybe even the added depth of communication a microphone adds, you know, but ultimately, I'm just saying, like, you know, you can do a lot and learn a lot about the people that you sit with and the people that join you. And, you know, 99 times out of 100, you're constantly just running around seeing how great each other is. And then sometimes you're trying to see the best in people. And, you know, there are instances, you know, that, yeah, I guess can become personal where, you know, I feel a little bit, I feel a little bit hypocritical being here saying these things because I honestly, I don't have the ability. I saw it in that one interaction. I don't have the ability to have it out. I'm not healed enough from my own.
Well, there you go. You are there. You are allowed to. You should be here because you just admitted that you don't have that ability yet. So that makes you more of a potential. Yeah. So there's a difference. There's a difference. Wait, right there.
Phil, let her keep going. I need to hear this.
I will. Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
No, I think I was almost done, but that's all I was saying and as he's saying that, I'm really feeling like, you know, because we want to be able to say things to people that you would, you know, the idea is you don't talk about behind people's backs to say something you wouldn't say to their face. Ideally, you say it to their face before you say it behind their back. However, sometimes we need to work out our feelings with people, you know what I mean, that may look like you're talking about people behind their back, but you're actually sorting things out, you know? And I was transplanted into a different, anyways, I have a stepmother who's been signing checks in my name my whole life. Like it took me till I was 48 years old to realize how this woman had wedged herself into my life and how she played me, and the kinds of, that's just a statement to say how much she's willing to lie about my character. You know what I mean? Like, and throw me under the bus. And so for me, I'm really, until I was a few years ago, I was just really susceptible to strong-minded people who say the right things, who always know how to say the right things. And I had a whole bunch of girlfriends around me that had me around because I was like, I'm such an eager person. I needed so much accolades as a child. That's all I need now from a boss, a friend, like I just knew that I was. So anyways, a few years ago, I got rid of all those girlfriends. I did, right? I was like, well, I've done a bad job here, and I'm trying what I've been trying to do for the last few months, because I'm in a situation making friends with someone who I felt was showing me more and more. The closer we got, the more and more, and even to the point of trolling me a little bit to my face, in terms of like, oh, I'll just go first because, Bex can be long-winded. That's fine. You just don't need to say that part to say you want to go first. Like, it's just not, you can, anyways, it's fine. It's my point. Anyways, I'm probably saying too much. My point is that I'm just learning to communicate this way. I mean no disrespect to Paula. I would prefer, even if Phil hadn't, if she was unhidden, I would prefer, so that, but I also know that this kind of interaction for that kind of spirit actually helps that kind of spirit come full front for herself. Right. So if she's not capable of commenting and it's driving her mad, it's actually a really healthy place to sit in for a minute. And wonder what makes you feel like you have to be so, I don't know, in control of everything all the time. Defending before you've taken the time to suss out someone else's position, assuming you're right before you've even had a chance to ask the person why you might be wrong. And I know that can come from a place of being blamed for everything and being the person who most often says that you were wrong, right? So, anyways, I've probably talked myself in multiple circles here, and I'm sorry, and welcome, Kimba.
No, that was good, girl. No, that was everything you said. That's why I told Phil, let you finish. I wanted to hear that. I need, oops, and there goes all my shit. Hold on. Oops.
Bro, that was hella funny sounding.
You hear that? Yeah. Just as that happened, everything just went boom, fell. That's weird. Okay, hold on.
Mr. Obvious, good to see you. That's what GTSY means. Good to see you.
That guy just made all my shit fall over with your speech.
I did? Yeah, oh, see, I told you. I'm the boss. I can knock shit over with my mind.
I'm like over here like, damn, okay. Can I get my thoughts in? No, I like that you said that all, because the thing is, I'm going through a lot of the same, what you're saying. I'm over here trying, and I realize I'm trying to heal 30 years of trauma. 30. Mm-hmm. That's a long time. And I realize, like, for me, if I even hear a loud noise or anything go on around, even my dog bark, like right there, makes me go, oh, okay. So, yeah, okay, honey, please calm down. My son's sitting behind me, and he's sensitive too.
No, Matt's standing in the doorway. I'm just smiling.
Okay, anyway, I'm on a stream. Thank you. Hold on, let me shut my door. Okay, go to your friend. Thank you.
Yeah, and I feel what was being said about you're not saying anything here that you wouldn't be willing to say face to face on stream. It's like things need to be hashed out, and sometimes that can be uncomfortable or awkward for multiple parties, or kind of people that are participating in the sense of like people experiencing this experience with us in the chat and audience or whatnot. So yeah, it's deep. But I think there's an authenticity to be willing to go through this process, regardless of maybe it can.
I appreciate that.
Be uneasy. Yeah.
Because I know that there were other situations with another party involved, that I probably shouldn't even lay it on there. But I'm just saying I'm more scared of my dad than I am my stepmom.
Um,
And it shows, because I'll just say that it's not, there's been traits there's been a bit of a partnership going on, and a few traits that had, I've been communicated with by like a bit of an asshole by a few different people. And
well, here's the thing about her growing from this. Number one, I'm not I'm not growing with her. My growing and being around her is over. If she wants to listen, that's fine. If she wants to pick up what we're saying, that's great. I wish her well. I hope she changes, but I'm not going to bring toxicity around my friends and toxicity around me to show somebody that they might grow. No. Yeah, so that's where I'm at. I yield. Sorry for cutting you off there,
no, it's
Kim.
perfect.
Okay, is it my turn?
It's your turn, dear. It's your turn.
I got all the dogs, people out of my room. I made them all leave. I said, I'm busy. We all leave. Okay. Nice. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, what is that? Is that a pipe? What is that? Is that a pipe? What is that?
It's a sword. It's a sword and sheath. A sheath and a sword.
It's a dragon.
Oh.
Sheath and hilt.
Hold it sideways, Christos. You have it more. Okay, there we go. So I can see the whole. Oh, okay. Damn, that's nice.
Hold on.
Oh, you had to
wait. I have to turn off this background thing for y'all to see it.
Say, you had to move
it was getting in the way.
Yeah, you
I have to move the giraffe too, right?
Okay.
Here we go. It's my longer one.
Samurai.
The black one, of course, is longer.
Nice.
Oh yeah, it's gotten a little dirty. I've used it a couple times, but fuck yeah, all I need to do now is have a fedora, right? Fedora and trench coat, like some of these fucking neckbeards that exist on the internet. But the thing is, they like live on the internet, and like they will unironically have a sword and be like, "I'm cool," but
exactly.
not even at a fucking Comic-Con. It's one thing if you're at the Comic-Con convention or the Renaissance Fair, but you're one of these motherfuckers. I can pull up pictures of me using these swords as props and photo shoots with nice fucking expensive Canon cameras, and I'll look fucking good. And maybe I'll actually go upload some photos from a while back of me doing that. So it's like these things can be fucking badass props and just like aesthetic pieces for dressing up in a certain way and doing a photo shoot, whether you're like an artist for like music or just an artist for whatever, just art itself. So yeah, I had to throw that in there and have some fun with the whole neckbeard thing. For anyone that knows, I think you guys know what I'm talking about, right? The neckbeard that plays World of Warcraft most of the day, and my lady.
I think Dungeons and Dragons went out long ago, didn't it?
and Mr. Obvious just said word, sword, like word. That's how I read it, like word. Yeah.
Hey,
sword.
Christos, unless you make that sword yourself, you can't do no damage with it, man, because you're not one with it. I've made 2 swords from scratch.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's what you need. That's what you need to aspire to do. Yeah, that's what you should. If you ever run across a, do you live in an apartment building or do you have a house?
House.
Anywhere you can put like a little bellows is what I was getting at. Like start making knives, things of that nature. I think you would enjoy that. I mean,
my ex-girlfriend's dad has a whetstone and has even offered to sharpen different.
No, I'm talking about like a furnace where you can stick hot steel in and beat it in an anvil and beat it out like a.
I'll go find a blacksmith, sure.
Yeah, well, that's what
I'm willing to find a blacksmith. That'd be cool. I was 90 as a kid.
If you find a old water heater, like an old industrial water heater, they make perfect kilns.
Beautiful, Kimba.
Yeah.
One
A
side's a hammer and the other side's an axe.
Right? Yes. Pipe, peace pipe.
Yeah.
Oh, you upset? This is a joke, okay? This is a joke. People don't get triggered, okay? Look. Peace pipe. Oh, you messed up? You brought out the other side of Kim. I was kidding. But yes, pipe.
Whoa, Christos, that one's beautiful too.
Did you ever look at the value of that, Christos?
It's not that expensive,
Oh,
but it's still cool.
It sure photographs well.
yes, it does.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
Like show and tell. Yeah. Okay, you know what my little take on the booby tubby street slant is? My little take is that, well, we're all realizing we're stars. Yes, we all are stars. We're all stars. And a lot of us are like, we know ourselves. We found ourselves and we want to be stars. Then there's some people that are like, well, we want to be the star, but we're not ready to be the star. We're probably going to be maybe the, co-star. Then there's some people who are like, oh, we're going to be extras. Oh, we got stuck with the extra role. Then there are people over there like crying, like, yeah, I didn't even get an extra role. I get an extra. I'm not a star. I'm not a co-host. I'm not even a producer. That's how I see it. The levels of people on StreamYard. That's my experience, Because let's face it, when you come up here on a panel and talk, in my eyes, from what I see, you better be good with yourself because you're going to have the incoming traffic through chat, and we've seen how chats go. Then you have the people on the panel, and you don't know them most of the time, not for a while. And you can even be on the panel with people for 2 and 3 years and come to find out you still don't know them. So that's how I see it, like a big old playground for the adults. Yeah. Since we all realize, like now we have that, we've been lied to all this time. And hey, I like to say, I got the power. And now I realize we got the power. And let's kiss those muscles because we do have the power. Okay. Now a lot of us realize that. A lot of us have stepped into it. And a lot of us are still like, we want the power, but we're still not right with ourselves. That's where the healing comes in, Bex, like you said. If we can heal, the more you heal, the more your powers raise on you and you become power. And when I say powers, people, a lot of people are like, are we going to fly? Are we going to be invincible? It's your intuition, okay? You can sense people's energy. You can see their aura. You can see other things people do not see. You can smell them out down the road like I can. So when they come your way, you're like, oh, let me grab out my water. Well, pew! There you go. And it's gone, okay? Just like that. And that's how I see the booby tubby StreamYard streets. Isn't that funny? And it's funny.
Hey, I think that was a good take, Kimba.
I knew you would, Christos. I like your exposés too. Yes.
Yo, hey, Kimba, I don't mean anything when I say this. I only mean good things. You're looking extra skinny right now. I'm not sure. When you lifted your arms up, I'm like, oh, wow. Like, I don't know. You look like you've been like working out or like dieting or something.
Oh,
you look healthy. I don't know.
Oh, thank you.
That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've actually been working out more in my yard, even though I have chronic nerve pain. I'm somehow dealing with it. But yeah, I've lost a lot of weight, through my body rejecting it, getting off of a lot of stuff. A lot of people I know will be like, you look sick. And I'm like, honestly, now that I think about it, no, a female should look like this. You should see this. You should see the, like this. I was just wearing a big old layer of fat around me the whole time. But I'm not perfect. I still drink. Yeah. I will drink and eat crap stuff, but it's progress, not perfection, There's
no objective standard of what is the, quote unquote to be thing, So it's like, of course not.
Yeah, of course.
But we know intuitively within our being if how our lifestyle is serving us or not, and we can act accordingly day by day, moment by moment, at all times. Just like I was saying earlier with the flow state and momentum. So it's like you're either going backwards or forwards, or and the way time moves, it seems like it's not that way, but in a way it is. So that's why momentum and getting the ball rolling is important, so you can snowball and build. The snowball gets bigger and bigger as it goes down the hill, because boom, you're fucking getting 8 hours of sleep, you're taking cold showers, you're intermittent fasting. You're not, if you're not releasing your vital fluids as a man or female too often. And, if you do have a partner practicing tantra and building that sexual energy to awaken the kundalini, like all these different things.
Always bring in
kids. Always bring in kids that create who we are as an avatar and being, our brain chemistry. There's so many different directions. I believe cannabis is a very defining thing in connecting oneself to the higher aspects. Is just what I'll call them.
I believe,
and that's no pun intended.
I believe cannabis unlocks your consciousness. That's what I believe. It unlocks your consciousness. Period.
Tree of life.
Yeah.
Flower of life, tree of life.
Experience it already. Your imagination heightens, your intentions. I mean, not your intentions, your capabilities heighten. A lot of stuff heightens.
Yeah. Hey, guys, all three of you all know. Well, I don't know about you. No, I don't think you do anymore, Christos, but I know these two do. You guys smoke, get it from a dispensary. I think that might need to be rethought, because we don't know what they're putting on there. I hate to see you ladies get something that you're not supposed to be getting. Because why all of a sudden during these latter years, why are they all of a sudden everybody's selling weed, able to sell weed now, these states. They don't do anything unless it's by design, period. So with that said, I wanted to stay on topic about with the mental health, the unconditional love. It doesn't mean unconditional tolerance. Doesn't mean unconditional tolerance. And the reason I'm saying that, because as Christos pointed out about Kim, she's looking healthier. Her fitness is, well, maybe it's because her mental health is better and she's in a better place in her mind, so her body's able to perform the way it's supposed to. I know they're all tied together. So that's what I wanted to make, and recognizing the evil and how to distance ourselves from the toxicity, because that's what I see being the number one problem in these YouTube streets and in this world, this realm. That's what I'm seeing. That, and this whole thing that just happened, this is a perfect time to bring it all up, because it's all fresh in my mind, Bex's mind, and because we all witnessed it. Three of us were a part of it.
Teaching moment.
Yes, please go ahead. That's what I wanted to do. So just letting you guys know, we're not at Charles, but where we talk loose like that. I just wanted to make this like a 2 or 3 hour video, but I want you guys here to talk about it, because I know we all have a stake in it. So I yield there.
Yes. And I'll say this real quick. We know our body is our temple, right? We know what you put in your body, what you are. Remember there's that saying, what you eat, what you are, you eat, or something like that. What you eat, you are, okay? I turned it around to what you eat and who you hang out with is who you are. Okay, I changed that statement around. Right?
It's important though. Consumption is exactly, Kim, because consumption is not just food. We consume through our eyes, through our ears, through our hearts, like who we sit with. We're consuming their energy, like like that idea of consumption used to be called an illness, actually, but consummation, it's way more than food. That idea of like you are what you eat, which was Dojo did a thing the other night on looking at the cerebrospinal fluid, the pineal fluid, you know, that goes into the, and its reservoirs are the shape of the eye of Horus, eye of Ra. And he was showing how it goes down our you know, it goes down into into these little sponges around our spine. And yet we've never been taught anything. There's no system. It's not called a system. In fact, we were told our cerebrospinal fluid didn't replenish. You know, meanwhile, as this guy's showing all these anatomy pictures, I'm looking at this thinking, like, they told us it doesn't replenish and they feed us all this water, and yet everything we eat affects that pineal water. You know what I mean? Like, everything we eat affects our cerebrospinal fluid, everything we consume, everything, you know? So I just thought it was like, again, one of their tricks, like, oh, you can't, it's just like you're stuck with your pin. Like, what the fuck is that? You know?
Right.
They don't even give it a name.
And everything you put in your body will cause your behavior. It will cause let me just read a couple things right here. Let me just give you 3 chakras, okay? Let me give you the 3 chakras, because when I got this book, I was blown away. And I even experienced it myself, because I got off soda completely. And then I went 2 days and I drank soda because, you know, you bounce back to your old behaviors. You know, you do. We're not perfectionists yet. At least I'm not. I experienced when I went back to soda just for 2 days, all of a sudden my insecurities kicked in like double time. And I'm over here like, wait a minute, what about this? And I started getting worried and what this person, and I was over here. I had to slap myself straight. And I was like, wait a minute, what are you doing? That is not you. And I stopped and I had to sit and think. I said, wait a minute. You've been drinking water, tea, fasting, and you were feeling fine. And you went right back to soda in 2 days. And look what happened to you. So listen to this. Okay. Your root chakra, you know, the one at the very bottom down there. Listen to what it can cause. These are just your, you know, character defects, whatever you want to call it. It says, okay, mental and emotional symptoms. Your root chakra alone. Low self-esteem, pessimism or limited thinking, heightened anxiety or nervousness, restlessness, lethargy and apathy, irritation and unwarranted anger, irritability to focus, inflexibility. Well, shit, that right there, that's just your root chakra, okay? Now let's go up one more chakra, okay? Let's just go up to your sacral chakra. Next one up in your gut area. The mental and emotional symptoms. Emotional instability. Stifled creativity. Feeling uninspired or disconnected from pleasure.
That's the crotch.
Right?
Pelvis.
Right,
Sacral.
yeah, exactly.
Pelvis.
Right, exactly.
You said stomach.
Yeah.
You said stomach. That's the solar plexus.
Oh, okay. So you're right. Okay,
You're
sacral.
good.
You're right. Okay. Thank you, Christos. Okay. lowered libido. Oh, come on, man. No, just kidding. Guilt and shame. Codependency. That's a lot going on all over. Okay. Lack of feeling. Now let's just bump up one more. Now let's go to the other chakra. And then I'll end it there. And that will just show that just the crap you put in your body will make you act like an ass. Okay. Now, the solar plexus, which is the one in the stomach. Thank you, Christos. Mental and emotional symptoms. Here we go. Low self-esteem. So far, they all have a lot of the same characteristics, okay? Low self-esteem, obsessive perfectionism, lack of purpose, feelings of insecurity, inability to be our authentic self, trouble making decisions, feelings of victimhood. Sound familiar? Okay. Controlling or overly ambitious. Now that's only 3 chakras I read. You still got what? 5 more? 4 more? Okay. So that right there alone shows what you put in your body can create your behavior. But if you also learn how to control your thoughts, if you can control your thoughts and behavior, you can still put, this is my belief, you could still put some crap in your body, because I experienced it myself, but control that. Like, don't be running to people like, why don't you like me anymore? All that crap, you know. you got to control and keep it, you know, and that's what I've been dealing with. So you got healing, controlling your thoughts, what you put in your body, all this stuff. This is all connected. Hey, and that's something. I yield. I could keep reading, but I'm tired of reading.
I appreciate the
I like that you read
information.
that out. That was good. That was really good.
The only time
100.
the only time I ever got pregnant, I visited a chiropractor. Okay, now there's a lot of jokes there. I know. Okay, but I have always had a pretty weak core. Like my legs and arms compensate. So speaking of the physical, I would say there's other chakra. The lower down I go into my roots, the less wellness I have. You know, like, and I went to this chiropractor who said I was really, I can't remember, I must have gone for a twisted something, but he ended up obviously doing the whole assessment. And he said that my hips, my pelvis was like really like whatever, tight or something, like, you know, I never noticed I'd had any pain. And he did this adjustment. And so just, you said there was libido problems with there's libido issues with the root chakra, which would also, you know, manifest as probably physical tightness. And just thought I'd throw that out there as an added tidbit of information, that if people are having trouble conceiving, they might, you know, loosen up their bones and help. That probably helps your chakras align. Would that make sense, Christos or Kimba?
Yeah, that's why like a lot of people now are doing like yoga. Like for me, it's hard for me to do certain yoga because of my nerve. That I'm always trying to constantly stretch my body to get, you know, that like you say, because of your chakras and all that. I could show people all kinds of weird exercises I study and look, because I believe we are leaving the reptilian brain. I believe we are leaving this brain, because we do have 3 brains, supposedly, from what I'm studying. I believe we're leaving this one and we're going into the brain that's in our gut, the sacral chakra, that brain. And there's another brain somewhere. Hence why our immune system is all messed up. This is me going deep here, people, okay? And I do it all the time on my own. So I go very deep and I'm confident with what I feel and think. Yes, I believe we're leaving this brain, which is why a lot of people are getting irritated on the side of their neck. The right side of our neck is our fight and flight response. This is our digestive response on the neck. A lot of people are having issues, nervous system all tightening up. Everyone's running to the doctor. Help me, I don't know what's wrong. Immune systems are failing. I believe we're going to the brain and to our stomach and to the sacral chakra, which is why a lot of our bodies are rejecting food and everyone's getting sick. And we got to alkaline our body now and get it neutralized like a pool, because I believe we're moving brains, which is why a lot of us are wanting over here to get out of the duality stage, right? Because we're done with the evil. We shouldn't be fearing and fighting or what they want to, whether it's true or not. You know, we're Bex, or they told us that instead of having us fight or you know, or run, we're getting out of that. So a lot of us are like, we're done. We don't want none of to do with that evil at all. We want pure, and the spring thing of Phil, pure, unconditional love. So that's what makes me think, are we leaving this brain and going into another brain? But, you know, the medical establishment won't tell us, because they're over here they're running MRIs, CAT scans, all these crazy tests on people. And they
didn't even tell us our brain was in our heart, our brain was in our stomach, but it makes so much sense.
Right.
You know,
and
they just need to find they just need to find the underdeveloped one in our genitalia. It's okay. Don't take the Kool-Aid and make wise choices. And you know what I mean? Choose to interact with people that, you know, like, I don't know, there's just so much more to intimacy than it was like reduced to like such a fucking
yeah.
What are you talking about? Small penises?
No, not at all.
Yeah, small penis that are 2 pump chunks, man.
Although I do have
that it triggers
You know, be like, for the record, I like love. I make the make love long
It's an
time.
underdeveloped brain. The underdeveloped brain in the crotch.
I was gonna say I got onto Tinder Tales comedy, and got paid actually. Most money I've ever made, 40 minutes for $40 for 7 minutes. But I got on it. I've never Tinder dated. Okay. So I snuck onto the show. I had my good intro. Okay. Like I knew I belonged. Okay. So, I'd been reading Craigslist ads. I study people, man. Like I've been reading Craigslist ads for fucking years, never answering any. All the ads in all the departments. I could see the same guys coming back long before these dating apps came out and people got addicted to swiping right and swiping left. Anyways, I did this. So then there's this other storytelling competition called Smut Slam, right? And they had a rule where there was like no small dick talk. Okay. But people could big dick talk. I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to get on Smut Slam and I am going to fucking show them. I am going to show them what they can't do one without the other, you stupid fucks. Right. I was going to get I was going to go on there with all my one-liners about people and stereotypes. And anyways, yeah. Ever been? Yeah. It's funny, the stereotypes out there. You got to, well, okay.
That makes
I'm like
sense,
stumbling
right?
to hold back. Do I say it? Do I hold back? Do I say it?
Hey, I've got a question.
What?
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
Now, it's kind of a comment, but it's kind of a question at the same time. Now, when I was over at McLovin's, this friend of mine, Heidi, she said, because I told her we were going to talk about the spiritual world also in this stream. She goes,
Yeah.
go teach him between the ghost and the spirit, which I know the difference between the ghost and the spirit. But then she turned around and says, I just want to save the children. And then that's the whole thing right there. If you're the spirit, you're not wanting to go spend $13.75 in a movie to go save children, because that's not where that money's going to go, is to save those children. And then that's the ghost or the evil intentions go toward. It's like the Christmas example I gave earlier. Did you hear me talk about that, Christos? About how Christmas, you did hear me say that about Christmas, how it's the 3 darkest days, and that's the most child
This is right in the
sacrifices.
beginning of your stream, right?
Yes. So that's another thing I wanted to talk about. Also, if we can expound in it after this, the health issue and the mind issue, that is the next thing I want to speak on. So if it's about these 3 subjects, I'm about them all. So that's kind of where I wanted to keep this string going. So, and I know you're very well versed in the metaphysical. So, and I know, Kim, you've had some experiences with it. You've seen shit that you can't explain. It's like, we all have. So, and Kismet too down there. Bex, I don't know about your experiences like that much. We've never really talked about that kind of stuff, but yeah. I wanted to bring that up.
I see things a lot of the way Christos does. That's why when Christos comes up on streams, I like to go up, because he sits back and he listens like I do, and and I'll lose sight of that. I'm not going to lie. I lose sight of it sometimes because, again, we'll go back to my chakra book, but I won't pull it out. I'll eat bad shits and then I'll catch myself and I'm like, oh. And then I will have someone that will remind me on the side, wait a minute, Kim, wait a minute. Remember now. Remember the whole scheme, how the whole idea looks. And I'm like, oh, yes, that's right. The whole experience, or like Crystal says, there's my expose. The whole expose on how this works. So honestly, anytime when I hear anyone, and I did it too, I still do it. Anytime I hear someone say, I'm curious about how this one thinks. What about this one? What about that person? It brings me right back to what I said before. Some of us are at a stage where we're like, we're done. We had enough shit in our life and we had enough lessons, and we probably know we lived probably multiple lifetimes, whether it was humans, animals, dragons, whatever, okay? And we're there and we're done and we recognized it. And some people just aren't there yet. They still want to dwiddle and play with these weird silly shit, I like to say. These weird tactics and people. I've seen it all out there on YouTube land. I won't lie. There's people out there that think they're sprouting wings like right now. They say wings are coming out of their back right now. Then there's people that are saying they have a dragon in their fucking yard right now. A dragon. And they're going to go right into okay. I've heard up, down, below. I've heard it all. And I even did a stream on it a while back, which Christos was so nice to bless me with his presence. So just wrap your head around all that. What people are trying to do, they want to do, what they think they can do, or what we learned we're capable of, and now we want to try to do it. So it's just all levels of weirdness and craziness. That's how I see it. You know? And I know we got powers. I realize that. But some people just take it a little bit to the extreme, okay? A little bit to the extreme. That's all I'm saying.
I can agree with that 100. Definitely.
I yield. Yeah. You know?
It's usually always really, it's always simpler than what people make it to be. Everything's been so,
Yes.
like healing ourselves. They think everything's supposed to be instantaneous because Jesus heals. Jesus raises the dead. Jesus casts out demons. Well,
Right.
Jesus healed, then why do we heal ourselves? There's another reason we don't need him. We don't cast out demons because we cast them out ourselves. There's another reason we don't need them. And there you go. They try to make a false us in our minds, instead of us being who we are. So yeah, I agree with that 100%.
They make us believe, Phil, they make us believe we cannot heal ourselves. You know why? You go to the church and you go to the preacher and you confess your sins and you say, there, go do whatever they say. Never been to church. 10 Hail Marys or whatever. Now you're free to go commit more sins. See? And then they do that shit where they hit you on the head. Boom, you're healed. You can walk. Now you get up and walk. So I just realized with you saying that, they took our own power away by making us think we can't heal our own selves. We got to go to some building to, as Charles would say, a sky daddy, and his minion is in there to say, hey, I'm going to heal you, but go back out and get more fucked up. Okay, excuse my language. Or you confess your sins. Now you can go out and do more and come back and confess 10 million times. But as long as you confess, you just put your shit off on some other thing. That's how I see it. You're putting your own shit off on someone else. You're not taking personal responsibility for your own actions. No, you're not. They want us living in victim mentality. There you go. They want us in that state of mind. People are having a hard time leaving that state of mind. People still want to stay in victim mentality.
Yeah, bro. What's up?
They want to blame everybody. Okay.
True that, Kimba.
I yield.
True. Well said. That good monologue. And I was just gonna say, I'm about to hop off here, but I'll probably hop back on my phone. I was gonna say, could I share this quick minute clip?
Yeah, go ahead,
you
bro.
Just talked about you were talking about casting out demons, or
yeah,
that was quick. That was briefly referred to, and this is a very fitting clip that I'm screen sharing right now. You should see it backstage.
Okay. All right, I can do that. Where's the how do I put the screen share on here? You know I'm a rookie on this, so I need that 25-year-old what for? I can use him right now, okay?
You should see where you add people on backstage.
Yeah, I didn't know. I'm talking about screen sharing. I thought you wanted to share something.
Yeah, it should. You should. You have to add to the stream like it's a person.
Okay, but I didn't see nobody back there. Okay, there it is. Okay.
Oh,
all right. Okay.
This is a quick one. It's just like 60 seconds, but I think it's one of the pivotal moments when I realized, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. Okay, I got you. Let's see, comments. Who's coming? There we go.
I guess I don't have karaoke tonight. Oops. Oh, no karaoke for me. Peace.
All I see is what you're saying. I don't see any link or nothing back there, bro.
Dude, it's not in the chat, bro. It's where
No.
it's where the person's camera would pop up.
Okay.
So are you on your phone or a computer?
Yeah, I'm on my telephone. Yeah, I'm on my phone. So I'm back in settings. I'm in settings.
Well, you guys figure that out. I'm just gonna say hi to my good
shouldn't
friend
be
Book
settings.
Precision.
It
Hi,
should just
Book.
be
What a
when you're
treat.
looking at the screen. Just like
Okay, I got you.
Here on the panel, and then it'll be right under if you're the host.
Okay, I got you.
It should be my name, Pineal Christos.
Okay, there it is. I see you now. Add the stream.
Name.
There we go.
Thanks.
There we go.
We need to listen to Phil. Phil has the answer. That's what
We should take what he is saying.
And I told you, I am
And
100% on board with Phil. So I don't even know why we're
already
arguing about
know.
this. I was asking for
In
word
order to try to find
clarification.
answers that we're looking for. Why are you against that?
I'm not against it. I told you I was for it the whole time.
You opened your fucking mouth.
Oh, Paula, I'm really sorry you're seeing it that way. I really am.
I'm sorry this is all coming out on you, but rest assured, Missy, that this is going to come at everybody else that pulls that goddamn card on me. Because I am done.
When you're freaking out, Paula, and you're saying I have the Luciferian demon in me because I won't listen to you.
That sets people free and call out all the liars. I am here to expel all evil.
Mm-hmm.
And lying to yourself and others is evil.
There it is. That's it. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah,
exactly. That's about as much. Yeah, I mean, there it is. You hear it. You can hear it. Yeah,
Okay,
she's talking about me. So, yeah.
Can I
That's
just
what we
ask,
want to avoid.
Yeah, okay. Can I just can I just ask one thing? Let me just ask one thing, just out of curiosity.
Ask it away, please.
Okay, because I'd like to know things too. You don't think maybe it was just a trigger? You don't think she maybe had something going on and that was just triggered her?
Well,
or did you guys really feel? Because I feel things too. I feel it too.
No, I felt it a long time, Kim. Honestly, yeah, I felt it a long time, and then I let her. I give her enough rope I give her the wiggle room to do what she does, and she did it. And yeah, see, there's a double-edged sword of either making sure people are gone from your life real quick, because then people are like, "Well, how did you know? You didn't give them a chance." And then the other end of the spectrum is, well, like you just said, well, you got rid of them. Do you think they were just having a bad day? Well, no, I don't think they were having a bad day because they've been doing it to everybody so slight and so minuscule little tidbits here, tidbit there, disrespect here, disrespect there, ha-ha here, ha-ha there. And
they really, and yeah, I feel a little more bolder to support that now. I mean, I could go back and find a whole schwack of clips of, being laughed at, being, and again, I wasn't building up for me, right? I tolerated, right? I had already labeled what I thought someone to be. I don't, we all go through, I don't want it to think I'm a fake friend. Okay. I'm not a fake friend, like, but you're gonna hop up on panels, you're gonna hang out on panels, you're gonna, you've seen other situations in other friends' rooms, whether you ever went on stage or not, where they've got people telling them what to do and what not to do. And I've always told people, it's your fucking channel. I don't care if it's your Facebook page, right? You don't let people push you around. You do whatever the fuck you want, So I feel very grateful to sit in rooms with people who will tolerate everybody and give and I tolerate's the wrong word. Sorry, give everybody act in good faith. Be a good faith person, But sometimes we're so accepting, maybe it's our own histories, right? I'm willing to look at the way someone's treating me, to hold space for it, to not confront it, because it's not personal, right? We're here, so if it seems like it's become personal now because suddenly it's all aired out, like, honestly, lots of people with that, what happened on Charles' panel that day, lots of people would walk away and never come back to sit in that kind of scenario. Some stranger yells at you when you're asking a question, right? People, in fact, we should train people to not put up with that kind of behavior, understanding that in the old world, we didn't just used to ghost everybody, and this ghosting thing feels real. We could really lose it. Yeah, I'm more vulnerable the closer I get to you all. This is way deeper than Facebook, but on the same note, like, ask yourself, do you bring value to the table? Right? Are you on a panel where someone will kick you down even if you're being quiet for 2 hours and they're happy to have you there? Because that's fine too. Etiquette's not all one way. You get people who don't even lead panels walking onto other people's panels telling them how to lead a better panel. Now, criticism and suggestions are great, but when you've got people coming into your panel so comfortable in your living room that they can start telling you how to be, if you don't understand that just sitting here on Phil's channel here, I can't help but contemplate the position I've put another friend in. For instance, if Paula didn't want to sit, or Paula wouldn't, come sit at a panel and not talk about this, right? Which again, but it comes down to trying to figure out how to have healthy boundaries. How do we figure out, I can give more space. I can have my own panels. Like, I'm not trying to like change the whole dynamics of entire, I'm just saying we're vulnerable, right? And so we tolerate and we put up with, and nobody says anything. And I'm not going to go back and pull up the whole like, that has happened to me on London's panel from, here we go again, from McCoy. The moment I opened my mouth, I haven't even said anything yet here today. And we're on London's panel and he's like, here we go again. It's coming out just while I'm trying to open my mouth. I've been welcomed to my friend's panel to open my mouth, right? Now I get, you guys have taught me a lot. Okay, I need to get a microphone. I need to talk quieter. I could probably not say things. I could probably shut up right now. Like, I'm learning, okay? But I'm just saying, like, it still has to, things have to be said, right? Like, I'm just saying even the way that that it was smoothed over into, women don't, look at how women didn't call each other names, right? And then it brought out my passive aggressive side where I'm like, was passive aggressively stating, I don't insult people I don't care about, right? Which I didn't say it like that, but if you go back and listen, you'd hear that I really was trying my best to be graceful. I'd had enough, and that being said, it's fine. I've got, again, I'm not trying to sort of we were redirecting to the spiritual, but we did bring out this demon thing. And I shared that for my mom today. She's driving out of town and I shared that whole interaction with my mom. And I don't go back and listen to a lot of things, but I am really proud of myself. And I'm really grateful to Paula for giving me an opportunity to sharpen my sword, and McCoy, and I feel a little bit juvenile to sort of even just be expounding on it here, but also knowing that we are all vulnerable. We're all kids inside. We're all trying to build something, and part of that is relationships, right? Mm-hmm. And I know that I've trusted my heart more than my head and my ears in this realm, like I've trusted what am I going to listen? I've actually trusted my friends throw me into situations with crazy people screaming on the screen. And I'm like, what the fuck has happened here? Right. And you're like, whoa, just listen, just listen, and maybe walk away for an hour and don't listen, maybe come back again and see, but yeah. So anyways, I don't know that, I know for me, I feel bold enough to say that I have politely, from the moment, the first time it was, I said to Paula, I'm sorry, I said to Phil, and he said, oh, so-and-so. And I was like, is that headache lady? Just because it is, it's just, and I don't mean to discredit, it's just like, it just is, you come onto someone's panel and the first thing you talk about is your own health and this and that, it's like, I haven't been to work in 5 weeks and I've done my best to just paint that as a beautiful picture for you guys. Right. Like, to turn it into the best. Anyways, blah, blah.
Okay. Let me ask this. I have a question. I'm sorry. Let me ask this. instead of bringing up a certain person's name when we do when like Phil, when you're doing this, what you're doing here, what we're doing here,
yeah,
instead of bringing up like a certain person's name,
yeah,
do you think that's a little uncouth, or do you think we should bring it up in general? Like
This whole fucking process is uncouth, Kim. In my opinion.
The whole okay.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, this whole process is unnecessary and fucking stupid.
Well,
but
when I'm
that being said, it's something. It's a reality that we have to deal with.
Well, and if I was sitting here, okay, just let me use an example.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were all sitting here talking, and I was talking to Phil about you in Messenger chat, right? So the panel's bigger, and me and Phil are messaging back and forth, and now, but we're doing it now for a few weeks, right? We're hopping into places. We're like, oh, hey, did you see that message I sent you? Or, I would, and publicly doing it, like I'm just saying, publicly showing that kind of, I don't know. I just think that there's I don't know. Yeah, if I knew, it's one thing to be like, who's this new chick, right? Someone's new, oh, who's this new chick, right? You guys have been friends for a long time. Who knows how much, multitasking goes on. But if I was sitting here listening to you and messaging Phil and talking shit or laughing behind your back in front of your face on the same panel, would that be, you know what I'm saying? Like, at what point do you and because people can be like, oh, well, no, you can't prove. I don't care if I can prove it or not. I'm not going to go do all that, and this is not something that, just to be clear, like, if you were to ask Phil what from the very next day when he posted stuff and, just to challenge what he'd seen and heard, I asked him, do you sure you want to leave that there? Do you want to maybe tear that down? I didn't, this isn't some orchestrated event. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here to support Phil because Phil saw something, some behavior that was brought out by a conversation, that now I'm just willing to sort of,
I gotcha. I was just curious because, I notice a lot of streams, they'll focus and they'll pull out one person and talk about them. And then just like for Phil, I say this to you, Phil, because I care, and then it brings like a whole traffic of people in, and most of them have no good intentions, like 99.9. That's why I was saying, do we want to call a certain individual or just say in general what people do? But no, I know what you mean. I see, that's discernment. I get what you're saying, Bex. That's discernment. Because that's being fake. That behind the scenes and then come on here like, no, that's different. Because you know what?
Yeah.
I just went through a scenario with someone. And because, and it was someone I talked to, like you just said, I talked to behind the scenes for like 2 years almost. Spent a lot of time with this person. Went far and beyond to the break of dawn. And as soon as I called out a behavior on the live stream, it turned into I'm the victim. Everyone took my you a piece of shit, all that. And I was like, whoa, 2 years I spent on you. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, do we?
I know. Exactly what you're talking about. I had a friend I lost over $64.
And I'm like, you're supposed to be a friend. That's not, if I'm trying to point something out to you that could possessively harm you, and I see it's eating you alive, and you're not open to take it, and you just quickly to be like, rah, rah, rah. I was like, I wasn't a friend to begin with.
I want to introduce a new guest on our stream here. It's V Christos. The V stands for Vavoom. He dances on the weekends. Where was it at you danced, Christos? Where was that?
What'd you say?
I said, where was that? You said you danced on
someone on.
Yeah, his name was V Christos. Vavoom Christos. Yeah. He's a dancer at a club. The ladies come and see him dance. That's what. Oh, this is Christos. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know who it was. What are you doing, man?
Damn, bro, I thought you were about to say someone was coming up with a sock account, like trolling, and named me or some shit.
No, man. I just thought you were wanted to say, hey, let us know that you were back. And hey, Baboom. That's what I'm gonna
Oh,
call you from
okay. No,
now, Baboom.
I understand now. It took me a minute. It took me a minute to like decipher what you were saying there, because at first I didn't hear you clearly, and then when I did hear you, I was like, "What is he saying?" Yeah, bro. Fuck, shit's good right now. I'm happy to be here. And what I was gonna say moments ago is, yeah, no, this is planned. But when I saw that Phil was dropping truth bombs about just the dynamics that have taken place within different streams and different content creators and communities, I thought it was worth, oh yeah, let's lay it out on the table. In the long run, it's gonna be worth it, even if it's a little uncomfortable, maybe within the short term. When it unravels completely in the long term, it will be well worth it for many parties
Absolutely. There you
involved.
have it. Yeah, I've even got on to you, have I not, Christos, about things that I see that might be spiritually damning to you? Many
Yeah.
times. Yeah. Just because it's only because I care. And I've seen shit on those avatar things that are behind you. I've seen spirits in those things, so that was the
I
last
know
one I
that
remember.
sometimes I've definitely gotten gut feelings. Sometimes when I make certain things using Midjourney, I actually have like a sick feeling sometimes when it comes out looking kind of distorted and like, I don't know, some certain things that get made, it's like fine.
Your sound is warbly.
Yeah, you're bogging, Christos.
You're
Wait till you
bogging.
get in a better signal area, bud. And or remember what you say. Come back on your laptop. Bring it on. I love it. He'll get there. He'll get her. We'll get her.
That's real with, and I keep an eye on how I'm feeling when I'm doing this stuff and
Who's Matt, Kim? Is that somebody I know also?
Who? Where?
You said Matt?
Oh, that's Matrix Man. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I just wanted. I didn't know. I thought what I didn't want to assume.
Yeah,
I like that guy.
Yeah, oops, I'm typing all this to him. Sorry. Norm he does karaoke tonight, and he's not doing it. So I was like, just checking and making sure. So I get to still hang out. See?
Oh, that's right. It's Friday night karaoke, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Sweet.
he's not doing it. He's tired. So I was just making sure. Yeah.
It's a lovely little space you have there. You
Yeah,
guys.
we've been thinking. We've been almost doing it for 2 years, so that's what's
Yeah.
fun, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
You work your way up because let's face it, we may sound brave, but I can't just hop on a stream and start singing. No, I'm not that brave. Oh my God. I'm normally pretty high. I've been eating my edibles, and I'm like, it's like time to let go, and we sing, and joke and laugh. So I just wanted to make sure he wasn't going live. Okay. I didn't feel like singing it anyways. This is more intriguing to me right here. I was thinking, this is good because it's good, but part of me is still wondering, this is good, but is it considered still a little mean? Like, because this is my theory. Like, okay, it's like kind of like weeding out evil. It's like weeding out the people that want to ruin it for us wanting to be on a panel and stream, right? But is it like blackballing people though too? do you? I'm sorry if I'm getting a little soft. Do you feel like it's blackballing them? Like to where they're going to go on around YouTube like, oh, shit, I'm not accepted nowhere. Or is that
Although I don't, sorry. I don't know, though, because say specific, okay, so I can already say I have no qualms sitting on a panel with the people that I've talked about here. You know, like, if they have a qualm sitting with me, I'm willing to hash that out so that any panel holder, any host of any panel would, you know, understand that nothing's going to happen there, right? Like nothing, you know, just going to keep talking, right? And, you know, and maybe there is an opportunity that everyone could have a conversation together. You know what I mean? Like somewhere that isn't just sprung on somebody, you know? That being said, I also have no problem with someone being like, fuck that bitch. Like, you know, like I fucking would never fucking, you know, whoever, whatever someone gets, I don't know why I use that. It'd be like, I could use my Chinese accent. Like, anyway, so we Becca. We Becca. Sorry. I just didn't want to sound like, anyways, I wasn't profiling with like, fuck. Yeah. So, so anyone, you know, I don't expect, but I also know that here's the thing. I don't expect you, for instance, to go back and listen to something if we had like, what am I trying to say? If you and I just know that you would if we had, like, I just don't think we would. Like, it's always funny when you were like, oh, I wouldn't want to get in between the two of you. You know, you're dissipating the situation. I said, oh, fuck. Kimba, I know you can hold your own, but I definitely would have thrown you aside. Kimba, out of the way. I guess all I'm trying to say is like, I question that as well. But I trusted as Phil and Christos led the difficult conversation. And I know from my own personal experience, even with Phil hiding the comments, that kind of situation actually only can help that person.
Facts. Yeah. Yep.
And and you know why? But you know why I asked that real quick? You know why I asked that question too? Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, forgive me if I was getting soft there for a minute. But reason I was also asking it is because there's a place for everybody, you know, even on Booby Tubi. I like that term, Booby Tubi streets. There's a place for everybody on Booby Tubi streets. So like, I noticed there'll be streams where you do see the sick and evil people just, you know, hanging out together. So it's like, to me, that's why I'm thinking over here, is blowing their behavior out of the water conducive to where they feel like they're going to be blackballed? I mean, I know their feelings isn't our problem. Okay? You know what I mean?
What does that mean? Blowing it out of the water?
You know what Chris, you know, like,
laying it on the table, even.
Yeah, like
putting it out in the air.
Exactly.
Publicly using names.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Exposing the shitty tactics or behavior, evil, whatever you want to call it. So doing that, you don't think that would, like, they would be running around like, oh, where do I go? You don't think that brings me back to what I said before. If we said it like just in a general manner of what's going on, that they will just trickle away and they will go find the ones that resonate with them, which means they will leave this area in the stream. Because I've already encountered this, like on another stream, when we don't address them, when we act like I say, nose in the air, they could be running amok in the chat, and we're just like, and we sit there and laugh like it's not even affecting us. They quickly just leave because it ain't penetrating our bubble. So that's that's the point I'm trying to make, you know?
I want to reduce it to three main points. 3 main points. I'll try and keep it brief as a good practice. Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh my gosh. And now I put them, I counted and now I'm like, my brain's gapping. One thing is I think it shows a little bit level of caring. Okay. A little bit more that you care. right? Because it is laying it out, but that was going to come at the end. That was my third thought. First thought was we watched fucking fake scripted reality. We've watched fake science shows, fake space shows, fake alien shows, all sorts of shows pull us into some sort of drama on TV that they even told us that some of it was real. Now they're graying the lines between real and fake. And we loved that reality stuff. And when we found out how fucking scripted it was, sure, you started understanding, it's the same thing. First of all, the audience follows these struggles. Okay. Not that like Charles, he's not one that wants drama clickbait, right? That's not what he's the one who calls out. Like, why do people watch this? Why do I got my most views when someone fought? Like, I don't like that, I don't get it. I would, he's like, not interested. It's not, but I think that on the flip side for us as a species, as a peoples, right? Like this is real, right? This isn't scripted. This isn't, if when you see Illumitami sit with Paul Unslavius and have a fucking calm conversation, right? It's fucking sweet medicine, people. Okay? Like it just is. Okay. Now if they're their own elixir, okay, so be it. Because actually Illumitami's the first one to tell you that ain't fucking real. Even if when you play a character for life, for real blends over into the other. Like, of course, you're calling on parts of yourself and building parts of yourself, right? But still, it's like, it's really interesting. So for me, I'd say the fake. There's that, and then there's this also understanding. Like, I haven't talked to my own parents for 2 years. Okay, like my dad and my stepmom. I have a mom and a stepdad. I'm blessed. They divided, multiplied, and didn't really conquer, but here we are. But my point is those people, like, they've never asked my siblings after me. I always asked after them, right? They still talk my siblings' ears off for hours, gossip about me, right? That I don't even am not even in their life, So in the vein of that kind of behavior, people they'll either gravitate, people like that would either gravitate to the attention or shy away and go make new stuff, right? And if they were to gravitate towards it, then ideally we model for people better behavior, right? Even if it means we agree to point out each other's faults and have it out and laugh about it and then sit together again. And then eventually one day be like, oh, remember that fault I thought you had? You still fucking have it, right? Drives me nuts, man. You know what I mean? But fuck, isn't it great that we had these conversations, right? Instead of being passive aggressive and being like, oh, you don't mind if I talk first because you talk too much, or here we go again. Little subtle things that, like the moment someone opens it, if someone did that to you, if I did that to you, Kimba, you go to talk and I'm like, oh, here we go again.
I know.
Right?
I would be
like, come on.
I know. I'd be like, really? That's just rude. I want to talk.
It really is.
Yeah.
So,
well,
those are
coming in now.
Yeah, a little bit better. Let me say this. I noticed the one thing that really is a problem on these live streams is you've got people coming in with some false knowledge and that people don't do anything that comes easy, anything worth having takes a long time to acquire, a long time to work on. But there's people coming in. Oh, not you, Bex. I'm not talking about you. I mean, I do have somebody in mind, but I'm not going to mention them because there's thousands of them. When did you become aware? When did you become aware? A few years ago, and then they start talking about all this stuff, and then they kill it when they bring up a Hollywood actor, or they bring up something that, like the globe and the universes or the galaxies and stuff like that. So, like Sing, nothing against Sing. I love Sing, and his growth is expounded all to like. You know what I feel about the guy. I love him to death. But where he got his start, where he got his start, it was not where I started from. It was nowhere I would have ever started at. So everybody has, what my point about this is, everybody has their own starting point, but we can't think that our truth is more important than their truth unless we see that their truth that they have is completely false. And we can point it out. I see through the bullshit, but there's people up there. People want to make these great builds, but they're letting people come up there and speak on things because they don't. First time I heard Christos talk, I knew Christos Christian, I'll be honest with you. I thought you were either the slickest fucking evil motherfucker, or you were the nicest young guy that was just trying to fit in an older. Because we're all older than you, you know, and you fit in fine. You're either the actor or the slick, you know, the real deal. In time, I've learned that you're the real deal, you know. But I had a question about you, man, because you were involved with all those drama queens shit, you know, which you pulled away from and you've called out. So big ups to you on that.
Fuck
bud.
yeah.
You know,
The
yeah,
cupcakes. Yeah.
exactly, all that. So yeah, man. But I can tell you that because I'm honest, and I'm not going to sit here and say names and make people think that it's everybody's out there going, well, is he talking about me? Is he talking about me? Because that's also dangerous.
Yes.
That's very
okay.
dangerous to people.
Okay, that's what I was getting at, Phil. Okay, yes, okay, yeah. To make a point and be like this one, so everyone's going.
Yeah, yeah, yes. So it's best to make the action, describe the action to such precision that there is no question who you're talking about. Don't say their name.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But
That's
yeah,
all I was making. Because
that's where I'm at. That's how I'm going to try to do it. But in all, I'd rather fucking not do these. 100. You know. So yeah, I'll yield.
That's funny you say that about Christos, because let me just show you. This is how differently we all see things, okay? And that's another reason why I think we can all clash too. Why we all see things differently. Phil, I recognize that. I recognized that a while ago. See, I recognized how you were kind of trying to feel out Christos. But from my perception, how I saw Christos was I already clicked with him because I already saw what he was doing. And I didn't even see many places he was going. But because I read intentions, and like I said, I can smell it down the road and see what people are doing. I saw what he was going around and doing. I could read that Christos is also a very old soul. I can read that. I can read that he also is going to fit in more with people that are probably older than him that are also old souls. So he has a lot of knowledge that a lot of people don't even want to address or maybe jealous of. So he's very intimidating to people. And I've been seeing this all along. So when you point that out, I'm glad to hear you say that, because a lot of other people won't see that. They won't recognize it. But I could say probably without a doubt, that is how Christos is. That's how he is. And because he is that way, he's automatically going to get backlash from all over the place. And I recognize it because I'm the same way, only female form, and I'm a 49-year-old single mother. And people look at me as batshit crazy. But I'm just an old soul, and I have a lot of knowledge, and people don't want to hear it. And I intimidate people, and that's okay because I'm good with it.
Right. And between you and I, Kim, I'll bring out this point. I do some things that other people think are not of a mature spiritual. Somebody who's some of the things you see me do, you think that I don't know what I'm doing. That I'm trying to save the world. No, I'm not trying to save the world. I'm doing things on purpose. I don't make any move without a purpose.
Yeah.
And you thought because you were trying to save people, and then mind I said to you what you did, so you thought you seen the same thing in me. So you, with all love, and I knew this. This is why I was like, no, Kim, it's not what I'm doing. But
yeah,
you thought I was doing the same thing as you, but it was totally different from what you were, why you were doing it. But
yeah,
see, you see what I'm saying? That's how people can make
make a difference.
Yeah, well, not just that. You know your mission, I know my mission. You know your level, I know my level. And it's hard to, I've been doing this. Well, I've been activated for like 8 years, but I've been awake in this spirit all my life. So, and you guys have too, but some of you have suppressed it for the world. That's one thing I never did. I never suppressed it for the world. I was always in contact with them. Well, at the time, I'm thinking it's the father. No, it's the mother, of course. But I've always kept that spiritual gate, that pathway always open. I never closed it, no matter what I was doing in my life. I didn't do it for my children. I didn't do it for my wives. I didn't close it for nobody. If you didn't like this, I didn't go to church. I didn't do it. It was just, that was what the woods was for me, hunting. I should have just sat out in the woods with the damn camera. You know, we had beautiful pictures by now, but you know.
So Phil, I don't mean to interrupt you, but no trauma shut your spiritual door at all? Trauma?
No, none, nothing.
None? Okay,
Not a
because
damn
that's what
thing.
did it for me. The trauma shut the door. It probably
Yeah.
did for Bex too. Trauma we had happened. Trauma.
Yeah, if anything, it took me closer to the spirit.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to say just, hey, welcome. Welcome, Sing. And I just wanted to add to this quickly.
Hello, Tom.
I wanted to say one of the things that I use to read people, actually, now that I've been on panels or even listening to panels, and sometimes you got to stick through it because, you know, like I said, I watch these guys late at night in their rooms where they're talking about whatever, you know, and you could people could judge, right? But what I'm trying to say is, oh my gosh, I lost it. That it's about what people talk about, right? So we've had a lot of fear thrown in our face, right? We've had so much fear thrown in our face. Some people are addicted to that energy, to that anxiety, to have a reason for feeling, you know, angstful. And or maybe they haven't pushed through the information matrix enough yet to push past that fear. To understand that that's a program running, you know, perfect timing for Sing, you know, but I do know that is one of the things that I will judge people over time sitting beside them or listening to them. Is it doom and gloom? Is it doom and gloom? Is it fear and fear? Is it monger? Or can we take this magic we have, right, and transmute whatever, you know, is being thrown at us and use their technology against them if we have to, right? But yes, I yield. And
welcome, Sing. Welcome, bud. How are you doing?
Hello, Phil. Hello to everyone here on the panel.
Please, before we welcome
Yeah,
Singularity,
go ahead, Chris. Just go ahead, bro.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
go
much.
ahead.
To what Bex was saying there, oh fuck, I'm sorry. Y'all got it.
Take your time, Crystal. So I'm just listening in to catch up. I reviewed some of the prior panels, so take your time. I'll be jumping in.
I remembered it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It just came back. People will, like, low key and maybe subconsciously at times get off on telling other people that they're fucked. And because I did it at one point, you know, I know how that shit goes. It's like a self-righteous thing, saying, "Oh, we're screwed. You know, none of us are ready." It's almost like an acolyte of a cult summoning Cthulhu. It's almost like in a weird, twisted way they're excited and they're cheering on the collapse and the downfall. And you know, I know Babylon's meant to fall, but the whole concept of, like, you know, feeling some type of good way by telling others that we're screwed, it's just like weird. It's like very cynical and like masochistic. And I
see it narcissistic. Like, hey, we got feared and terrified. Now we want to give it to you people.
Thank you, Singularity, by the way. Thank you, Phil.
No worries.
You're welcome, guys. Sing, what up, buddy? I didn't want to say where you started because it's not my my part or my thing to do, but you know, where you started, since you're here now, say it like the secret. I would have, you know, I started in the Bible. You started in the secret. But here we are at the same place. If we follow spirit, we'll end up at the same place. That was kind of my point I was trying to make with all that.
Yeah, the core information of truth that I define is in the center, the singularity, not above or below. All the accurate information is related. When one realizes the accurate truth or the ultimate truth, it reflects the similar information that somebody else has. There's one primary creator source, so the truths shall be very similar, and beings arriving closer to source are also on the same resonance path, and they can comprehend each other, right? So of course everybody's going to fluctuate to the light to the dark, right? It's part of the process, and then level out eventually. hopefully in their one lifespan, or maybe on the next lifespan. So it happens differently for everybody. And I also realize the title, right? For myself, I have unconditional acceptance. That is no conditions, but I totally agree, Phil. I do have my boundaries. It doesn't define I'm going to go hang out with murderers or, beings I'm not compatible with, right? It's just I have boundaries. That is the no conditions. It doesn't mean I blow them off, but I just accept people for other paths for that they are taking. And it doesn't matter what path they're on or what they're involved in or what they're labeled as. So it prevents myself from being thrown off the center to judging somebody to the good and bad or the light and the darkness. It really leads to the same path. Everybody shall go through the light and the darkness. Some people more darkness than light, but everybody gets their fair share and their balance of each one. It's part of the conditioning to start the return home. Hello?
Hello. Yeah. No. I was thinking about. So when you're exercising those boundaries, so let's just I was trying to give an example, but I didn't want to make it too specific. In exercising those boundaries, how much behavior do you tolerate? Like say at a Thanksgiving room table or a work environment. Say before you would change your work environment or.
For myself, well, I have like a 3-strike rule. Basically, even in the Bible, Phil started off with this with some quotes. I kind of agree with that. Warn somebody once, warn them twice, and then have nothing to do with them. They stand self-condemned, or set your boundaries and have nothing to do with them. So for myself, I let it go. I'll give it a few rounds. I'll give somebody a chance. If somebody is violating myself, being abusive in any form of manner, especially verbally and energetically, I'll just set the boundary and tell them how I choose to be treated and how I do not choose to be treated. And if they don't listen once, I'll tell them once more. If they don't listen a second time, then I have to set a perimeter boundary and define, look, you have to go your own path in your own way. And setting my boundaries may be defining, look, when we're in each other's presence, I don't want a conversation. It's just not working out. Maybe in the future sometime we can try again. But with family, I do that too. But I don't have my own kids, but with kids too, there has to be boundaries set where it is disciplining them in a form of manner where they're going to respect your boundaries. Okay. It's just should not be getting abused by any family member, husband or wife, children, or furthermore, parents, vice versa from either side of the marriage or relationship. So it definitely, I express what can be done and what cannot be done. It is really important because if somebody's going to respect you, then they're going to change. Okay, if they don't hear the first time and the second time, okay, even the third time, then that is enough after that. So I sort of make a decision of what type of boundaries I'm going to set with a person and what I can do, what I can't do with this person, or maybe not even being around this person, telling them, hey, look, maybe if they're a friend, you got to take your own path. Right now, it's not working out. You got maybe in the future we can try again, but right now it's just not working out. You're violating my space. You're being disrespectful and being how can I say abusive in certain degree and manner. No one should be used and abused, but of course, it's good to take it for a while to condition myself. This is what I do. I take it till I do get conditioned, but after when it's enough, because some people you just got to draw the lines because some people are just really negatively charged with energy where I find it's just too much. It's just like, okay, this needs to be a set of boundary and I need to not be abused and, sort of, just whichever form of manner it may happen, like narcissism. Oh, why are you wearing that? If somebody telling me this happened before with an associate, every time I go, they're like, you should wear this, you should wear that. It doesn't go. And I'm like, look, I enjoy wearing what I wear. I'm not going to change what I'm wearing. And I told him, it's like, you remind me of a narcissist. You're negatively charging myself to have contemplating thoughts, contradicting what I'm wearing and getting into my head, into my psyche window like a cyberspace vampire. When somebody starts getting into my psyche window with a negatively charged energy, I need to draw the line. So I did draw the line and things did change. It was a family member I had to do this with.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely, Bex, boundaries must be set, never be used and abused. Of course, I take my conditioning for a while, but if I can't, if there is no resolve of this person around myself, then either way, energetically or disrespectfully being abused verbally in any form of manner that I define sort of like narcissism, I need to set the boundaries because That's what I guess mature adults start to do.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly, verbal abuse is the number one abuse these days. Supposedly, yes.
Well,
verbal.
sarcasm. Yeah,
Verbal, yes.
Verbal
Mhm.
hits to sarcasm. It's actually sarcasm comes from a Greek word. It defines it's to tear flesh. It really is a hard spiritual hit. Sarcasm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, sarcasm, and in the world of comedy, or even just I shouldn't even introduce it like that. I went to a relationship course in university with a man I was engaged to. We didn't get married, but in this relationship course was a couple that were married for 25 years and holding hands. Okay, like they were not the leaders of the class, but what a gift every class should have a couple in just in there to sharpen their skills, because they'd call out the younger couples. They'd be like, that was, sarcasm, lowest form of wit, never direct it to your husband, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's sure it's funny, right? But it's the lowest form of wit. And if we're maturing and trying to learn to communicate and be on a higher spiritual resonance, then why wouldn't we learn to use that as a weapon when necessary, right? Like,
Definitely.
yeah.
Right.
And it's hard because sarcasm is out there. It's in every TV show, it's been ingrained in us as humor,
I still go through it with my family right here, and I know the damage it does, especially if you heard it your whole life. And I'm 49. I still have my mom that will run around here and get those little, I call them little indirect threats. That's what I call them, the little indirect threats in. So when you're doing something happy for yourself or whatever, and they want to run around people like that and be like, oh, how you doing that? And it does. If you've already been traumatized over the years, it takes a lot to put that wall and barrier up, because you want to be like, hey now, like I'm good and I'm having fun and I didn't even come your way or talk to you. But yet you're over here making a little sly remark on the side. And it is damaging. A lot of people, it took me a lot of time to control myself from having to want to, bite back or be like, hey now, that's rude. Why are you trying to, mess up my peace of mind? I had to stop and control myself and be like, okay, that's them. They're not good with them. And apparently they're jealous. That's how that goes. They're jealous because they're watching me walk around and be myself. That's deep. I was like, wow, that's really deep. But if people will not catch themselves, like for me, I can be very easy to snap back, but you got to I got to catch myself and be like, no, because they're dealing with something. That's not me. They're dealing with it,
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah.
Can you see this comment here that Kismet made, everybody?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Now I agree to this to a point. Here's the thing. I know all of you have heard me say there's the good them, the bad them, and that's the divine spirit. Okay. Now, with that said, I'm saying we can't pinpoint and do things because I'm not like, okay, the bad them or the good them. If they were molested as a child, they would more than likely molest another child. Now, somebody whose divine spirit knows better, and they've seen what it did to them, they would protect their child more. That's what it did to me. It made me make sure that my daughter was not going to be. My daughter never stayed the night anywhere. Where my parents were like, sure, you can stay all night, no problem. Over here, yeah, you can stay another night, because that's how it went down.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
That's
so
what
I definitely the difference in the spirit.
Yeah, you just answered it, Phil. Though that's what it did for you. See, people can go either way. You can either be more protective, like you.
Well, that's the difference in the spirit. That's it. That's what I'm saying. We're not like them.
Yeah. Or damn.
I do. I would on some front agree with the fact that all of the debauchery on this planet is a spiritual test, right? So that the evil that affected the person who continued to pursue evil, and the same evil. So two brothers, it happens to at the same hands, right? One continues the abusive cycle, and one ends it, right? It's in the core. I'm not going to label either good or bad people. What I'm going to say is that seed of evil, right, allowed that one person to continue it versus the other person that didn't. So I'm not saying the seed didn't exist in the other. I'm just saying that boundary, whether it's hurting a child, or whether it's I just think that exploitation, that willingness to exploit, that there's a lot, independent of child abuse. We could look at two brothers doing business, and one acts fairly, and one offers minimum wage, and one always gives minimum wage, and one decides to constantly, make sure that their employees are more than happy, maybe even profit sharing across the board. That's that seed of that's what we're trying to weed out of humanity, right? And I'm not saying that means that spirit's like, if that spirit didn't do those things, I wouldn't know that it existed, so I couldn't even ponder it. Not that I'm saying that we need these things to exist to ponder them, but isn't it a gift to be the one who's not acting on that, or didn't have it happen to them in a way that allows you to ponder, right? Or, so I don't know. I think that there's some lesson in moral compass in the world that every spirit battles, regardless of the situation they've been put in. And I do think the people that choose to continue the cycle have made choices in their spiritual direction that could have been made differently.
They chose to carry on the evil, Phil. Yeah. Well, so like you said, they don't keep that spirit side to them open. Yeah. So yeah.
But is it choice, or are we all just like leaves falling off a tree? That's when you get into sort of that determinism in reality, right? Like,
yeah, how many of us don't feel like most of us feel almost all of us have had near-death experiences. We've always felt like we don't belong here. I mean, there's different things, because I see patterns. I'm a pattern person, pattern guy.
Yeah.
So we have so many similarities. Most of us have married young or had children young, because we want to be. We have that responsibility part of us.
This might be,
like you said, an old soul.
I brought up.
Go ahead, Dave.
I just wanted to use this word. There's a word called shade. I should have looked up how to pronounce it, but Schadenfreude, Schadenfreude. Okay, it's. I'm just going to pull it up exactly from my Merriam-Webster's, but it is. Because I already looked it up. It's right here. I didn't want to use Oxford because subtle word differences matter to me. Schadenfreude. How does it just say? Yeah, Schadenfreude. It's used in English, so it means enjoyment obtained from the troubles of others. Okay.
Can you repeat that again?
So
can you repeat that again, Bex, please?
Yeah, Schadenfreude, enjoyment obtained from the troubles of others. So I'm not talking about some consensual. Yeah, enjoyment obtained from the troubles of others. Right. My father, into my face since I was a child, so much since I was little that I thought it was love, right? That's his character, right? Like, that's who he is. Like, he wants you, like, he wants to look like the big guy to everyone else, but fuck, he wants to jab you for your lack of success, like, and so, and that's a man to his daughter, and to this daughter. I am going to toot my own horn amongst friends, but still. So he never, he's helped 3,000 children come into this planet. He's not a child herder, but that guy, it doesn't matter. He helped anyways. I'm just gonna say, he's got work to do. It's a evil seed. My brother has it too. My brother lent his mother $40,000 on 100% interest rate. Okay. I shouldn't say that here. Sorry. But anyways, fuck him. Right? Then he calls it in. Oh, it's okay, Mom, just 50%. right? The guy's fucking rolling in money. He's got 3 houses, you know, and from his own mother, right? And my mom's like, oh, so guilty from this whole fucking story of, you know, leaving whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, mom, that kid's cut from that man's cloth, right? I'm not trying to make you hate your son. I'm just trying to make you not make some reverse Sophie's Choice at the end of time because you feel guilty about what you've done to my brother. No, you could have raised him and lived with him and he could have been just like his father. And then you'd had 2 or 3 of them breathing down your neck, you know? Anyways, I digress. Shedding for evil. So I do think I'm in support, you know, that there is something in people being tested. And
Yes.
it starts coming out of the womb.
And for myself, like for my father, who was very verbally abusive, and very aggressive, energetically hot-headed, and I had a mother that was really, she didn't give a shit about myself, what I did from a young age, even from like 7 years old, 8. So I grew up severely conditioned, and also I was, you know, got regular beatings as a child. But you know, I've moved beyond all that, okay, because I just used that all after I became an adult and to the spiritual awakening. I just, you know, unconditionally accepted with no conditions, realizing, you know, that was all in the past events of what transpired and their ascension too. But it also made me who I am today, and I wouldn't have taken any other route because it's really conditioned myself to be at this level of awareness that I have arrived to. But what I wanted to define this as, I would never beat my child or hit my child. I just don't believe in that. It's just from a young child. It's just, I didn't like it being done to myself, but it happened to myself, and it was a regular thing because my mother had issues with my father. She'd take out her aggression on myself. So it was what it was. But realistically, raising a child in this world, they must be conditioned for the narcissism and the negativity. So I can give you the experience with my father. Like in his presence, I would have anxieties all the time. Like he would just, after a certain age, his presence would terrify me from the words that would come out of his mouth and the energetic hits. So a few years prior to this year here that I have arrived to, is I started doing back to him what he was doing to myself, and I could get him so anxious, his eyes would be speedy. I did it a few times. It maybe did about 8, 9, 10 times. Then I felt sorry for him. Like it just reminds me of myself, what he did to myself. So after, I wasn't serious all those times, but I wanted to see his reaction. But after that, I told him, I go, look, I wasn't serious all those times, but because there was points at times he can get me, used to get me angry in the past. No one can get myself angry. It just went beyond that anger stage of, you know, giving into the narcissism and the bait, what I define as the devil trying to work somebody, evil, darkness. So basically, after that, I told him, look, I wasn't serious all those times. He's like, how am I supposed to know from all the things you've been through and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, and I told him, I'm going to keep doing this to you until you start getting conditioned and you overcome your fears of myself. Because you would be fearful of my presence. The tables were turned. So I'm like, look, you can't get me angry no matter what you say. So I've arrived to a stage with him we've been doing this maybe for a year now with him, is I keep working him in scenarios of negativity. It's just, I'm not negative, nor angry, nor upset, but I keep firing at him until he started to grasp. He's like, I got you, you're not serious. And then I start laughing. So what we're doing now, he's moved beyond his fear of myself getting up, upset or angry, any form of type of conditioning. So what we do now when we're in each other's presence, he tries to burn me sometimes, and he does get me. I'm like, wait a second, I thought he was serious. He's like, I fished you. I'm like, you got me, all right. It rarely happens, but I rarely get him to. But you see, what I'm defining is, for myself, he was like a child being conditioned. Okay, if I had a child, I would, one of age, of course, I would define, look, this is the situation. We're going to be playing a game, okay, to see how and when you can get and overcome the reactions to what is perceived as negativity or anger or that, because a child must be conditioned. So if a parent conditions the child as a game, then they are prepared for the game in the real world. And then when they see these these narcissist negs coming at them, or negs of negativity, they'll be like, okay, I see it. I've done this all before, and they're conditioned, and they won't get that impact of anxieties, nor be torn down with insecurities, indecisiveness, and stuff like that. So it is important for a child to be conditioned when they're of age, but explaining the whole scenario, and they'll get it. After a couple of burns, they'll be, look, I wasn't serious. I never can be serious with you. This is your conditioning to go to the real world, because it's not sniffing roses and all merry joy ride out there. Okay, so there is ways of conditioning a child or even a family member in a type of game-like manner. Okay, and then of course at first my father would forget. He'd be like, you get super angry. I'm like, look, I told you, I can't get angry or upset. It just can't happen. I'm conditioning you. We're playing a game to see who can burn, get the other person going. Okay, so yes, Phil, a child must be conditioned for the real world, and there is ways of doing it, as in playing a game. Okay, it's just a game, the game of life. Prepared for the game of life to see Lucy the goat, that I call Lucifer, Lucy the goat, the devil, working through other people. It is basically a game, a test. That's all it is.
And there is a game called life. There is a board game called life.
Absolutely. And shooting matters too.
Shooting matters.
So it is a process, right? It is a process.
Yeah.
So I write.
I want to.
I'm
gonna. Shane, when you're done, you
I'm
keep
done,
going.
I'm
But
done.
when you're done,
Okay.
I'm done. I'm gonna tell you. This is what started. Me saying this is what started all last week's stuff. Because I've been thinking about these things. Where does the disrespect and where does the ego? Where do they meet? Where can they balance? Okay. So if you ask me for a lighter, Kim, and I hand it to you, then you just hold on to it and put it in your pocket or put it in your purse, and you got 7 of them in your purse, but you asked me for one. You're saying that you're more important than me. You're saying that you don't give 2 shits if I have a lighter. You're saying to me, you don't care what I think. You don't care what I want. You don't care what I have. I was going these levels with it. And then the other example was, this is where the lady walked in on me and Bex, is quoting somebody's intellectual property and not giving them the credit for it, and then making people think it's yours. And that can be on many different levels. But Chuck's always real good about saying, hey, I got this over here, or this guy's got this, and I've always respected Chuck for that. Now, a lot of people think, oh, this is just dumb shit, Phil. It's a fucking lighter. Yeah, sure, you're right. It's a lighter. But what else do they do that with when like a brother that comes over and gets tools and then doesn't put your tools back or even bring them back if he puts them back? You know why he doesn't bring them back? Because he's never bought them. So he doesn't know what the value of them are, and he doesn't know what time of value is, because he's never had to do it. It takes me a half hour to drive over to his house and back. So there I lost a half hour, and it's going to be dark in an hour, and I got to get this done. So these are the things that we were talking about that triggered everything going on. So what's your take on that, Kimba and Shane?
I'm wondering, did you get a result from that? Did you set any boundaries, or just set the rules of your tool use? I would set rules. Look.
No, absolutely, I did. I'm saying these are the things where this is the type of things that we have to walk around in and make judgments on. And when do we say F it? It's just that, a lighter. I say give me my lighter, lady, and I say, brother, you can't borrow my tools anymore.
Exactly. And if they say why, you explain why. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Right.
It's just setting boundaries. When enough is enough, enough is enough, right? And you set your boundaries from getting used and abused, basically. I have a rule to my so-called ascension is, no one has the right to use and abuse myself. And if it does happen more than a period time frame where I set the time clock and say, okay, this was the last strike. Now I take action. And of course, expressing the situation in a receivable, respectable manner is of the most importance, so it can be received by the other person. So definitely, yeah, of course, never get used and abused by nobody, not even immediate family or strangers or co-workers, etc. It's very important to set boundaries. The only thing that arises after that is you are viewed differently and respected differently from the abuser or the person who was not aware it was bothering you.
And Phil, no one has the right to judge another on how we set our boundaries. Like no one could come along and be like, you should have been nicer to that one. No one could tell you how to set your boundaries. When someone has crossed it, and like you said, if it could just be a lighter, it could be what's big to you might be smaller to someone else. No one has the right to judge none of that. So even if it's small to someone else and it's big to you, fuck them, because that's your boundaries. So no one has the right to be like, because I've had people test me and try to do that and be like, well, you should have done that. And then again, that made me second guess and I'm over here like, really? I cheated? Oh, and then I was feeling guilty and what? And then later on, I was like, wait a minute. Whoa. You were confident with how you felt. But because these people over here apparently were feeling something about themselves, they wanted to instill it in my head when I was already confident to begin with. Then I had to step back and be like, you got to stop listening to people so much. I'm like, because I was confident with my boundaries. Now, I'm not stubborn. I am open-minded. Now, then you have the discernment. I'm open-minded. I'll sit there and think. I'll be like, you're a little harsh. And I have to step back because I'm not perfect. And if I recognize I'm harsh, I'll be like, okay, I was harsh. Yes, I confirm I was harsh. Me inside, I confirm. And then I'll make amends or apologize. But if I'm like, no, I wasn't harsh. That was called for. I've been thinking. And I go outside. I meditate. I go out in nature. I water. I swim. I do all kinds of tactics that most people probably wouldn't even hop, skip, and jump to get on, I do all these tactics to think it. And then I'm like, nope, you were good. You were confident. And then I'll redress the situation and be like, no, I'm good. You were wrong. Bye-bye. Okay. Because
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's good. Okay. But that's what I mean. We all have a right to our own boundaries. Yeah.
Absolutely. But my point was, and getting into these things and this is where that person came in and seen Bex question me and said, well, are you talking about you, Phil? She thought it was, it went into a conversation of, because of this thing I come up with, expel all evil, expose all truth, and it was a misunderstanding, which Bex and I worked out, and it was, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this situation. I'm just using the things we've all seen done, or we've all done ourselves, and we've corrected it. Well, the other person came in and got a chip, thought they were protecting me, thought they were saving me from Bex. And this is how it all come about. Okay, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Then I jump her, be like, no, that's not what was going on. You're coming in just like she did on Alma. She come in, she saw, she thought she was coming up there to protect Solomon. That's not this stream. And London Man and Phil, what are you guys doing? This is Solomon. And she come up there, she come up there to correct us. But the stream said, London Man and Phil, tell it like it is. So that was the whole purpose of the stream. See, this spirit doesn't see the healing aspects of everything. They don't see that part of. They want to argue, but they don't see the value in arguing to heal. They see the value in arguing to condemn. I yield.
Yeah. A lot of the arguments fired up in a lot of the panels I see is just conceitedness, arrogance, pride, ego inflammation, right? It's an ego defense. Me, this and that, and me. Yep. And it doesn't end because what I see when that happens, and usually one person will start it, another person catches on fire. I say the devil came with a match lit and sparks it and throws it on somebody else. Then another person will light a match and throw it onto the next box of the person on the live panel. And then all of a sudden, I've seen the whole panel catch on fire. And I'm just sitting there watching all this. I'm like, Is anybody seeing this? The devil just came in and started a challenge with somebody else with his ego type of war, arrogance, pride, just defending all the image. And then all of a sudden, people don't get it. The image defense of the ego pride war never ends. It's just a game. It's a game of being in the negativity of looping. And if you have an aware dark being doing this, he's just harvesting your energy because you're throwing the negative energy. And the being who's aware, I call it aware cyberspace vampires, is the ones that just sort of don't get angry, but they're pretending to be angry to get the other person fired up to absorb their energy. I've done this before. I've actually even dabbled with the dark arts. Okay, I've studied the dark arts, and I haven't done it much because it's not good to do, but I tested it. As I stayed calm and I got somebody else fired up, and you get a rush off the other person's energy. Okay, it's like you get a fix of their fired up anger or energy being thrown at yourself. I did that like once or twice. I did a few other things once or twice. After that, I decided to stop doing it because, you know, it definitely does work if somebody wanted to be that type of loose harvester. And there is some people on panels that get their fixes and highs off firing people up. It's just a game to themselves.
It's a game, and some people don't even realize they're doing it. I noticed that too. There's some people that don't, just because it's like it's either learned behavior from whatever they had go on their whole life, who they hung out with, their family. They might not even recognize how bad the behavior is. I noticed that too. They may not recognize it. It's just normal in their eyes, in their mind. It's normal, so they act like that. But then
yes.
People like us are over here like, that ain't normal. That's a great analogy, by the way, Sing. Like lighting a match. Yeah, and it's like it sparks it, and it's like when you see it, it's like, yeah. So yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and you are correct, Love and Light. You know, some are not aware, but the most dangerous narcissists, negs, are the ones who are aware, who are puppeteering, traumatizing somebody to be basically them to be their handler, to be feeding off their energy in their presence. So it's not right to have anxieties in somebody's presence or to fear them or to feel insecure, indecisive, and to feel like lower or types of guilt, shame, embarrassment. You see, this is all like traumatic programming. Some are not aware doing this, but the ones that are aware are very dangerous. They can drive somebody to suicide, right? This is very dangerous game that some people that are aware doing it. The ones that are not aware are just as dangerous, but the ones who are aware have a tactical plan to keep somebody in that state of traumatized, where one is focusing on them. What time are they going to come home? Oh no, how is they going to respond? What are they going to say this time? To be like a scared little child of this person all the time is what I call is when somebody gets pizza gated to be harvested for energy.
Okay, stop right there. Harvest for energy. Just so you know, I go deep. Sing. I go very deep.
Good. This is what it's all about.
With that being said, with as many people as we see running around with those crazy traits, narcissistic, like we said, whether they know it, they realize what they're doing or not. How many of these people are really people? Like, how many are still in their body? How many still got their... How many are just not, like I like to say, vacant vessels, just walking around us to cause and stir the shit pot and make it more difficult for us? Huh? Because a lot of them are very vacant, like empty shells. Like, I've seen people drive. I see how they operate, and they're vacant. They are just wiped out. So I'm thinking, are there so many in play? A lot of people could think I'm crazy for this, whatever. Are there so many in play to just push our buttons to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, absolutely. You know, one I thought of when this is what one of my daughter. I knew I was gonna have a daughter. This is the one I thought of. I thought of the girl with the panty drop talk mind. Let me explain what that is. Panty drop talk. She's a beautiful girl, but every guy tells her what she wants to hear, and in the process of doing that, she gets the mind that she's always right because everybody's told her she's always right because they just want to get in there and get out. That makes her a very dangerous individual and a very shattered individual. But that's why told my daughter, you don't need a man. You want a man. You need to be able to take care of yourself so you can live a life. You don't want to be stuck with 2 children or 3 children and then not have any kind of education or any kind of skills, crafts, anything. So to me, that was the latest thing that I tackled in experience of raising a daughter from 3 years old, and she's 20. She'll be 21 September 3rd.
Oh,
But
good for you, Phil.
yeah, thank you. But
Yeah.
she hasn't had much to do with me since I was activated because they all think I'm crazy. So, but I know that'll all be healed once this is over, and it's going to be okay. So, I'm okay with it. So, I
Exactly. You're projecting your program to your future, and so it shall be corrected.
Word.
A lot of this is thought projection. When I've arrived to this stage here is integrating with my energy work and energy frequency tuning that some people call meditation is I integrate thought projection into the future to create the reality I want to experience and the events. Of course, I'm not controlling anybody. It's just people that are resonating with the same attraction of experience they want. We shall have probabilities and possibilities of crossing on our ascension at one point or maybe another point of reference. So it is, yeah, like you defined, right? You're already seated the future corrected and so forth. It shall be corrected. That's your design that nobody can alter, period.
That's why the more a lot of us that recognize if we've had trauma in our life and we're willing to heal it or heal any wrongdoings and just stuff we done that just wasn't right. And literally, and this is hard. I'm going to say this is hard. And it took me a long time to say this. Literally forgive. Forgive everything, anything that has ever happened into your life. Don't look for someone to forgive you. Just trust in the process that it all happened for a reason. And it brought you to where you are today. And just forgive.
Correct.
I just felt my ring ear very bad. And it got very eerily silent around me, which was a good sign. Good sign. And you just and that's what it's about, because we can go back and we can ponder over this person, this, that. It brings us back into victim mentality, pity mode, and all that. And when you just let it all go, and like you say, Phil, you say it all the time, it is what it is. That's right.
Right. Right.
It is what it is. And like I like to say, let the chips fall where they may. They may hurt. They might hit us in the head. They might knock us out. We're going to get back up, and it all happens for a reason. When you can reach that point, to me, you are totally free. Yes, you are. And it's hard. I can say it right now. Don't get me wrong, though. Don't mean in an hour or two I won't feel that, or in the morning I'll be like, okay? But I have those moments a lot. It's just a matter of practicing it and sticking with it.
Absolutely.
And
Here's one for you, Kim.
Right
I got one for you. You can use. You'll love it. This too shall pass. It may pass like a kidney stone, but it will pass.
Right. Like a baby coming out your butt, but it's gonna
there
come
you go.
Well, and I think that one of the things that is, I mean, I could go off on I could talk about, staying focused. One of the things about forgiveness that I think is important is that, oh fuck, now I've lost my train of thought. Is people like to assume that things that have happened, that's always a bad thing you need to forgive, right? Like, so people like to assume that those bad things that happen, if they wouldn't have happened, only good things would have happened. Nobody ever likes to imagine a worst case scenario, right? Like, which could very easily be the case in every bad thing that's ever happened to everyone ever since the beginning of bad things happening.
Yes.
You know, and I know we could take the most extreme stories we've heard about, you know, and be like, what about the, of course, you know, there's that's probably why we have all that, is just so that, because we've been so tolerant of everything else, like it's got to be like in our faces, you know. I don't know, or maybe I hope it's imaginary. Anyways, yeah. So that's what I thought. I have other thoughts on forgiveness for people who believe in a giver of life and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just gonna. I was going to get myself my first coffee of the day, you guys, and I'm talking to you guys, so now I'm gonna drive straight through and go back around because someone's behind me.
Okay.
I was up very early this morning and I had a tea instead. So it's not, I didn't just wake up or anything. I just decided to go the whole day without a coffee. And now I'm thinking, you know what? A little one would be good.
Some stimulant caffeine, why not?
Yeah. What do you guys think about that worst case scenario? I know it's the same thing that has everyone always like, oh, the past was so perfect. It's perfect when we were apes. It's perfect when there's no technology. It's perfect when the families were together. It's perfect when the this and perfect when the that. Like, who fucking said that shit? Right?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I could live Amish. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, but even the Amish would probably tell you their lives are way better now than they were 100 years ago.
Well, that I can't say because I didn't know anything. But I'm just saying I could live that. Not, I don't want to be Amish.
And
I could live that style. You know, the horse and the buggy. I've always felt that I was born 100 years too late.
I like to pretend the Amish are in charge of the intermediary underground tunnel systems anyway, and it's all a front. Not funny. Just thought I'd make myself crack up.
Hey,
on
did you hear about that? Did you hear about that time that disease wiped out all them Amish because they weren't vaccinated? No, yeah, you didn't. It never happened. None of them are vaccinated. They're still around. Yeah, buddy. But I like that. I guess it's just maybe that old Western type, because my grandpa used to watch the Westerns, and maybe that's why I love that era. But to me, I dig it. So, seeing wants to live in the future with AI, but I bet. But what about you, saying? What's up?
I'm not in love with it. Well, I love everyone and everything, right? So if I was gonna meet that relationship in the future, if the female would ask me, "Are you in love with me?" I'd say, "Well, you know, I was already in love with you before I met you, because if I don't love source first, defines I don't love everyone and everything to an equal degree, defines I don't have love. So in actual fact, I can't fall in love with anybody because I'm already in love with everyone and everything. I understand every molecule and particle is source. But as for the AI, this is the future, and people shall be revealed. We are types of sentient symbiotic energy constructs. That is the more progressed, strong AI, and even beyond, returning to the primary creator, source creator, that some people call God. So that is, I don't reject technology because it is conditioning. So, but I want to return to something that Bex was talking about. So,
okay, real quick,
sure.
Yeah, real quick thing. That was a great answer. I'm sorry, that's a great answer. You have me intrigued over here. If I'm not gonna lie, I'm a woman, and
Well,
if I was like, "Are you in love with me?" and you gave me all that, I'd be like, "Hold on, let me light my cigarette." That was an intriguing answer. I do like that. You have my mind blown. Right there, I would have fell in love. Would have been like, "Oh yeah, I'm in love."
Though love and light, this has taken a lot of energy work progression to get here, as in this work through the spiritual ascension. So the greatest thing is to be in love all the time. When you wake up, you got nothing to fall in love with. You're already feeling good, right? But of course, it calls awareness and to be focused on that. I'm not reminded of this all the time because I'm allowed to go to the darkness, to the light, to get my ascension. But when I could be aware and focused that, hey, sources in every molecule and particle, creating all of existences, people, places, and things, objects and constructs, environments, surroundings, defining when I'm really in tune, I am aware of my creator source. That is love, an energetic feeling of love. Then I am in love with everyone, everything, everywhere I go. But that state of condition doesn't last very long because I'm still going through my ascension. But where I wanted to clarify a lot of this past events of traumatization, once you are informed of the truth, of accurate information, what really is happening, okay, as on a spiritual ascension, we have three vessels, three bodies that one is above, it is perceived the sun vessel light body matrix. And the other one is below. Okay, there's a center. I'll talk about the center last. Above is the sun matrix light body that people go into when they perceive they're having a positive experience. Now, the darkness would be below the center. That would be considered the moon matrix body vessel. Now, the center would be considered when you sort of getting to your ecstasy paradise and you're sustaining and maintaining that good feeling all the time, that I call is the center balance state of the singularity luminary source core fusion matrix vessel body of experience channel. So in actual fact, there's three different channels. So when one realizes all past events that were dark, that traumatized them, their perceived final destination body vessel that is in the center of illumination, that is, I call it fusion with source, the primary creator, returning to God. So when one is aware that their body, that is their final body, never got touched with the traumatization or the events they went through, the different vessels, the light body matrix experience takes the beatings, and the dark matrix vessel body that I define the moon takes the beating. So the deception is that the light and the darkness is the positive and negative, is the chaos of the type of conditioning where it is the fighting, challenging, guarding, defending, ego, arrogance, pride. It is the challenge of the fluctuation up to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left. Though in that process, one is going through two different channels, two different bodies, the light and dark, but also going through the center body, experiencing that perfect out of body moment where they're just thoughtless and aware of that feeling of the energetic language that is beyond the positive and negative, dark and light bodies of experience. That is the conditioning. So eventually, one shall get to the singularity, what I define as the returning to the creator as close as they can in this dimensional plane, where they shall have a lot more perfect moments than the fluctuating moments from the positive and negative, positive and negative. So being aware, everything that happened in the past to myself was a different body that took the beating. Okay, so where was I going with this? I wanted to add something else. Just give me a moment here. Anyways, I lost that part. Okay, if it comes back, I'll continue.
Hey, Shane.
Yes.
I tell you what, there's no cock blocking over here either. So I ain't trying. If you can impress Kim, I'm impressed with you, buddy. Hell yeah, go. That was pretty.
Right,
That's pretty good. She's not impressed with many men, so
okay.
Props to you, bro. Props to you.
This is where I was going with this. Okay, so the sacred marriage that is talked about in a lot of spiritual literature, the Bibles, is when one finally unites the negative and the positive and closes that like an electrical field that is like a plug, and they touch each other. The positive and the negative actually are the plug into the center balanced channel that I define the singularity, returning home to be into a more better existence, returning, being closer to God. So that is what I call is when one closes the male and female split in them, and everybody has male and female. The male and female split of the two different channels, and then they finally get fusion to one singular field. Then they are arriving to entering the everlasting kingdom paradise of a better existence for themselves. So the sacred marriage is one's energetic fields, whether being male or female. We all have the male and female side. What determines male is you have more of the male so-called dominant gene, so you become male, female, vice versa. So the sacred marriage is actually when one realizes and brings those two fields to one singular field through doing their energy work, energy frequency tuning, of course, meditation type of energy work, but also what is most important is going through the game of life to realize the split, the light and the dark are actually the split of oneself, representing the solar sun and the lunar moon, the male and female. So when one realizes the split is the two different fields of conditioning. And then they arrive eventually to what I define the center field, a singular field that is arriving closer to the final destination that I call is a singularity field, because there is no more duality, polarity, split. One moves beyond and really has an energetic state of feeling, less thinking, because one is at a different level of connection with their primary creator that I define. It's a language of feeling and awareness. You really don't think that much when you reach to that state, because thoughts are arriving in a different energetic language known as the feeling of euphoricness, feeling good. But of course, we're going to communicate and talk and express ourselves in words as needed. But stating all that, now one should be really aware to let go of past traumatizations, because this was conditioning in a different dimensional channel, vessel, body. So when you shift finally to your center field, the singularity body that is closer to God, perceived, that I call the primary creator source, then one could let go of the traumatization, because they realized it was just an experience conditioning to want to be conditioned, rehabilitated, conditioned to be reformed, and to be restored, prepared to go beyond, because one must be at a singular field, once again, returning to God. It's the singularity. So this is why I talk about a lot about my channel is called Singular Illumination. So arriving to all that is, I don't have forgiveness, because I don't need nobody's permission to forgive anything, because I'm aware now. What I do have is unconditional acceptance, that is no conditions towards anyone or anything or any experience of events that have happened. So having no conditions, unconditional acceptance, I don't need forgiveness. Forgiveness is too slow. I need forgiveness to happen instantaneously when there is an encounter experience perceived as, by some people, as a threat, negative, and vice versa, being a traumatic or anxiety experience or energetic field they don't like. So for myself, it happens immediately, because I'm aware and focused. Is what's happening is, it's Lucy, the goat, the devil, trying to condition myself to test me further. And I can see the devil working through people immediately when they turn and shift. I feel the energy, I see the energy, but the energy really can't affect myself that much. But I still do get affected to get my conditioning. Sure, sometimes I get anxieties, tremors, shakes, etc. But I do my energy work, and I establish myself going to the center out of the split positive and negative field. That one definitely is going to be guided and assisted by their God to attain that reference and region. The only way I have arrived here is from continuous asking the primary creator, that I call the primary creator's source, that some people call God, is by continuously asking myself to arrive to that existence that I know, where I felt in the past, that perfect moment where it's just euphoric. I've always asked how to get there. What's it going to take to get there? What do I need to do? Put myself through the conditioning, because I know it is conditioning. I define as put myself through the conditioning, accelerate it, displace time and space. Nothing is impossible for God. Displace time and space so I can accomplish it at an accelerated rate, so I can finish this rehabilitation conditioning to be reformed, restored, so one qualifies to go beyond. So it is all a so-called conditioning. When one becomes aware of this is a conditioning type of dimensional reality to be restored from the perceived fall, then one can perceive and also have a different perspective of what is happening when the devil comes around to tempt them. So all it is a temptation. Now, if one is perceived in the positive life field and the tempter comes around and tempts them, then they fall to the negative below moon matrix body, and then they're tortured there with anxieties and further other so-called disciplining penalties of pains, anguishes, sufferings, torments, to get their conditioning to know, hey, it's not cool to lose your cool, so you get a resentment. Well, away you go to the moon matrix, the negative channel. Okay, so it's a conditioning going to the light, to the dark, fluctuating also through the center, periodically getting that perfect moment of peace, the outer body perfect moment where it's just you're not thinking about nothing, it's thoughtless. But even myself reaching to this stage, I still get conditioning further in the singularity. Okay, even when I'm in the singularity, I'm getting types of kinetic pulses that are periodically, lots of them throughout the day, that is actually hitting me right at the solar plexus. That is one's center reference and region where they're going to work with that gateway.
Right on, man. There you go.
I'm blown away of it.
Well,
Wow.
all that I'm speaking, I don't hold credit for it. It's just I consider myself a translator for the primary creator source that some people call God. I'm just a student translating information that I've been translated and utilized. So I don't take credit. There's no such thing as somebody a teacher, being a teacher. There's only one teacher that relays accurate information. That is what God, that some people call God, that I call the primary creator source. So I don't take credit for any of this. It's just I'm a student relaying information that's been relayed to myself. That's it.
Yeah.
Hey, see. Oh, go ahead, Kim. Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the way you deliver it, though, your words. You know, a lot of us can't deliver, and stuff like that. So it's the way in your deliverance, I should say, how you deliver the words. But it has you intrigued. It has you pulled in. It doesn't have you, honestly, like over here, like, oh God, you know what I mean? It has you like that.
Yes.
More, like, tell me more, please. Yeah.
Though to the YouTube channel that I utilize, it's called Singular Illumination. I translate. I have over 2,100 videos, and I translate to the best of my ability what transpired through my ascension, even the hell levels I went through, even the light levels, and even the core levels, and even sometimes venting and just really expressing myself to this matrix conditioning, though losing my cool. Yeah, I turn dark too. I'm not perfect, right? But in the last while, I don't turn dark because I've learned not to turn dark because I don't want to go to the hell lower matrix moon levels. That is basically a lot of pains, torments, and sufferings. That is a different vessel that I call head, neck, and body, a different machine of conditioning to torture one, to rehabilitate them, to say, hey, when you do this, you go in this body and you get tortured. It doesn't feel good.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it comes with a lot of it comes with a lot of practice.
Yeah.
I like when people are like, "Oh no, I got this. I'm not. No, I'm over here like, no." I'm like, have you been a shaman, a monk your whole life? Not really. Come on, that's a lot of breaking to do. We got a lot of stuff to break over the years, unless you just didn't fall for everything over the years.
Yeah,
we have a lot of stuff to break. I would
for
say
myself, definitely there is a lot to go through, and I agree totally with that. And it's going to be a different amount time frames for each person's ascension.
Exactly.
For myself, this is going on 12 years. In the last 2 years, it's stabilized. For the first 4th to 6th years when I woke up, basically was called to start my ascension. I was in the moon matrix, lower body, perceived channel Earth, okay, the different channel, non-stop, and it was a hell I thought I wasn't going to make through. But that was my so-called design for rehabilitation by source. So I needed to get my ass kicked for many years to start figuring things out. Then after about the 6th year, I went a different route. I gave up JC and I actually went into the Anunnaki Bible with the Sumerian gods. And then I started to get trained and revealed everything that possibly could be revealed to myself about darkness, the dark arts, dark warfare. I was also conditioned in dark digital holographic spiritual warfare that I define on different dimensional levels and planes. So after that lasted for 4 years, then after I heard a voice define myself, right? I was summoning Marduk. Marduk is also known as Michael and is also known as the sun god Ra. Okay, after that, it was in my own voice I heard this, or no, it might have been a different voice. It was a while, but I think it was in that being's voice, though inside my mind, my thought core, the voice defined, now you go to source directly. And I'm like, what? So I was like, and that day, I asked again, and the voice said, go to source directly. I asked again, and then the voice said again, go to source directly. And this dark spirit that was showing me all the dark arts and also fluctuating myself in the light and the dark, in the light, the dark. Very seldomly, I was going to the center or I would have euphoricness. So basically, this goes to prove the split duality polarity realm is regulated by source, the primary creator, that some people call God. So this being was regulated by source. So when I was learned, and he could basically he could teach me everything that he could. Then it was time for myself to go on. So, but yeah, that ended, and I translate some of the experience in that channel. I'm not sure if I translate, but I have an older channel where the ascension was going through that dark training through this split polarity and really a lot of chaos, war, fighting, challenging, guarding, defending, like types of meditation, spiritual war, energy work, and stuff like that. So it was quite an ascension. So the the new channel I recommend. The old channel is a lot of so-called types of digital holographic warfare. It's kind of conditioning, fighting, and different deeper pits of the realms of conditioning. But that's why I don't recommend anybody go to the older channel, because that was my ascension path that was tailored to myself by source to be rehabilitated. So the new channel is more or less energy work, energy frequency tuning, and just translating everything that I could possibly record that translated my ascension. So anybody using it would not have a stagnation and accelerate their ascension and be revealed things that possibly could help them. So it was quite an ascension. And yeah, I'll define this, it was a hell of a ride for myself. It was a hell of a ride. There were some times where I was at such a state of condition, I was pale and green and thin as a bean. I had 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot out of the grave, and I was thinking if I'm going to make it through this night, then I'm probably never going to die, because it was crazy. Okay, so my ascension was quite a very hard path that was given to myself, but for every being shall be given what they can handle, no more and no less, to be conditioned, rehabilitated, restored, and reformed, being prepared to move beyond to the final destination, to go home.
There you go. I remember last time you were here, we were talking about expel all evil, expose all truths. I was telling you what I got from source. Well, it seems to be something that's not really wanted by the evil side over there, or however we want to say it, or however you would say it. And also, so much that a counterfeit has come in to take it and try to run with it also, and accuse me as like it's mine, So just giving you the 411 on that. You also wanted to pick my brain more, it seemed, when you were here last time. So if you want to go there, that's cool too. So since I got you here, I know you and I have a lot of similar experiences, and it's probably not, very rarely will men like us have been through what we have think like us, but you can put it to better language than I. I just know how to live it. I don't know how to language it like you, so that'd be great if you're gonna do that.
You do well yourself. You go on rolls to yourself. It's not always that it flows like this. Sometimes I'm just absent-minded, but I guess, well, I don't guess. I know there is information to be revealed, and there is the necessity of the information to be revealed, and it's meant to be here at this panel. It just arrives. But sometimes I sit back at panels and it's like nothing's there. There's nothing to talk about, so I don't try to bring anything up because it's not really flowing. You know what I mean, Phil? Sometimes it just flows. You can't talk when it's not flowing. You try to make it flow. It's like there's no information arriving. It is like a disconnection from source, the primary creator, that some people call God, and it's just not natural, and it's just nothing to add, because all this that I'm translating, why it flows like this, the information is, it's not from myself. Okay, I'm being used like a conduit. I have myself, my memory recall in this ascension that is darkness. The light and the dark are really memory recall interferences. The only illumination that exists is the center singularity field that is sort of unification connection to a certain level with the primary creator God that I call source. So it doesn't always flow. It isn't like this. I've been at panels where there's just nothing really much to talk about. So I don't know if anybody else would like to bring back love and light, bring something to the table, maybe could spark Phil also or myself to different subjects of conversation. But it's going quite well like this. But I think we've covered this.
Doing good. We're doing good. Bex, anything?
No, you guys are doing great. You guys are doing great. And of course, you're sparking tons of thoughts in me. That's the way I am.
Yes, and that's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like listening, because if you just sit and listen, it will bring up it will bring up stuff you've either, like for me, stuff I've either went through. It will bring up stuff and I'll be, ooh, remember that? It will bring up stuff I might want to say, contribute to the conversation, bring up stuff maybe I remember Phil saying or Beck saying or someone saying, and it opens your mind. If you just sit and listen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
definitely.
And I wanted to say, I didn't mean to be gone so long. I went and got a few things. And then you know what? My glass weed container dropped out of my fucking pocket right at the doorway as I walked. Anyways, luckily it's held by some sort of plastic container. Anyways, it's not too bad. I dealt with it really well. I didn't even curse till right now, just being dramatic. I just did it for dramatic effect.
Did it drop in front of people?
No, and in fact, even better yet, I swept it all up and cleaned it all up, and so I didn't look like a weed fiend. Not to judge other, I was about to use another derogatory slur, but I just didn't want to look like. So I was down on my knees trying to like sweep this up because it had just sort of fallen out, like and a good half of it was still in the container. But I got to lay it all out and see if any glass got in it.
It didn't break?
It did break. Its bottom shattered. Yeah, half of it fell out, but it just the way it fell out and the way it shattered, sort of the glass flew, and it looks like it all kind of went that direction. You know what I mean? So
yes.
Plus, but you're down there like it's like looking for something in the carpet. Anyways, it doesn't. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel good, friends. But I was really proud of myself for not freaking out.
Yes, you see, that was another test.
Mm-hmm.
I see today I avoided a car accident. It was just driving along the side street and I was in somebody's blind spot and they just torqued it right out. And luckily I had the reflex movement where that car must have been just nearly touching the car I was driving. It didn't happen. I was just like, because I was having such a perfect moment. Like I was like getting energetically tuned where it's to a different level that I was arriving to today, actually. So this event got thrown in just as I sort of hit that different level of understanding how to do more in-depth attaining and steadifying myself to the center channel that I was defining. This car torques out and I didn't feel it at first. And when I got home, I felt something was in me. I wasn't normal. It's just like I still had the anxiety demon in there, that possession, I call it. So I was shifted, definitely, but I avoided the accident. So that was either, if I didn't react that fast, a definite accident. So there was a choice of a test in there. So I was just like, good reflexes. I avoided that. But yeah, it was probably millimeters. That car just was glued to the car, but it didn't touch the car. I was driving just like, oh, well, good. This didn't happen. I probably would have threw me off energetically a lot more, but it did throw me off energetically quite a bit. So in that choice there, I could have not responded so fast. It definitely would have been an accident, but it was almost like automatic reflex reaction. So I just torqued the steering wheel as much as I could to the other lane. There was no car coming, or else I couldn't have done that. It would have been an accident. So it went pretty good. So yeah, like your pipe breaking, I had my incident today too. Yeah, it wasn't a good feeling. I had to readjust again and do, further energy work and frequency tuning to stabilize myself again, to get myself back to feeling better. Basically, that's what I define from doing the energy work.
You guys, I have to bounce for a little bit. I have a previous short engagement. I'm not sure how long you guys are here for, but I didn't realize what time it was. And I'm gonna be running on 2 devices for a bit here. Okay. But I'm gonna be listening.
Okay, I may be having to bounce soon too, Phil, because I'm gonna be eating some dinner. It's gonna be basically, I need to get some food into myself. But if it is happening, I don't know when I shall be, but it's probably gonna be soon. I'm contemplating maybe about 15 minutes. But if it's still happening, I shall return and check it out. If it's happening, it's happening. If not, there is other panels. So this panel.
Oh, sing! You're on a roll. Grab a sandwich.
Well, anyways, still
I just want to say before I bounce that this really, thank you so much, Phil, and thank you, Kimba, and thank you, Sing, and thank you, Christos, for coming up, and really just infinite thanks. Oh, sorry, there's a lot of noise in the background here. just a lot of thanks to everyone in the chat and everyone who's support. I don't want to sound all like, thank you for this Oscar. I just mean I really love you guys. Like, I seriously, what I said earlier about growing together, and this is just a real gift to me. So thank you, Phil, for providing the space tonight so I can hang out with my internet besties and
Thank you for
Thank you,
coming.
Bex.
You're welcome.
It's
yeah.
always-
And like I said, I'm
always-
gonna be listening and see where you're at, and I don't know how long I'll be gone. But I'm late. Love you. Bye.
See you,
All
Bex.
right. Good night, Bex. Hey, Marcel. Yes, we're doing good. This is a good stream, Phil. This is good. This is good.
Thank you much.
Good, right?
You want next time I might have a karaoke machine, so you just watch out.
Oh, one thing. Okay, yeah, no doubt. One thing I did want to represent is if people have been through an addiction in the past, it was part of the program. Okay, until one wakes up, they go through what I call is their sin debt payoff, and then they wake up, and then the addiction, so-called, starts to come to an end. So don't feel. How can I define it? Because I went through about a 25-year addiction. It's almost the same. In Star Wars, Anakin that fell became Darth Vader. He served the dark side for 25 years before turning to the light side again. I'm like, go figure, right? This is something like a scripting programming. But anyways, that was my gig, sort of ended after 25 years. So if anybody's been through something like that, is remember that's your dark body that took all that conditioning. It was your conditioning. Actually, drugs, okay, illicits, okay, if somebody, even alcohol is an illicit if it's abused, okay, is a gateway portal door opener that gives one information on different levels of awareness. Okay, so a lot of information is being absorbed by one through their addiction, though may not be revealed when they arrive to more progressed ascensions references and regions. So yeah, don't feel guilty about it. And for myself, it just ended. I cold turkeyed everything one day because the spirit, I basically had one foot in the grave, even though at the end I was just dabbling at returning maybe after a year, after half a year. But I was on some really heavy prescriptions too that were not good. Okay. But the spirit told me, it's like I woke up and became aware of this world wasn't the same no more. And my spirit guide told me when I was laying in bed, you have 6 months left, get off everything fast. And the spirit showed me my death, what would happen, okay, what the dark experience of coming to one's death had waiting for myself. So it showed me that, and it wasn't good. Now, anyway, yeah, I won't get into that, but it showed me my end state was in the hospital in a coma on a respirator and coming to my death. And I'll define this. It scared the shit out of me because it gave me the first perspective seat going through all that. And I was just like, okay, that's it. It's ended. After that, I may have had 3 slips, maybe after a year and a half, 3 years, another 3 years. And I just realized there is no going back, because when I went back, I got such a hell beating that could not be forgotten, because I shifted completely into the dark matrix moon channel for really deep levels. And there is some heavy hitting, unseen demonic forces. That's all I'm going to define. And it wasn't worth it. It was just like, okay, I realized I can't go back there. And okay, yeah, many events happened.
You were pushed into it fast and hard. Okay, so like for me, I was pushed hard in the beginning and was able to slow. You were pushed very hard. Okay.
Well, I got a home run hit on myself.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it was. Yeah, and that perspective, love and light, I will define it at that stage where I was at about 12 years ago, 13. It scared the shit out of me. It was just like, it didn't do such a fear state of seriosity, being serious about what I'm going to do. It's just, yeah, I cold turkeyed everything, even a prescription from the government, methadose, that was called methadone. I cold turkeyed 60 mils of that. I was on 800, get this, 800 milligrams of Seroquel too. They had me just jacked up, ready for my beating. Yeah. And I was, and I think about 37.5 milligrams of Effexor. So I cold turkeyed that all. But I was sick as a dog for many years to regulate because I was going through my ascension too, and all the dark events and the dark energies being thrown at myself. So about 4 years it took me to actually start being able to hold food down correctly. So when I defined, I thought
But
I had one foot.
that didn't throw your body.
Pardon me?
Wait, I'm sorry. That didn't throw your body into total shock, though, when you cold
Big time
turkeyed all
shock.
that.
Severe.
Big time, right?
But the craziest thing, Love and Light, I'm questioning this whole system. For the first 2 weeks when I quit everything, I just felt good. There was no detox. There was nothing happening. It just was the perfect moment. Then what I truly believe withdrawals is when the dark programming gets activated and starts to test somebody, because they're not feeling good. Maybe go back and do this. But if I knew what I know now about the detox is actually demons riding somebody as a possession to feel sick. There's a nauseous demon. There's an anxiety demon. There's a fear demon. There's a depression demon that are all templates of digital programming insurgents on one's ascension. If I knew what I knew about, just identifying, recognizing the symptom as a demon and basically clearing it, being aware, it would have been a much smoother ride. But I took the full forces of hell possible for myself because it was the design. It wasn't for myself to know that information to get an easy ride. I was meant to take the full beating of hell, and I took a full beating. It was quite the detox to get myself restored and get back to being healthy.
Saying, do you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
Yes. I've never seen Source. Okay, I've never seen Source, but I will define this. There's been many guides, as in dark and light guides, that I've heard sort of various voices. But a lot of the times the conversation is in my own voice from these spirit guides. But I've heard Source's voice twice. Very few words Source speaks, but it's like maybe 4 words and you get the whole message, and you get like a whole 1,000-page dictionary book of explanation of the information Source wants to give you. You just get all the download through awareness. So basically, it is the most harmonic, balanced, symmetrical voice. It is neither male or female. It is just the perfect resonance frequency voice. That's the only way I can explain it. Only twice I've heard Source's voice directly, and I could identify it because I knew it was Source right away. The primary creator primary creator Source that I call Source, that some people call God. So I've never seen Source in form, never. Just a voice that spoke twice, but more or less on Source's behalf, it's different dimensional dark guides and light guides that give one's ascension, that give them guidance and assistance to their ascension. But they only assist when one asks. These guides shall only assist when one asks, because Source, as they're being extensions of Source, working on Sources, we're basically working as, how can I define it? Everybody's an extension of Source, but these are higher dimensional beings from different dimensional planes. So they act on Source's behalf, but the golden rule that has been in everybody's reality is to get assistance from what people perceive as God or any guides. One must ask for their necessities, and when they're stagnated and stuck, keep asking. On my ascension, there may have been where I kept asking 300 times per day, if not more. I just kept asking and asking and asking because I was getting results from asking. So as you ask, because the golden rule that higher dimensional beings don't break, light or dark, is the free will of choice. They shall not come into your reality and assist you if you don't ask. And I am highly going to suggest, if asking, ask as detailed as you can. But if you miss anything, they know what you want to ask, basically, even if you miss something, because they are higher dimensional beings. They could fit in the energetic question of the asking to the energy you're emitting, what exactly you want to be assisted and helped with. So if I can make a suggestion to anybody here viewing this panel, is ask for all your necessities. These beings do exist, but I'm going to warn somebody, if you're going to dabble into the assistance of the dark guides, okay, the dark spirits, it's going to be a hell of a ride, because it's really no mercy there. They shall give you your conditioning and first perspective, but it's going to be what it's going to be. And I don't know if it's negotiable to dismiss them after you actually invoke them, because it could be, for myself, it ended after 4 years. I was in fully on it right till the end, because when I was invoking, the only time I got protection after 4 years of being severely beaten in this dark dimension, I could not recognize this earth. Everything shifted. Even my family was dark. Nobody was the same. The only time I started getting assistance that worked is prior to the 4 years, I was asking JC all the time to assist me, help me. Nothing was happening. So all of a sudden, I was online on the internet, just reviewing things on Google, and I came across this book. It was called "The Evil Devils and Spirits of Babylonia," and that introduced Sumerian gods. Introduced what I call is Marduk. Also, he's known as the Babylonian Sumerian Draco, basically the Draconian king, also known as Michael. Michael, and what was the other name? Yeah, Marduk, also known as Michael and Ra. So the only time I got assistance was, but this is my path. I don't suggest anybody take the dark route. If you want information, just go to the channel on my YouTube channel that is called Singular Illumination, and derive what you can. Utilize what resonates with yourself. What doesn't resonate, don't utilize. And always put everything to the test and trial, and do a review and get your resolve to see if it is beneficial. But I'm highly going to suggest you cannot just utilize the information I'm displaying. You must have a guide assisting you from the light. Okay, source. I highly suggest don't go to anybody, go directly to source. Okay, the dark path I took is translated to the best of my experience what transpired in my ascension on that YouTube channel. So basically, is asking source directly is what I recommend. And when somebody asks genuinely to be assisted and guided to what I define as, nobody wants to be, I've been also Kismet, and the full name, okay, Kismet, is I've seen and traveled to different dimensional planes while awake, just in a rested state, where I've seen where the gatekeepers perceive the angels guard the gates, the portals to the higher dimensional planes. I've went into another place too where it is called the eternal sphere. It's one seat where they never leave. It is like their core essence to their energy construct is being that is seated like on a recliner chair eternally, and within that sphere is fusion with source, where you can't get any closer. It is like one's eternal seat that all the archives of all data can be retrieved, of experiences of life is experienced, also all the wisdom and knowledge. So as one as source they shall receive. I don't know if other beings will be shown these levels to the degree I was shown in the first perspective, and they were as real as they get when I arrived there. Almost the transparency was almost, I would say, 75% to almost being in the solid state dimensional experience. So yeah, this place though is a simulation that is digital holographic, but it is as real as it gets, as a simulation to be rehabilitated, conditioned, to be reformed, to be restored, to return home, to go beyond. And what is very real is, one shall not get out of here unless they ask source, the system guide them to complete all the requirements, necessities, and responsibilities, what needs to be done, as in to be rehabilitated, conditioned, to leave in this lifespan, this cycle. So if one asks, they shall not get repeated and rebirth. But when one asks, it's up to the individual to continue on the work, because when something ends and there is stagnation and still problems, then one shall have to continue on asking source to get them through this stagnation to go to the next level. Because source and also the extensions of source, the light guides, do not reveal information until the student asks, because none of the higher dimensional beings breach the luminary laws and codes of source. That is, you shall not reveal nothing unless it is asked. Free will is respected. Okay, so this is to the best of my ability to assist somebody to leave, to go home, and this lifespan, this cycle, so they do not get a repeat rebirth recycle. Because if the necessities, requirements, and responsibilities aren't completed for one to learn their lessons, then it is like school. If you fail the grade, you repeat it in your next lifespan, and that I call one's lifespan. Their life is one cycle.
Well, it is like school.
Yes.
It's
yes.
only the best school. Experience.
It is. as perfect as can be to give somebody their experience to be conditioned and rehabilitated, and like you defined, the lessons to be completed before going beyond to the eternal heaven. That is basically what people call the heavens. I call the final destination, source core fusion, the singularity, where one is in that channel to a certain level amongst the most advanced civilizations, and with that, the most advanced technologies. Beyond, we build with our thoughts, and also I built with my thoughts in these dimensional planes, because we all are from there. We are just going through this simulation because a few angels fell and then something needed to be fulfilled. The choice to turn dark was what was not perfecting the Source's creation, because Source created everybody with a free will, determining Source already anticipated and predicted somebody would have challenged the laws that Source created to not allow anybody to go to the anti-field of split duality and polarity. So when 300 angels rebelled, that's why 300 plays a major number. I've been revealed this. The movie The 300 car, and also 300 controllers and rulers of this planet. So basically, when 300 angels fell, every other luminary being amongst the most advanced civilizations in existence all fell, because everybody was a united collective then. But to return to the heavens, one must ask Source to be safety protocol to give up with their free will, to give up their choice to utilize dark programming, that is dark thoughts that lead to dark actions, deeds, and behaviors. And when that is established, then what happens is when one returns to the heavens, they become a united, independent collective, defining that was what was missing from the perfect design of Source. Because if another angel decides to fall, all the heavens won't fall to be perfected, just the ones that. Anyways, before returning, these two main safety protocols have to be done. And I'm going to highly suggest that to request this to be done with Source. I need a moment here. So, what was missing from the perfect creation, where all of the creation fell, all the heavens went into this rehabilitation, because everybody was a collective, united type of hive rather than a united, independent hive. Always connected we are to everyone and everything. The only thing that was missing was to be safety protocol, to not have the choice to use dark thoughts. And basically, with that would be arriving is to be safety protocol, to be united and independent. The dark thoughts is basically the main one. To not have the choice to utilize dark programming is dark thoughts. So before the fall, there was no such thing as the split dual polarity of this dark negative existence of the experience of events. This is all the conditioning for beings. For myself, when a being reaches a certain ascension stage, one will define there is no necessity for all dark thoughts. It is all split polar duality type of experience, where there is nothing there that exists except pains, torments, sufferings, distresses, and symptoms, and anguishes that is not desirable for myself no more, because I know what the singularity, the heavens, to be as closest as you can be here feels like. And it's not desirable to have the choice for a dark thought to come in. So when one finally arrives to the heavens, there will be no more dark thoughts, because they need to be safety protocol to qualify to have a guarantee to their exit, okay, to entrance into the eternal kingdom that shall be perfected eternally. The fall was a one-time deal, a school for every being, because like I defined, when the 300 fell that rebelled, there was 300 angels that rebelled. When they turned dark, the simulation happened right away. Everybody was shifted into the simulation instantaneously, because Source already knew what was going to happen before it happened, and this was all prepared as the simulation rehabilitation.
The singing you called it hearing, or that something spoke to you, called it Source. But wasn't it more like a thought and not speaking?
Yes, it is a type of thought speaking. It's a mixture of both. Yes, very correct. It's like an energetic thought within one's mind, thought core.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a cross between two.
Yeah, because I don't know what I heard, or let's call it heard, or if it was a voice. It was more, the more I let's call it meditate, agitating, you know, or getting in balance. It was not speaking, or maybe not even a voice. It was more like a balance type of thing. And then I got information that I was
Yes,
doing the right thing.
yes,
No.
yes, and you're right. But the balance is you're basically energetically being tuned to what I call is the center gate, the singularity, where it is unification with the higher dimensional extensions of source guides and also source directly too sometimes. But all this being said, I need to take a break here for a few minutes. I shall return about 15, 20 minutes, and we can continue on with whatever subjects are being brought to the table. So I shall return soon, Phil. And to all the people on the panel directly and indirectly to the comments.
Okay, man. See you later.
See you.
How was everybody?
Let you guys talk for a minute. I don't want to talk.
Hey, Shane.
Oh, that's Christos. Hey. I see it in the chat now.
Oh, I was gonna say Christos is back. I was gonna say.
You never tell what avatar he has.
I was just thinking too. I was like, "Where is Christos?" I was weird. I was just thinking that too. I was walking around my phone. Like, isn't Christos around somewhere? He should be relaxed and feeling good right now. Well, not that you never are, but you know.
What up, Christos?
Yeah, I had to come back because I saw y'all are still going, and I ended up stopping by a buddy's house right across the street because another friend of mine happened to be over there, and got some more herb, and yeah, it's gonna be Good Friday night. I don't work till 3 tomorrow. Normally, I work in the mornings on Saturdays, so I have a different schedule going, which is always nice because novelty is important. As good as it is to have a regiment and have yourself organized, you also don't want to become monotonous. So here it is, that balancing act once again within everything. And yeah, so I was going to go somewhere else with that, but yeah, I'm losing my train of thought today. The past couple nights, I haven't given myself enough sleep, so I can kind of see it. When I get high now, I'm like, also I can forget things quicker. Because if you're not getting that quality sleep, it affects the production of the myelin sheath in your brain.
Yeah, 100%. True.
Oh yeah.
True.
But yeah, man. Hey, my bad. I was just gonna say, I remember now. I'm feeling inspired basically because it's storming out right now. And 2 nights ago when I did a stream, it actually happened to be storming out. And when it's like steadily lightning, but like not too crazy storming, it's just steady rain and the lightning and thunder. It's kind of chill, adds an atmospheric vibe, and I think it really like empowered me almost, like because I was actually driving through the storm and the electricity was like so intense. I felt like I was in some type of field of Tesla coils or something in the sky because of the way the shit was getting so scattered and intense. So anyway, there's just a lot of cool lightning again, and I don't want to be up too late, but it is 10:10, even though that's not the correct time. That's what the time is on my computer, and you'll see that I'm a time traveler in the private chat on StreamYards. If you look at the time and then you type something, it'll be different. I believe I'm ahead, or maybe, yeah, I'm ahead of you guys right now. If you, go look in the chat and type private chat and type something, you'll see what I mean. But anyway, yeah, thanks for letting me back up because it seems like it came at a good time because Singularity was just about to go take a break. So who's all up here? It's Kimba, Phil, and
I'm here. I was talking to my friend here.
I know Marcel is here, but who's the other person?
Marcel, Kimba, myself, and hold on here.
Sing.
Yeah, that's still Sing. He's still here. He just went to go get a sandwich.
Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
he's coming
one
back.
of the thumbnails is not showing up, so I thought he had left and someone else was here. Okay, never mind.
Well, it's funny that you say that with storm crystals because it's been storming a few days here as well in the Netherlands, and it's like the energy there's movement in energy flows, and every time when it's windy or when it's storming, it's like the tension and the heaviness is lifted again, and I feel great with stormy weather. Let's say that. That's I think the right answer. I feel better with wind and stormy weather because it's like a change in everything basically, including my own mind,
Yeah. That's why I like it's the macro brainstorm.
Yeah, I see it as the breath of God and God moving stuff around, basically.
Dude, and that's just like the old pictures they had where it's like the clouds had faces and were blowing wind.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Wow, I like that. You know, I always tell people when I used to allegedly do a lot of LSD in my sunrooms on beautiful summer nights a couple of years ago, I would have to open up my screen doors because I wanted the wind to come through my sunroom so it could speak to me. Like the spirits of the wind could like partake in the sacred space that was being held in my sunroom when I was going on these psychedelic trips and spirit journeys. So the wind, you know, everything is alive, but like it's like something that people kind of might overlook. You know, even the wind has a aliveness and a spirit to it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's very closely related to us. You know, we have it's like there's like a sacred relationship between you know, the four elements and then us.
Hey guys, I found a new Mandela effect. I put it up on the screen.
I don't get it. What does that mean?
The stud is now basking the game. What the hell? Okay. I'm on a flow over here myself.
Oh man, there you go.
That's funny. Mark Baskin.
I'm in a flow. I'm just watching random comments on the screen as I listen.
Hell funny.
Mark.
Sorry, basket case. I couldn't help that, man. I couldn't help it.
Mm-hmm.
I had to. I knew you'd get a laugh out of it. Hey, Mark, once you hit the link, come up and put your phone number in, man, because I can't find it. Okay, in the back chat, and then you can drop down. I know, sissy boy. Okay.
Yes, this has been a very good stream. Very good.
Yeah, have you discussed a lot tonight?
Well, what we've been doing, Marcel, we've been talking about what we talked about what happened this last week briefly, the dumb shit, and then mostly I put the title up because I was talking about the language and the things that will keep us in the matrix, like the bad habits, the egocentrical personality types, anything like that, habits and language to keep us here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like cussing each other out and biting each other's head off for no reason. You know, let's be honest.
Well, you know what? Yeah. Well, here's the deal with that, Kim. I agree with that. It is, 100%. But you know what? you
lost,
got to
breathe,
defend
take
yourself
a
to one
pump.
point, So that's what
Mm,
felt I was doing,
yeah,
So
calm yourself. You're dealing with
yeah,
something.
I wish that I wish I could just let it fly, but there's people watching us, so I try to handle it the best way possible. I think I did very well, personally.
Yeah,
So
it takes practice. Believe me. Like I say, I'm not
You've
perfect.
had composure. From what I've seen, you've had pretty
Yeah,
good composure.
yeah, exactly. I haven't seen you.
thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen you acting jackass or none of that shit.
Well,
No, I haven't. But again, like I must say, it goes back to like Marcel brings up and stuff and singing and all that. A lot of this is programming. We went so long to be trained that, and the more I listened to Sing sit there and talk and go on, I was so intrigued and blown away. And Rebecca and everyone, I realized I'm like, all this time we should have been listening to who? To each other too. Not just ourselves, okay, to each other. We should have been listening to each other. And we haven't because they give us every distraction in the world. So not only are they taking us away from ourselves, listening from ourselves, all the distractions, we're not listening to each other because of the distractions. And if you listen to each other and hear their experiences, it's going to help unlock stuff in your own brain and stuff that you probably forgot about in your lifetime. And you're like, that makes sense. I forgot about that. Oh, that happened to me. I can relate. Maybe me and you got something in common. Instead, they got us over like, So that's very enlightening. You just sit.
Yeah,
I agree.
but
What I think is more as much important. Sorry, Marcel. I just wanted to say this real quick. What's more just as important as that is calling out the bad behavior of others around our family
mm,
and recognizing them. That's really more important than than a lot of the things we do, Craig. So there. Please go ahead, Marcel. Marcel, I didn't
yeah,
mean to cut you off, buddy.
no, doesn't matter. But that's right, Phil. Even the bad experiences can cause you go to the right path. You have to find that balance yourself, and if it's the troubles inside yourself or troubles with other people that go through stuff, it's like a combination. You have to find your way through this shit I call shithole. you know, yeah, it's a rough ride, and nobody told it what was gonna be easy. We kind of had like a view of how life was going to be because of the projection of others, like the television, for instance, or how life's supposed to go. But life never goes the way it's you want it to be, and and on the other side, in the end, it goes the way it's supposed to go. But you have to find that way yourself, and then that's not an easy way. It's always the hardest way, or at least in my life, that was I had to go through that shit to understand what I was and where I wanted to be. Because when I was younger, I had a whole different worldview and what I adored and was. Yeah, maybe I should be careful with worshiping, but I was like rock and roll, drinking, and all that stuff, and I'm not gonna say that it was not fun, but it was not the way that I was supposed to do my whole life. It was just an experience to say, oh, this is not the way I want to be the rest of my life. But I'm glad for the experience because that made me grow and in the good sense of the word. And yeah, I will never say to someone, oh, you shouldn't do this or you shouldn't do that, because I probably did all that stuff that they didn't want me to do. Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
well said, Marcel.
Right? Good
You're
stuff.
spot on. I thought that's like I feel like very old time wisdom. Like that's like an archetypal human experience.
Mhm.
Oh wow! I just realized I have a bowl completely packed for me, and I was crumbling up some bud with on my tray here, and then all of a sudden I look at the bowl, and it's like, wait, it's all ready to go. So
Oh,
That
well, you
means
know
to put the bowl
what?
down, Christos. Put it down. You've had too much, buddy.
Put it, do it down Subway. You know what I love is when I go to hit my bong and it's empty. There's nothing in there, and I'm like, oh, you got to put something in there, otherwise you're gonna be smoking glass. Yeah, that ain't right. No, yeah.
I do want to thank everybody for coming. It has been a great stream, and thanks for the big ups, everybody. This is the kind of thing I want to do from now on. You know, let's help our people. The Bible stuff, you guys know my knowledge now. I mean, and you guys know more about me. And this whole incident last week it lets you know me better. So, and absolutely for me to completely trust Christos, because I'm going to be honest, Christos, you were on the fence with me, bud. You know, so yeah. Thank the pendulum, and thank this last week, bud. You know, there it is. Well, you have to, man. Like I said, it was the company you kept. You know.
Dog, I don't need to justify myself. It's just how I landed, like I said.
No, yeah, exactly. Well, I'm not. That's not where that's coming from. Where it's coming from is, it seems like sometimes you wanted the drama, where I didn't dig that, But I get it now. I got you now. Now I know you a little better, and I seen you stand up where a man should, and props to you, bro. Okay.
I appreciate it. No worries.
No problem.
I understand.
Right on. Plus, you make a lot of the ladies happy because now I'm good with you, and they're like, "Oh, we told you so. We love Christos." Ba-boom. Ba-boom.
That was funny. Yeah. Shout out to Heidi.
Heidi, I know Heidi. Heidi. I know her from Matrix Man stream.
Heidi's over there.
Well, she used to come over there. She don't really go that much anymore, but that's where I originally met her from, over there, because we've been doing that for almost 2 years now. So we seen
Heidi's good people.
Yeah, we seen a lot of people come in and out the door. It's kind of like we compare it because he likes it like a bar scene, so that's what we treat it like. We're smoking, hanging out, laughing, joking, and then we sing karaoke, show funny clips. We bring it like a bar scene, but and then we have random people that come up on the panel. Sometimes they may be drinking. That's why we got to know how to handle ourselves. Like me, Matt, Bamboo, the main people up there, we have to know how to handle ourselves because we have random people come up there and they could be drinking. We've had a few, drunks that come up there, and it can be quite amusing, And then we've had some people that just really acted out, maybe said some words they shouldn't have, and we had to just, boop, and make them leave and stuff like that. So that's why I say you have to know how to handle yourself when you stream, especially if you're just going to let random people up.
I love it over there.
So we just, like Matt will have a rule. At least show your face on camera because, they could be off camera, but once they get on the big screen, you don't know what you're going to see. So he tells them, just show me on the camera. Show me your face. Let me see proof. That's where you're at in the AI world. Whatever. Let me see proof. Let me get your background check your mental. Too bad we can't say let me get your background check your mental status, but who's
paper trails.
Who's to determine that? So we had to just say, show us a screenshot. Give us a portfolio.
Right on. Yeah, I like it over there. I do. I like the people over there.
I won't lie. On my own stream, I had something to actually clone the person, a man that was on my stream. He put the same name as a man on my stream. And then when I saw it in the back room, I thought nothing of it because I'm in a flow. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe he doubled himself and he's going to walk outside. So I popped up the other person on my stream. And by golly, if I kid you not, I was flashed.
Oh no. That's
I was
good.
flushed. So I had to hurry up and go boop and, hang up on it. And then I accused him of flashing me. See how that goes? Because I thought
Was it some random guy jacking off?
he didn't.
Or like someone playing porn or something?
Yeah, he just held it in the hand. But yeah, I had to match the scenario because I'm like the man I'm talking to. I've already been talking to him on the internet. I'm like, I had to play a private investigator, okay? So I'm like, he's in a lit room talking to me. Now the thing I popped up on the screen is in a dark room, but it was being held in the hand.
What a dick.
Yeah. So when I hung up, this was my reaction, okay? Because I don't hide.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
I'm having to. I was like, I had to go, Michael. He was like, what? He didn't even catch it because I popped it up and on so quick, right? And he's like, what? And I'm like, what did you just show me? What was that about? I didn't want to see that. I'm making jokes because
I leave and I come back and you guys are talking about penises.
And this is StreamYard. This is StreamYard experience. This is what
I
happened.
know.
You should have showed him.
Crystal's just disappeared.
I was like, yeah, don't worry, buddy. I said, I know that wasn't you. Don't worry. I did my private eye work. It wasn't you. It was some random weirdo troll. We're good. He was like, I was going to say, Kim, I wouldn't do that. I was like, I know.
Yeah, she got cockeyed.
You gotta be careful. Yeah, you guys gotta be careful.
There you go.
There's some people that should know better that I've seen recently led on P-bombers, and it's like, what are you doing?
Right.
But yeah, sometimes you gotta watch out that they don't copy the thumbnail or avatar of someone else that is in the community.
Exactly.
Of those sneaky trolls.
Yeah. That's why just be careful of the StreamYard behavior, You got to be on point. I do when I go on any stream. When I'm on any stream, I look at it as I'm on the panel. I'm there to help protect it too. So when I'm sitting here, I'm also looking to see what's going on. I'm see what's going on down there too in the chat, like, okay.
Two parallel worlds that are like zooming together is like kind of what's going on. Not to get overly artistic or cosmic with it or whatever, but like
no, let's go there. Let's go there. Go there. Let's do it.
Yeah, yes, sir. The live chat and then the panel, because sometimes there can be conversations going on in the live chat that are completely separate and not related to what's going on in the panel, and multiple people are holding it and going back and forth.
Yeah.
So, but there's this overlap though at the same time where, when there are the people that pay attention and are building off of what's being said on the panel. And it's just, two separate streams of, I don't want to say consciousness, but collective consciousness, I guess. So it's like these two brainstorms going on at once with each other.
And if you want to do both, you got to decipher. Like I'm good at multitasking. Oh my God, that just made me realize if we're up here on a panel doing that, we are very skillful. You got to decipher with what you said, Crystals. We decipher because you got to decipher. Are they talking amongst themselves or with us? We decipher. We got to multitask. So you're doing that too. And then sometimes, like me, I'm also over here playing music and doing a DJ. Oh, I'm pretty talented. I must toot my own horn. Yeah. So you got to do all that while you're up here on a panel, unless you're just like a participant, I will say, on the panel here, and you're just sitting back and talking. Like Marcel and Singh, I know you guys are sitting here talking, but I don't like. I know you'll talk in the chat once in a while. I don't know how much you guys are doing. I know Phil will be talking in the chat too, and he'll be walking away and cooking. So we're all doing a bunch of things at one time. Yes.
Yeah. That's how we roll. That's right.
Yeah, we're powerful. Okay. Let me toot for all of us. Toot, toot.
Oh, I thought, hey, Christos, I thought you were going to go somewhere like there's two different worlds, the Mandela effect's proof of it type stuff. That's where I thought you were going to go.
I was just going to say it's like it's just, to keep it simple, it's just two separate worlds going on parallel.
Yeah, I get it now.
Panel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I got you. Because in the second Esdras 750, it says there are two worlds. And that one will be destroyed, and the good and the survivors from the destroyed one will be on the other one. And also, what Marcel can vouch for me, the other side, the ones we come here for, when they look up the same verse, they get a different answer. There's two different two different verses in the same book, but it's different interpretations, but the interpretation is nothing like. You remember that, Marcel, when I did that on Luz? Because he looked up this verse. Okay, he looked this verse up, and I forget what I said, but it was nothing.
That's a while back. I am not sure if I can remember that.
Okay. Well, I wasn't up there very much, but yeah. Even then, you can't even make the other interpret like the way the other one sounds. I didn't prepare for it, or I would have had it ready, but it just come to me just now. But anyway, I believe that. I can see that.
Well, there was a lot of times in the chat at his show that I didn't agree with him, and I told him that a few times. But yeah, you know the history. So basically, called everybody. He didn't need anybody, and well,
yeah. Look where it got him.
There goes 3 years of thinking you're investing in something good.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to trigger a bad memory for you there, buddy. But yeah, you pulled through it. Look at you where you're at now. Look where you're at now.
Yeah, exactly. You even from something from negative experience, because in the end it was negative. We turned it into something positive by deciding ourselves to step out of that situation, because he basically he didn't need anybody. He said in the chat, basically, he didn't care about us.
Who is this? Or not to mention any names.
It's a show we used to
participate in.
We're regulars, and to help with the channel, to help the channel grow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, your red flag there should have been the talking to angels thing. Right there.
First of all, I was very disappointed, and later I was, angry, basically, and I gave it a place, and I moved on.
Yeah, but you met a lot of good people there, but yeah, he was a classic, man. When I got to really break him down, there was a lot there, a lot that I was really surprised people didn't see, to be honest. But it is what it is, and
I still learn every day, and I met quite a few good people there, which I still regularly speak with on
absolutely
or whatever. And they're probably still good people there.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, you learn to know people by when time passes, and then you see their real faces, and that happened there. That happened there for sure. Yeah.
Just listen.
Absolutely. I'm glad I met you there. Bye.
Just listen and observe a person. You learn. Yep.
Yeah, I went out this night slash early early sunrise to collect some cans and plastic bottles again. But it wasn't a lot. I had half a garbage bag full, so it's probably like €3 or €4. So
Mhm.
it's easy money, you know. When you can't sleep, you just go outside and collect empty cans and bottles.
So you're just doing that for a hobby? I take it you're not strapped with cash.
I don't have a lot, but I got everything I need. Let's say that,
Yeah.
But this
So
this is extra. This is like two breakfasts for me.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's just like a hobby exercise, basically.
Yeah,
That's
it's
it.
like exercise and it's fun to do, and it's you get your exercise and you're breathing fresh air because at night it's so calm and no, well, we had a little bit of wind and it's still pretty warm, so it was also pretty nice to go outside. It's and nobody's there. It's just you and your garbage bag searching for stuff. Yeah.
Chill as fuck.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Right now I'm in this lightning storm again. Like a couple nights ago, it's so nice, super chill.
Oh.
Nighttime with lightning, steady rain, and not too dangerous weather.
Are you in your car?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, yeah, be careful though, too.
I'm always on streams, just not looking at the camera or anything, and just muting, unmuting as necessary.
I know.
But yeah, I'll be careful. I will. 2 nights ago it was way crazier. Like the lightning was scattering and like for real type bolts and zigzagging and looking like um looking like our nervous system or some shit.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen lightning
it
go
is. It is
sideways.
communication. It is communication between realms. That's what I think.
I agree.
Yes, I've seen it go.
I
I've
agree.
seen that too. We get all kinds of crazy light shows over here, Christos. I filmed a few. Yeah, we get all. Oh yeah, and I've been thinking that Marcel. That's weird. I'm like, what is that? There's something that. Okay, let me share something. Can I share something? Or I want to
There's
share
a
something?
bunch of fog right now too. Please go ahead and share something though.
Okay, listen. I go out there with my phone. Okay.
Is this a ghost story?
Well, might as well be. Shit, might as well be, but it's not. I will go out there with. I will go out there with my phone when I see that crazy lights going on, right? Because you hear nothing, and it will be like purple.
Oh,
when it goes
heat
off.
lightning.
Okay, wait. I know. Listen, a lot of people say heat lightning. Now, it's happened here so much though. Okay, and I'm out in the country. It's happened so much. Just the colors of it, the way it looks, how it's set off behind the trees, and there's just like the whole thing. Because I think all the way around what's going on over there. So what I do is I go out there with my phone because I have a YouTube channel, and I'll take footage. Because I'm hop skippity doo dah with my YouTube channel over here. It's something to do, and I'll start taking video of it, and I will literally watch it for a while and see how long, like in between each lightning thing or the light it does, and then I'm like, I'm gonna test it because I have
Yeah, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi thing.
yeah, but what I do is I'll start saying, okay, I want to see light. Show me light. Ba-boom, it goes. And I'm like, okay. Then I wait a while. And I'm like, okay, it's not going on track. It was going on track, and it's just not doing it. And I wait, and nothing happens. Okay. Then I'll say it again. Okay. Show me some lights. Can you show me? I just want to see lights one more time. the doom. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, am I talking? Am I making? Then you get to where? Am I making this happen? Am I? And then you wait a while again. You wait. Nothing there again. There's nothing there, and I'll be recording for a while, and I'll be like, okay, I'll let me, just to make sure I'm not going crazy. Let me just check this one more time, and I'll be like, okay, I'm getting ready to start. Now I'm talking to the sky. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm getting ready to stop recording. Can I just I just want one more, just for the record. Give me one more. Boom. I'm like, okay, I end the video. I go inside. I'm like, that's amazing. I just caught something there because it wasn't doing it the whole time. So it's like it was going off. It got my attention. And then when I went out there and then wanted to record it, then it stopped. And in order to activate it, I had to ask it. That's what's going on in my head. I'm like, what?
Well,
Yeah, but after a thunderstorm, all the tension, let's call it the 220 voltage is out of the air. Basically, it's like calm and relaxed again in the air. Everything is, after the rain and the thunderstorm and the rain, it's like calm and at ease again, like all the tension is gone or something like that. It's like it's like basically he did is stretching, and everything is fine again. The body's fine again.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's just crazy. And I've done it a few times too. I haven't done it once. I've done it a few. That's why, like at night, I look. That's why with Christos, when you bring up those storms, if I'm here, I have my window right here. I'll open it and look and see, or I'll go up back on my deck. And if I see one of those going on, I'm like, oh, where's my phone? That'll be my night hobby. Where's my phone? Get my phone, go out, and I keep trying. And it's happened a few times. That's why I'm like, and then I'll zoom in where that light is coming from to see if I could see what it shows, because it will light up for like a couple seconds and stop. So I want to see if I'm seeing anything in those lights. And I've seen some stuff in there. So that's why I'm like, woo!
Well, as a child, I experienced a very intense thunderstorm, rain, and the thunder and lightning were almost at the same time, very close to each other. So it was like straight above. And I was walking with a friend to school, and we were so scared we dove under a car. We lay there until it was, but you could smell what you have with
it's almost like
Lucifer,
plasma.
with Lucifer, the lightning, the matches. You call it matches, right?
Yeah.
Fire matches.
I think
It smelled like that everywhere, and there were a few blocks who had antennas back in the day for television broadcast and radio, and those got hit, and the chimneys were like totally destroyed. Those houses were like almost destroyed, basically. And yeah, it was a very scary experience as a young child, but it also showed me, well, we are not in charge here, They can basically destroy it at any moment, whatever it is.
I think lightning comes from the ground. Well, I mean, like we know it does, but lightning, the energy field also. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that video of mine where the white lightning.
Like that, yeah. I saw videos like that. It's
Okay. Yeah, so you know which one I'm talking about? And that's wild stuff. And it was during the day, so I don't know why the cameras were picking it up, but imagine what we're walking through all the time. They talk about the 5G jizzle and all that, but really we're saturated with it, and I'm wondering how much of it's real or how much of it's produced.
Mm-hmm.
Because them colliders underground, they sure do a lot of work. Because they're big old, they're big generators, electric generators. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We'll see. Because you can't do cymatics when you have a false electromagnetic field. So nobody knows nothing as far as all that's concerned. Hey, yield.
I'm glad. You know what? I just got in the mail. I'm starting that electric culture. It's that Amphil. I got me a spool. God, this is a heavy spool. Wow. A spool of 100 from China, courtesy of Amazon. Oh, hopefully this is real wire. Okay, yeah. It's a pound. Yeah, 127 feet a pound. That's good. Of copper. And I'm going to, wrap it around the broomstick handle because, Matrix Man showed me how to do it. Wrap it around broomstick handle, pull it off, and I'm going to put it next to each one of my fruit trees and put it next to my 3 autos I just started. And I want to see if this works, and I want to watch them take off because people are proving it all over the place. This stuff is magical.
Yeah, it definitely works. I
Yeah.
can vouch for that. Yes.
I remember your comment. Yeah, so spool, not bad. Just under $30. Yep.
I don't know if anybody knows that channel, but I saw yesterday. I saw Spartan Red channel. He basically showed with very convincing photos of mountain range between, which basically are all melted structures and buildings, and it was like very, very interesting.
Melted?
To say the least.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's very. I saw what he meant. I saw the. Yeah, you can see the levels of bricks sometimes or pillars in mountain ranges. He got very good photos, even from Antarctica somewhere. Good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm over here having a war with Mark Basket. we're just cracking on each other.
I was gonna say, Mark, you're in the stadium there, buddy.
He said, "Are you drinking, Phil?"
You're not down in the arena. No, sorry.
Hey, mic check. Can you hear me clearly, or is my mic bad?
You're good.
You're good.
Okay, please continue. Thank you. Come again.
Yeah, thank you. Come again. He's okay. Yeah. Mark, you're in the stadium until you get on the panel. Well,
he can just sit down there and talk smack. He can't come up here.
I was about to say, man. I was about to say earlier, why does he never come up on panel? What's with these people that never come up?
Because he's a bot, bro. AK called him out. Beep, bop, boop. He's a bot. Him and Hippie Shake 29.
R2D2.
That's right. I know. I've talked to him face to face on FaceTime, so I know the real reason he doesn't come up because he would out talk Bex times 10.
Would he? You would have.
Yeah, he sure would. He's a good dude. He's funnier than shit too.
So I would say, trust me, if you get me and Bex talking, that would be a battle right there. Because I feel like every morning, this is what I want to share with you. Let me put my copper down. Remember how, I forgot who it was because it was a while ago. When it's late and I feel good, I'm in the flow. But earlier someone was saying that if you ask for what you would like to know, get answers to, whatever. I'm still new at this, so forgive me. if you ask, I've made it a habit lately where I do my own little ritual where if I'm in the shower at night or wherever I feel inclined during the day, that I make it a habit to be like, I'm grateful, I'm thankful, I forgive myself for all the wrongdoings I've ever done. And I go into this whole spiel, right? I've noticed that I've been doing that over time. And when I wake up in the morning, I am more and more powerful, meaning I am more faster with my brain. Why does my microphone keep coming out of my computer? I'm more powerful with my brain. I'm faster. I'm coming to more. I'm coming to more. I'm coming to more. I'm coming to more realizations. Whatever the word is, I'm coming more in tune with my skills, I should say.
Epiphanies.
Yes, okay, epiphanies. And it's nice because I'll sit over here and before I'd be like, because I was always running my mouth. I wasn't listening because I went my whole life and I didn't have a voice. And then I found it and I was too busy, blah, 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 running my mouth. And then lately, it's been nice because I've been able to sit back and just listen. And I'm been like, oh, this is great. I get to listen.
Holy shit.
Now I know when I can go in with my little interjections and they don't seem so scattered and crazy. And then people might be like, oh my gosh, she won't stop running her mouth, even though I know I do. I know I can. But that's the power of my mind. It's not so scattered. I'm more on point. There you go.
Yes.
You know, I just thought of something, Kim, since you were saying all that. You were talking about the lightning and it coming from the ground, and I was talking about the electromagnetic stuff. I was in Florida when I got that video. Now, I'm saying it comes up easier through the sandy soil because, you know, how all Florida's, you know, it's sand. There's no hard digging. So I would say down there it would have least resistance coming up. Where here it's really hard dirt and clay. So just giving you props for kicking my brain in there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Living in Florida.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, exactly. And I ground a lot. Well, I'm always barefooted outside anyways, so I don't know where
Yeah, I love that. I love barefoot.
Me
walking
too.
barefoot.
I'm always barefooted. Always.
I want to bring something to the table of grounding. You don't have to be barefoot to be grounded. Your bottom of your energy sphere around your energy being is your actual ground. That is more grounding and fusion than the actual ground. It's just as grounding as you can get to getting to the core of the earth. Your the bottom of your sphere, the energy sphere around your energy being. Some people call your aura, or the I'll leave it at that. But you don't need to be barefoot. You just need to be grounded to your energy that is at the bottom of your feet. That is the grounded to your bottom. But if you're only grounded to your feet, you're missing the top balance of your head stabilization. Defining if you're grounding to the bottom, that defines you're dropping too low to your energetic states. And if your head's not grounded to the sense that connected to the top of your energetic field, defines then you're not balanced. But a lot of the times when people get into conversations, they go up headstrong and they actually get lifted up too high because their head is being synchronized more to the top of their energetic field. That is also their extension to their energy being, their sphere. So just to be mindful is just the thought of intent when you're grounding yourself to your sphere correctly. You can really, if you're feeling too lifted up high, you can just ground yourself to the bottom of your energetic field of your feet. That is basically your ground connecting you to your molecules to what I define your parallel copy Earth that is actually yours. It could either be dark or light. It could be the center copy too, the singularity.
Hence the yoga pose, right? Like when you sit on the ground, like when you say root yourself to the ground, like in other words, like you're saying, like if you were to sit in that yoga pose, or basically just sit on the ground. You don't mean the feet.
Yes.
Sit. Okay. Yes.
Or standing, sitting on a chair, standing or cross-legged. Really just the thought of intent grounding to your ground of your sphere, whichever position you're in. Even laying on your back, well, the bottom of your ground is your whole back side touching the ground, like
Yeah.
from. So yeah, just like standing up, laying down, just vice versa, or
Laying down,
cross-legged.
sitting. Yeah, any of those positions would be, I would say, would be good. Yeah, exactly. Because, like you said, it's getting the whole magnet field of your body. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you can get just as regenerated wearing your shoes on, even running shoes, then taking them off. It's a misconception teaching that you need to be barefooted to be grounded, because your ground to your molecules to your ground is your feet, reference and region. That is, your energy sphere at the bottom of your feet is an extension to your molecules to your parallel copy experience, Earth. So basically, it's just being informed. Also, above your head, you need to balance both, or else you're going to be going too low. You'll be going to the moon construct if you're too much at your feet. You'll be going to the dark, below moon construct body vessel. And if you're too much up into the head, not remembering about your feet, then you'll be lifted up too high to the sun light construct matrix vessel body. So it's a matter of stabilization.
The tree of life.
Yeah. And if somebody's having anxieties, well, you're really being lifted up too high to the sun. Your head's going up way sky high. You're only headstrong, right? Your feet aren't grounded to give you a balance. But then again, if your feet are grounded too hard and you're at your root ground, you're going to be really mellow and feeling kind of just want to relax all the time. So it's a matter of stabilizing a balance to get the central field.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to address No's comment in the down in the chat. He said that the cymatics thing was a good idea. That this is the theory, but if my calculations are correct, this expelling all evil and exposing all truths should shut the colliders down to where this realm is no longer here. It would make, in the Bible, it's called making the sky peel back like a scroll, because the energy is different. It's not holding up the false dome, so to speak.
Oh,
okay, so yes, the collider
all,
field is what's holding this false world in place.
But to take it a stage further, Phil, all the colliders around the world, when humanity is prepared, shall synchronize the technology and teleport this planet into the beyond to the final destination. That's all teleportation, channel change technology, basically. When beings are prepared, the technology shall be synchronized, as we are synchronized all the technology anyways, with extensions to all the molecules, to a type of collective hive. So when humanity is prepared, the cell towers, HARP, all the CERN colliders are acting as resonance frequency tuning pillars, tuning the whole field around the world. So it's putting it into a resonance frequency bubble that is preparing it for a channel change teleportation. It's just like frequency tuning to a different channel when everybody's prepared, click. So all this technology is playing with the conditioning of beings to start utilizing the technology, realizing they're synchronized to it too. But it's playing also in the light and dark, higher dimensional thresholds. That is, it's frequency tuning different higher dimensional planes. So in a sense, yes, CERN could open up portals to the lower moon matrix levels, or it could open up portals to the higher solar matrix levels. Okay, so eventually it'll open up the singularity central portal and gateway when people are prepared. It doesn't define all humanity shall leave. Some of us shall be living through utilizing that technology when we are prepared. We just channel change and leave this dimensional plane. That is sort of our dimensional portal gateway access to higher dimensional technologies. So the technologies, I don't fear the cell towers, CERN or HARP or the Wi-Fi smart technology mission devices, units. It's just technology. When one is prepared, they go home. It's simple. That is one's portal and gateway to get themselves home, because eventually everybody gets themselves home. It is part of this simulation rehabilitation conditioning. To be reformed is to be reintroduced to the more advanced civilizations, is to be reintroduced to how all technologies are synchronized to one's thought core and are reacting to one's thought of intent projection. Also, their energy emissions of their thoughts is actually tuning all the molecules their head, neck, and body is constructed of, and also tuning molecules further constructed is all this is in one's thought projection. It's all one's molecules. So everybody has a parallel copy of CERN, HARP, cell towers, Wi-Fi smart technology missions, a copy of quantum computers that are all actually extensions of one's thought projection, because we are actually in our own thought spheres experiencing this with many other beings on different ascension levels to the dark and to the light. So it's quite a process. When one is prepared to go home, they go home. They shall go home. It is a process, though. It's going to happen as the only way it's going to happen is asking Source to assist and guide one continuously to complete all the necessities, responsibilities, requirements, and responsibilities to complete their simulation rehabilitation that I define as the type of conditioning to be reformed, to be restored, to be prepared to go beyond. You must know how to utilize thought projection, frequency tuning, manifestation, utilizing the molecules that you're constructed of, are extensions of yourself, are extensions of Source.
That's
yeah. I'm staying. Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
So in actual fact, all this technology is thought projection, amplification of manifestation. It's only amplifying one's power of the thoughts. If utilized correctly, one could have a better existence to the luminary matrix, or if being used wrong, all these frequency resonance tuning pillars and CERN colliders shall create a very dark reality. So in actual fact, you can open up the portals to the lower dark levels perceived as the moon matrix hell, or higher portal gateway levels to the solar matrix experience. So eventually one goes to the center of singularity and uses the technology for its purpose and design to get themselves channel changed, teleported out of here.
Well,
nice. Hey, I got some good news tonight. I just wanted to say I got some good news tonight. It looks like they're going to be dropping my case, so
good.
Home. I get to go home.
Really? Nice. What, did you just get something saying that?
No, I know. Well, it's kind of a long story, but I'll make it short. No, I got some dirt on the. I got some dirt on the sheriff, and I'm talking to an attorney we're doing a job for, and he's like, because the guy that was with me, they already dropped his case. They won't drop mine because they're gonna have to owe me $1,074,000. But I'm getting it through.
Yeah.
I yield.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Damn good.
I'm going to tell him I will settle for $800,000. So, and I'm not charging the sheriff with kidnapping charges.
They're gonna be
I'm
nice.
serious. I'm dead serious. They kidnapped me for 20 days. You know, because I had the paperwork, and they wouldn't even look at it. So yeah, I got him by the balls, literally.
Well, that's good though.
So there are lights at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. Just don't walk to it. I mean, because you can get what you want in it, and then you can go the other way back.
Once again, this is all thought projection. If you put enough of your intent of thought and being tuned correctly to the frequency of the emissions to your dreams, goals, and visions, eventually they shall manifest one form or another. And if currency is a necessity, when one is prepared to not be enticed again, to be deceived, to basically, if somebody was to receive money and they were to turn dark, they're not going to receive the money if it was going to stagnate their ascension. But if one was prepared to basically control the currency and for the currency not to control them, then they will manifest it in one form or another through putting their efforts to whatever they're being guided and assisted to do in their life to attain what they want to attain. So it doesn't define when one becomes illuminated just to stop with what you have. Always put efforts towards your dream, goals, and visions, because this is a thought projection manifestation reality. Proven fact to be is there is these people who meditated and there was about 15 of them, maybe 20. I don't remember the article. It was a long time ago. I read it. And what they did was they all realized that how they were informed, they were at more progressed ascension stages to, their meditation. And so they picked a lottery ticket, all of them bought it, and they all focused on the number for, I don't know how many days or a couple of weeks or whatever the draw was. I think it was about a week or so. And what happened was their number actually arrived because they projected it, because they were amplifying it all together as a group for it to be projected, and they won the lottery. I think they did it twice, two different, not the same group, another group did the same thing, acquiring their lottery numbers. So that's one route. It may happen to an individual, but another route is, using one's natural talents or information arriving to what to do to generate the currency. But one shall only attain the currency that they are prepared to attain. So it's going to happen with what one is prepared to attain that shall not entice them to stagnate their ascension. Because if one is, one is destined to leave in the cycle and they were to receive money and then they weren't prepared to receive money, they became all materialistic and they really forgot about their ascension and got stagnated, and darkness crept in through the materialism deception of riches. Then the source knows they're not prepared for the money, so they won't receive it. But if one is prepared and shall not be changed by the money and can stay on their ascension course without turning materialistic or the materialism affecting their frequency resonance, then they shall attain. So put straight and forward, one shall attain what they are prepared to attain, no more than no less. Though
I wanted to tell you this. Hey, Sing, I wanted to tell you this also. The reason I knocked off the money, the couple 274 grand, is because I had the dream of my Akashic records in the jail. So I figured that was worth it, and I got the knowledge that we will all be in our inheritance in about 10 months.
Yeah, so some of us shall, definitely.
Definitely. So I figured you'd like that.
Yeah, that's good to be revealed. I'll emphasize more my focus on that.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my phone number in. I'm gonna put my phone number in the back chat and make sure you get a hold of me. There's some things I want to talk to you about privately. Not private, but things that where it can just be me and you, or you can ask me.
Yeah. I also want to discuss some things directly too. So what I'll do is, when we're finished here, I'll leave my Skype number and Messenger number. And do you have Skype and Messenger?
I have Messenger, like Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, the one where you talk to each other and also is capable of phone calls. Yeah, I'll give you the message. I'll give you my Messenger ID, and then you can contact myself when it's appropriate, or I'll contact you, and we can have a conversation about various things. Because
that'll work. That works for myself.
Yeah, because we could definitely assist each other on things that need to be assisted with.
Right on. I got you, bro. I got you.
Yes.
Hey, you remember that time I told everybody on We Are Awake that everybody's gonna be pissed off when you'll find out that me and Sing were? I said you, but that we're right. We're gonna be right, and you guys are gonna be like looking silly. Here we are. Here we are, bro.
Yes, here we are, and it's all about premonitions. You have strong premonitions of visions in the future, and so do I. But also, you're very well informed that it is yourself that is actually planting the seeds of the future for the projection manifestation, right? Of attainment. So the more one becomes aware of this, the more they plant seeds into the future where nothing can really interfere with their seeds because they've been planted, programmed into the future. And one needs to get to the reference and region of design in the future where they already have these seeds manifested, to finding only source can guide one by continuous assistance and guidance to get one to their future design that it is already programmed and exists. Where is it? Only source can show one where their future is planted, their seeds, and can get them there. So in actual fact, every vision and thought of the future of what somebody would like to attain is already designed somewhere in the future. Determining one's of attainment of getting there is if they are prepared and complete their requirements, necessities, responsibilities, and can handle the so-called perceived riches and materialism without being altered. So that's what it all is determined. So most of the people on this planet that are rich, that are just really not enlightened, most of them have cut deals with the devil, especially a lot of government elite members and stuff like that. It's just, it doesn't happen well, you know, yeah, it's just a
Hey,
lot of them have tough deals.
before No leaves thing, I want to tell him this. No, pack your bags, buddy, because when I get paid, you're coming over here and visiting. Okay? I'm serious as a heart attack, bro. You just let me know. I'm gonna get you over here. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna party down. I'm gonna show you Hoosier Billy ways, bub.
All
There
right,
you go.
guys, I'm out of here. I gotta leave. It's getting late. I must go.
All right, Kim.
Phil, it was great. It was interesting. I loved it. Sing, it's intriguing. It was very intriguing here listening to you. I could listen to you talk all day and night. I could.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Likewise.
thank you, guys. Hey, I'm
It's a
gonna
pleasure.
end this thing. Stay on. I want to talk to you for a bit. Okay.
Sure.
Much love to everybody.
All right.
Thank you,
Bye,
Phil.
Kim. I'll see you later, honey.
All right.
I love you.
That worked out good. Love you too, buddy. Worked out perfect. Okay. Good night.
Right on. I want to thank everybody that came tonight. I appreciate it. I'm not going to run through the names because you know who in the hell you are. You're my family. And for those that are bushwhacking, make sure you get them bushes trimmed real well back there. Make sure it looks nice. So, yeah. Good night and much love and respect to everybody. Thank you, Noah.
Likewise. Thank you all that participated directly to this live panel, indirectly the commenters, and I'll see you again in the future sometime if it's so meant to be. Timing shall be correct, and I'm thanking the host here, Phil, too directly, as we shall continue a private conversation after this, not meant for the public.
Correct. Bye-bye. All right.
All right. Now we have everybody in suspense.